ہم منسٹری آف میری ٹائم افیئرس کی جانب سے پاکستان مل کر میری ٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں. کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری PIMEC میں شرکت کریں. اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں, پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں. پاکستان زندہ باد.
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے. یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد, پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس PIMEC, جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے, نیول چیفز آئیں گے, دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے. کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا. اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے, PIMEC سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میری ٹائم سلامتی ہے, میری ٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میری ٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے, جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں, اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی. کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی. افریقہ سے, ایشیا سے, یورپ سے, مغرب سے, مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے, وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے, گفتگو بھی ہوگی. اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا, ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے, معیشت کے حوالے سے, اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے. تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے, جو صلاحیتیں ہیں, جو کاوشیں ہیں, ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں. اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے سلامتی کے حوالے سے, اور اس خطے میں پاکستان کا ایک کلیدی کردار ہے اور نیوی اس میں سر فہرست میں ہے, وہ رول اب انشاءاللہ اور تیزی کے ساتھ اور پختگی کے ساتھ اجاگر ہوگا. اور میں انشاءاللہ امید رکھتا ہوں کہ اس PIMEC کے ذریعے جو اتنی بڑی ایکسپو بھی ہو رہی ہے, کانفرنس بھی ہو رہی ہے, امن ایکسرسائز بھی ہو رہی ہے, اس کے ذریعے پاکستان ایک حکمت عملی بنا سکے گا. حکومت پاکستان اور باقی سٹیک ہولڈرز آئندہ کی بلو اکانومی کو کیسے آگے لے کے چلنا ہے تاکہ ہماری معیشت بھی مضبوط ہوگی, ملک بھی مضبوط ہوگا اور پاکستان نیوی ایک کلیدی کردار بھی ادا کرے گی, معیشت کے حوالے سے بھی, سلامتی کے حوالے سے بھی اور سفارتکاری کے حوالے سے بھی انشاءاللہ.
پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس جو کہ 10 فروری سے 12 فروری تک ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی میں منعقد کی جا رہی ہے. حکومت بلوچستان پویلین کا انعقاد کرے گی. میں تمام انویسٹر سے, پاکستانی قوم سے, انٹرنیشنل کمیونٹی سے, بزنس کمیونٹی سے درخواست کروں گا کہ وہ آئیں, PIMEC میں بلوچستان کو ایکسپلور کریں, گوادر کی اپرچونٹیز ایکسپلور کریں, کوسٹل ٹورزم, ایکو ٹورزم اینڈ بلو اکانومی کو ایکسپلور کریں, جہاں بے پناہ مواقع اور اپرچونٹیز ہیں جن کا استفادہ کر کے آپ نہ صرف بلوچستان کی اکانومی بلکہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں اپنا کنٹریبیوشن ڈال سکتے ہیں. 50 سے زائد ممالک اور اس کی ڈیلیگیشنز PIMEC میں شامل ہوں گی, جہاں بزنس ٹو بزنس اینڈ گورنمنٹ ٹو گورنمنٹ اور بزنس ٹو گورنمنٹ ڈیلیگیشنز ایک دوسرے سے تبادلہ خیال کریں گی, جو ایک بہترین اپرچونٹی ہے. اس کو ایکسپلور کیجیے اور پاکستان اور بلوچستان کی ترقی میں اپنا کردار ادا کیجیے.
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in KundmalIr, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، جس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں، اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے، اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو EEZ بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس PIMEC میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے، اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری PIMEC کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپنٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے، اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور PIMEC کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
ہم منسٹری آف میری ٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس PIMEC، جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میری ٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہی ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میری ٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری PIMEC میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس PIMEC، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، PIMEC سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میری ٹائم سلامتی ہے، میری ٹائم سفارتکاری ہے، اور میری ٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا، ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں، اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے، معیشت کے حوالے سے، اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے۔ تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے، کاوشیں ہیں، ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں، اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے سلامتی کے حوالے سے، اور اس خطے میں پاکستان کا ایک کلیدی کردار ہے، اور نیوی اس میں سر فہرست میں ہے، وہ رول اب انشاءاللہ اور تیزی کے ساتھ اور پختگی کے ساتھ اجاگر ہوگا۔ اور میں انشاءاللہ امید رکھتا ہوں کہ اس PIMEC کے ذریعے جو اتنی بڑی ایکسپو بھی ہو رہی ہے، کانفرنس بھی ہو رہی ہے، امن ایکسرسائز بھی ہو رہی ہے، اس کے ذریعے پاکستان ایک हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी, इंशाअल्लाह।
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है। हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाइमेक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहाँ बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in 𝐷𝐷𝐿, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, जिसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं। ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नॉटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है और 12 से 24 तक एक कंटिगुअस जोन होता है जिस पे फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का, और 24 से 200 नॉटिकल माइल तक वो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का। उसके बाद जिसको ईईजी बोलते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है कि इंटरनेशनल वाटर शुरू होते हैं, फिर बफर, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ इसके जोन्स हैं। हम बलूचिस्तान की तरफ से सारी बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को इस पाइमेक में वेलकम करते हैं। यहाँ पे बेतहाशा बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं। मैं आपसे यही गुजारिश करूँगा कि आप आइए, हम लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए और इस हमारी काविश को, इस हमारी पाइमेक को पार्टिसिपेट करके इसको कामयाब बनाएं। इसलिए ये पाकिस्तान की इकानमी में बहुत बड़ा रोल होगा, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मोर देन 50 कंट्रीज से जो हैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ रहे हैं। आप भी तशरीफ़ लाइए और आपके जो इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर हैं उनको भी हम दावत देते हैं कि आप हमारे बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का और पाइमेक का हिस्सा बनिए। शुक्रिया।
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमेक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशन शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आएं, एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाइमेक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैन-अल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक़्क़द की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस PIMEC, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे, कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खत्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, PIMEC से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी। क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तिजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खत्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस PIMEC के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
You are all requested to settle down. So the proceedings of the
पाकिस्तान
second session of the
इंटरनेशनल
conference
मैरीटाइम
will be
एक्सपो एंड
started.
कॉन्फ्रेंस जो
Volunteers,
कि
please
10
guide the
फरवरी से
guests toward the
12 फरवरी
respective
तक
seats.
एक्सपो सेंटर
Thank
कराची
you.
में मुनक्किद की जा रही है। हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिजनेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि वो आएँ, PIMEC में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज्म, इको टूरिज्म एंड ब्लू इकोनॉमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहां बेपनाह मौके और अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं जिनका इस्तेफादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस PIMEC में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिजनेस टू बिजनेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिजनेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
Speakers of the session to please come on stage.
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in 𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested
session 1 of the conference
to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو EEZ بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے انٹرنیشنل واٹر شیڈ ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔
Highlight the importance of secure oceans and modern trends in port and shipping sector.
PIMEC میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔
Highlight challenges and opportunities to the developing countries in embracing blue
میں آپ سے
economy.
یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ
Suggest
آپ آئیے
solutions
ہم
to
لوگوں سے
mitigate
انٹریکٹ
impacts
کیجیے
of climate
اور
change
اس
and
ہماری
sustainable exploitation
کاوش
of
کو،
ocean
اس ہماری
resources
PIMEC
based
کو
on emerging
participate کر کے
technologies
اس کو
and
کامیاب
innovations.
بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں
Ladies
بہت
and
بڑا رول
gentlemen,
ہوگا، آپ کا
Senator
کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا،
Mushahid Hussain
کیونکہ یہاں پہ
Senator
مور دین
and
50
Chairman
کنٹریز سے
of
جو
the
ہے وہ
Senate Defense
پارٹیسپینٹس آ
Committee
رہے ہیں۔
has
آپ بھی
consented to
تشریف
be the
لائیے اور
honorable
آپ کے
chief
جو
guest of
انٹرنیشنل
this
پارٹنر ہیں
session.
ان کو بھی ہم
The
دعوت دیتے ہیں
honorable
کہ
chief
آپ ہمارے
guest will be
بلوچستان
joined-
پویلین کا اور PIMEC کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
ہم منسٹری آف میری ٹائم افیئرز کی جانب سے پاکستان کی پہلی انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اور کانفرنس PIMEC جو کہ 10 سے 12 فروری کو پاکستان نیوی، منسٹری آف میری ٹائم افیئرز اور بدر ایکسپو مل کر آرگنائز کر رہے ہیں، اس کے تمام شرکاء کو خوش آمدید کہتے ہیں۔ اس ایکسپو میں دنیا کے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے ڈیلیگیشنز شرکت کے لیے آ رہے ہیں۔ ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں پاکستان کی بزنس کمیونٹی کو بھی کہ آپ آئیں، آ کر عالمی ریپوٹیشن کے ڈیلیگیشنز کے ساتھ مل کر میری ٹائم سیکٹر میں نئے بزنس کی ایونیوز کو ایکسپلور کریں۔ آئیں، ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی 10 سے 12 فروری PIMEC میں شرکت کریں، اس ایکسپو اور کانفرنس کو کامیاب بنائیں، پاکستان کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ پاکستان زندہ باد۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس PIMEC، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے۔ کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، PIMEC سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میری ٹائم سلامتی ہے، میری ٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میری ٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے جتنے لوگ مندوبین آئیں گے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے، وہ ایک پلیٹ فارم پر بیٹھیں گے، گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو ایکسپو ہوگا اس میں پاکستان کے جو پرائیویٹ سیکٹر ہے ان کو بھی ایک موقع ملے گا، ایک نادر موقع کہ اپنے پروڈکٹس کو پیش بھی کریں، اور ہمارا جو تعلق ہے تجارت کے حوالے سے، معیشت کے حوالے سے، اس کو اور پختگی آئے انشاءاللہ اس سے۔ تو میں پاکستان نیوی کی جو پروفیشنلزم ہے، جو صلاحیتیں ہیں، جو کاوشیں ہیں، ان کی میں سراہتا ہوں، اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ پاکستان کا جو درینہ مفاد ہے سلامتی کے حوالے سے، اور اس خطے میں پاکستان کا ایک کلیدی کردار ہے اور نیوی اس میں فہرست میں ہے، وہ رول اب انشاءاللہ اور تیزی کے ساتھ اور پختگی کے ساتھ اجاگر ہوگا۔ اور میں انشاءاللہ امید رکھتا ہوں کہ اس PIMEC کے ذریعے جو اتنی بڑی ایکسپو بھی ہو رہی ہے، کانفرنس بھی ہو رہی ہے، امن ایکسرسائز بھی ہو رہی ہے، اس کے ذریعے پاکستان ایک حکمت عملی بنا سکے گا، حکومت پاکستان اور باقی سٹیک ہولڈرز، آئندہ کی بلو اکانومی کو کیسے آگے لے کے چلنا ہے، تاکہ ہماری معیشت بھی مضبوط ہوگی، ملک بھی مضبوط ہوگا، اور پاکستان نیوی ایک کلیدی کردار بھی ادا کرے گی، معیشت کے حوالے سے بھی، سلامتی کے حوالے سے بھی، اور سفارتکاری کے حوالے سے بھی انشاءاللہ۔
We will
हम
commence
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ
our
मैरीटाइम
proceedings
अफेयर्स
of
की
the
जानिब
day
से पाकिस्तान
with
की
recitation of
पहली
Holy Quran.
इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आए एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाईमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल-अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमैक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज्यादा ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे। कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमैक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम
من عليها فان
having won the coveted Academy's Dirk from Pakistan Naval Academy. At Naval Headquarters, he has served as Director Submarine Operations during 2006 to 2007. He is a graduate of 25th PN Staff Course and Armed Forces War Course 2005 to 2006. The Admiral is recipient of 𝐿𝐴 military for his meritorious services. Having led retired life until December 20, he was appointed as Chief Executive Officer, Maritime Technical and Support Services in December 2020. aiming to proactively engage with corporate entities of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now hand over the mic to the moderator of this session for further proceedings.
Thank you very much for this brief introduction. I'm grateful, I'm indebted to this young community coming from NEMA.
Thank you, sir.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Senator 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐷, Director General NEMA, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, 𝐏𝐈𝐈𝐄𝐲 military, our eminent speakers who took time to come and present their papers for this particular session. You can see them on the main table. Distinguished delegates coming from abroad, inland, former flag officers, serving flag officers, officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. As already briefed, I'll be moderating this session on that is themed on impact of innovation on sustainable blue economy. Just a few words before we start about our honorable chief guest. He does not require any formal introduction, but I would still like to say a few words as a former naval officer and being associated with Pakistan Navy for the past 38 to 40 years. Senator Mushahed Hussain Sayyid, first time I came across him was when I was serving on the faculty of Pakistan Navy War College way back in 2000-2001. He used to be a regular speaker at this premier institution of Pakistan Navy, and subsequently I had the opportunity of hearing him on a number of occasions at National Defense University. He has been a regular visitor of Naval Headquarters while he chaired and he headed the Senate Standing Committee on Defense. He has been to the length and breadth of our coastal areas. He has profound and intimate knowledge on maritime security, maritime economy, how environment, security, geopolitical environment in this region is evolving, and what should be the policy guidelines for us as Pakistan Navy, for the armed forces, and for the country. I'll be introducing the remaining speakers also subsequently prior start of their respective papers, but would request the Honorable Chief Guest to say a few words and express his feelings about today's paper and this overall activity that Pakistan Navy is sponsoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind, I think we are getting off to a good start on time, and I'm flanked by two outstanding officers of the Pakistan Navy, Admiral Saeed on my right and Admiral 𝗏𝗏 on my left. His brilliance is evident from his track record, both academically and professionally. And also we have a very diverse and distinguished panel sitting on the podium. We look forward to a very interesting discussion, and I hope that you had a good night, ladies and gentlemen, after last night's gala dinner. And I would also like to warmly welcome a very high-powered media delegation that has just arrived in Karachi from Islamabad, led by a very senior journalist, Mr. Mateen Haider. And I look forward to the media interaction, and I hope the media gives excellent and due coverage to this all-important issue of the blue economy, Pakistan's maritime security, maritime diplomacy, and maritime economy, which is a guarantor of a better tomorrow for the people of Pakistan. With that, I hand over to Admiral 𝗏𝗏 to let's get the ball rolling, and I can assure you that with these two experienced sailors around me, we'll have smooth sailing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we formally start the proceedings, I would like to welcome Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Faisal Rasool Lodhi, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, who has consented to grace this occasion, and hopefully we will also benefit from his vast and diverse experience of the naval profession and maritime economy. So, without much ado, I would formally introduce the first paper, that is paper 8 overall in this activity, but first paper for today, that is role of coastal communities in conservation of coral reefs, impact on marine life. And to speak on the subject for the next 15 minutes or so, we are honored to have our distinguished guests, Dr. Anwar Loparedo bin Abdullah from Malaysia, who's sitting on my left. I'll introduce you a little and then I'll formally request you to take the podium, sir. Dr. Anwar studied marine biology in the United States and has been a marine biologist with 42 years of experience in coral conservation, protection, and rehabilitation. Ocean Quest was founded in Malaysia in 2010 by Dr. Anwar Abdullah. Ocean Quest Global is an environmental organization at work in 7 countries, ladies and gentlemen, throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. After years of research, Ocean Quest Global has created its own techniques, methodology, and material for coral reef rehabilitation. Over the past few months, the organization has been actively involved in rehabilitation of Maya Bay around island in Thailand. This project is being carried out in collaboration with the Marine National Parks Operations Center and the Department of National Park, Wildlife and Plant Conservation. He has been UN Entrepreneur Award nominee in 2019 and 2020 subsequently, as well as ADEX Coral Reef Ambassador since 2013. He has also represented the organization at international level on multiple times. Sir, it's an honor to have you here amongst us, and I would now request you to kindly say a few words on the allocated subject. Please. If you'd like to take the podium or speak from here.
I'm pretty short for a start, so I can hardly see anyone. But anyway, my name is Anwar Abdullah, and I'm the founder of Ocean Quest Global, the only action-based organization around the world, meaning that we are thriving on direct action. The slides that you see is one of my presentations prepared for PIMEC 2023. It will be too long to fit in the 15 minutes that I have, but I will do the introduction, brief introduction. Please open the introduction, please. About myself, I'm a graduate of Florida Institute of Technology, and it was way back in 1979. And I worked in this field since 1981 until today. And what I did is I invented my own system, independent of any institution, independent of any laboratory, and it was a big struggle. From 1981 to 2004, it was a struggle of failure. Nothing was successful for 23 years. But I stayed on. From 2004 to 2006, I found a formulation that works for the coral reef in terms of building back coral reef naturally, not putting concrete, not putting steel, not putting any kind of artificial structure. To me, artificial structure putting in the ocean is nothing but waste that we are planning to hide from our sight. Throwing things in the ocean does not make the ocean any better, meaning that we have to plant corals. If the forest is destroyed, will we take this building and put it in the forest for the animals to live in? Absolutely not. We will plant trees. If the coral reef is destroyed, we will have to seek a way to cultivate coral and grow back coral as per what we did in the forest. So, this is what I do, and I lead activism with 26,661 volunteers worldwide. That was a very strong movement. And now I'm honored to be the guest of Honorable Senator and the Pakistan Navy to be here to speak about the environment. I've been fighting a war for 43 years, a war that nobody heard a single gunshot. I fought this war, and I will continue until it is prevailed, basically. So, my organization, Ocean Quest Global, was formed in 2010, later in my commitment in environment, for reasons that I need an organization as a platform to distribute my knowledge to the world. Then, in the last part of this introduction, let's look into the topic I will be talking about, the coastal communities and their involvement in coral conservation, and where they sit in the stakeholders of the world. Can we progress the slide, please? So, approach. My organization have laboratories, have researchers, have scientists, have myself, have trainers and volunteers, and every single one of them, we are the only organization in the world that is 100% volunteer, including myself. Nobody in my organization earns a salary. That means every single one of us contribute by heart. That means with the 26,661 volunteers worldwide in about 34 countries, with 84 active locations, I'm basically leading a very big movement of active conservation. I'm not doing much awareness, I'm not doing much talks like this, but most of us is in the field. I'm actually in the wrong suit today because my suit is a wetsuit. I was in a wetsuit for 41 years. Yeah? Rarely that I have this kind of suit. It's kind of comfortable and warm. Normally it's cold, right? So, my organization thrives on physical model. Physical model means we create reefs. We create reefs for people to see and touch and feel and actually see what it means. We don't do mathematical model. We don't do colorful slideshows. All these slideshows are made by my IT department. I don't make it. So, by having physical model means we have to design, build, plan, strategic, and partner with a lot of people who will make it happen. One of them is the armed forces. In Thailand, we are very successful with high-profile projects in Thailand rehabilitation of reefs, the largest in the world ever attempt. And we successfully complete the 4-year project, and it was now reopened for the public. Why? Because the Navy is behind us. This is the message, that armed forces play a big role. In many places around the world, marine protected areas established politically, and political MPAs doesn't work. It doesn't work at all, because the enforcement is poor. There is no SOP, there's no protocol. The politician will say, hey, vote for me. I'll give you a section of the MPA to take care of so that you can collect money from anybody who's using it. Then that little guy who voted for him gets the MPA, and he do his own rule. He writes his own protocol, whatever he likes, right? But there's no SOP, no protocol, no legislation even. And then for the next 5 years, when the politician lost his election, another politician comes, the role goes over and over. In marine protected area, the armed forces or the people in uniform are very important to keep the law and legislation that is written in the books, not by a person that is sitting on the beach deciding what to do because he is entitled to, right? So, when I do the high-profile project in Maya Bay, I close a very popular touristic area that earns millions of dollars per month. And I request it to be closed. They think I'm crazy. It is an economic benefit for everyone. Of course, the tourism were against it. Everybody is against it. But the environment is completely dead. In the end, they get to close Maya Bay for 4 years for rehabilitation because the Navy helps it happen, makes it happen for me. And what happened after 4 years? Today is open. If you go to Maya Bay today, it's beautiful and pristine and full of life. The day it closed in May 2018, there is absolutely no life in that bay. Me and several officers from the national park were sitting on the beach. We don't even know where to start. It's so dead. But after 4 years of closure and rehabilitation and research, if you look at Maya Bay today, when I left on my last day, when I shook their hand and I said, take stewardship of this project, there are 107 sharks swimming in that bay. Beautiful. Out of 0 corals, 60% of that bay, which is about 4 hectares wide, is filled with living corals and colorful fishes again. And today, the tourism who are against me when we want to close that bay, what do they say? They say, thank you, because now, with less people, I get more money, because when the reopening, I designed the new tourism policy. How many people can enter the bay per day? What is the activity they can do and what they cannot do? There's a protocol. There's a guide that guides them into that bay. Now, they have to pay extra to get in, the entrance fee. And where do this extra goes? It goes to the agents. It goes to the tourism people. They get more money with less work now. And are they angry at me anymore? No. Everywhere I go, they will say thank you. So that is only one of 34 countries that I work. In some countries, there is even more drastic measures we need to take. We call it the countermeasure. Rescuing reef and countermeasure is another issue. In Southeast Asia, the biggest issue is the unregulated distribution of illegal blasting caps. And they use the blasting caps for bombing. they bomb the reef because it's quickest way for fishing. Where do the blasting cap come from? We don't know, but it was sold in the illegal market everywhere. So what we do, most of these people, if you think logically, most of these people recruit them as their own children. They take their own children. They recruit their own children. Nobody in the right mind will let their children go with a fisherman who's bomb in the hands. So they have their own children as their recruit. So what we do, we target schools where the children go, and we capture them, we bring them and give them other activities so that they don't follow their fathers out to the sea. So that when their fathers retire, they have alternative income. They don't have to repeat what their fathers do. Because old dog, you cannot train them. You cannot tell them what to do. You cannot give them any instruction at all. Let them retire without replacement. Those are strategies, example of strategies. I can talk on this all day, or even for 3 years, and I'll give you a degree on it. But we can talk about strategies, we can talk about conservation strategies, we can talk about policies, we can talk about who's the right stakeholder. In this case, the community, the local community, is the weakest link, the weakest stakeholder in the whole entire link of marine industry. They are the poorest, they are the weakest, they are the least educated people. My message here is that our role is to bring them up to a certain level that they realize the importance of the environment for them, and they realize the importance of sustainability. We can talk sustainability every day here among ourselves. It is a self-repeating thing. It becomes a thing of normal, but what happened? I think my time is almost over now. What happened? What happened next is that we have to take one step. First, the local government or provincial or federal government have to be committed in wanting to solve this problem. Second, for Pakistan, for example, I'm grateful for the Pakistan Navy and the MSA, the Marine Security Agency, who have provided me with a boat. I arrived day before yesterday at 6 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, I was in the reef. The corals you see in that picture is from Pakistan. It is not from Asia. And you have corals. You have these resources. And who can protect it if it's not you? Then the next. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your very valuable input. What we find about you is that you are a man of action who has had a lifetime commitment with coral reef conservation, improving the environment, getting the local community involved, and above all, taking support from the armed forces and particularly the Navy to be able to project, promote, and further your desire, your actions for the betterment of the marine environment, to promote tourism, and to be able to contribute not only towards marine tourism, but as well as the maritime economy. Thank you very much for your very valuable views, and I am sure the audience would have a lot to inquire from you during the subsequent question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dr. Zafarullah Jatak, who is going to speak to us on blue economy, prospects for Pakistan in renewable energy. The worthy speaker holds a PhD and master's degree in integrated management of marine resources rights and interests from the College of Oceanic and Atmospheric Sciences, China in Qingdao. Currently, he is working as assistant professor at the Faculty of Marine Sciences, Lasbela University of Agriculture, Water and Marine Sciences, Uthal, Baluchistan. He has been working in the field of marine sciences for the past 16 years with various publications in national and international journals. He also has expertise on marine spatial planning, MSP, ocean zoning, and blue economy developing strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Zafar has also been part of the training of master trainers on developing fishermen's skills to improve quality of catch for a better livelihood by the EU and UNDO. He has also been part of Pakistan Navy vessel 𝗏𝗏 for oceanographic research cruise in the North Arabian Sea along the coast of Pakistan. He has attended various national and international conferences such as Integrated Coastal Management at Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, Thailand, Sustainable Coastal and Marine Resources Management in Pakistan in 2018, Technologies for Ocean, Coastal and Water Management in Baluchistan, etc. Sir, it's our profound privilege to welcome you once again for this session, and I would request you to kindly express your views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pakistan Navy, to giving us the opportunity to share our views among national and international audience. Thank you, Senator Mushahid Hussain, being here with us. Sir, this topic is totally related to ocean-related policies. So blue economy. How can I change? Can somebody help me to change slide? Sir, it's the blue economy, and it's an emerging concept. As yesterday, a few speakers have discussed about it. Blue economy is a new concept. It's economic development in the oceans. So different organizations have differently defined blue economy. For example, World Bank, all economic activities related to ocean, seas and coast, and European Commissions, they say it's comprise a range of economic sectors and related policies that do get determine whether the use of the ocean resources is sustainable. In the concept and process of global blue economy development, promoting transitional operation experiences sharing. And then we need to act locally, embracing the process of blue economy and building the capacity for future blue economy developments. So different agreements and different international laws and conventions, they are also supporting blue economy development, just like SDG goal, life underwater. It says conservation and sustainable use of the marine resources for sustainable development. And the Rio Ocean Declaration, Ocean as a Natural Capital, and APEC Conference 24 Shaman Declaration, they also mentioned the blue economy is the key sector for the economic development, and other agreements just like UNCLOS, ICHI, Biodiversity Target, CBD, Ramsar Convention, CITES, MARPOL, and many organizations and many conventions, they are also supporting the blue economy development in the country. When we talk about the global ocean value assets, So, sir, it's really big. When we talk about the renewable generations, it comes $6.9 trillion from mangroves areas, coral reef areas, swamps, and other areas. When we talk about the carbon emissions, oceans can absorb more than 30% of the carbon from the atmosphere. And when we talk about the productive wise, it's about $7.6 trillion, and commerce and trade it shares $5.2 trillion. Ocean energy, as my topic is related to ocean energy, most of the countries, they are shifting the traditional way of ocean energy into the renewable energy. So they're getting most of their energy from the tidal barrage. It's about 521.5 megawatts, and other tidal streams they are also using, and some other technologies just like ocean thermal energy conversions and waves they are also using to convert the energy into the potential energy. So when we talk about the renewable energy, according to the Global Wind Energy Council, it started into 2006. It's offshore. It's showing about, as you can see, the offshore share of new installation. It's 1%. It started from 26 to 29, and it has increased from 2010 to 23 to 3%, and it also increased 23 to 2016. It increased 4%. And from 27 to 2018, it increased 8%, and 29 it has increased. If we see the shares, the rest of the world, and the Europe, China and the Europe, they are contributing, they are changing the traditional way of energy utilization into green energy. According to the compound annual growth rate, it has increased from 2013 to 2019 as 24%. If we talk about the country's ocean technology utilization capacity, so Europe has utilized 55%, Asia Pacific 28%, Middle East and Africa 30%, and South Central and North America they have utilized 20%. They have capacity they are utilizing. So when we come to the Pakistan, mostly in Pakistan they are totally dependent on the fossil fuels. Fossil fuels they are utilizing 64%. They are getting energy, and from hydropowers just like dams and barrages they are getting 27%, and from nuclear powers 5%. When we talk about the non-renewable energy, so it's contributing 4%. We have some installed wind turbines along in Sindh province. Blue economy around the globe. Sir, before blue economy, we need to know the concept. How can we get the blue economy in real form? For the blue economy, you need to conduct MSP. MSP is a marine spatial planning. It's kind of ocean zoning. You need to divide your oceans into different zones. So different countries, they adopt MSP first, and then they implement their blue economy policies. Just like in Oceania countries, 3 countries, they have adopted MSP for the blue economy. In Europe, 25 countries, they have adopted MSP. In Asia, 9 countries. In Africa, 5 countries. I got this result from the UNESCO IOC website. If you want to know further more about the MSP and its international achievements, you can go through the sites UNESCO IOC. When I talk about the MSP and blue economy achievements, I usually give examples about China because they are working very hard on ocean zoning and blue economy targets. So you can see here, the Chinese coastline is about 18,000 kilometers. They have divided their coast into 1,939 zones. So they have major 8 zones. You can see here on the screen, they have industrial and urban development zones, 304. They have mineral and energy zones, 65. They have tourism and entertainment zones, 287. They have marine protection zones, 247. They have special zones, 220. Reservation zones, 184. Port and navigation zones, 339. Agriculture and fishery zones, 285. So for the blue economy achievements, they have divided their areas into different zones according to the need of their natural resourcing capacity. So in the context of Pakistan, I want to highlight some issues. Just like ocean is still not a priority, sir. It's a big issue. Although we have been talking about we are the agriculture country, in my opinion, we are not the agriculture country because we are the maritime country. Actually, we have 2,900 square nautical mile and 100, more than 100 coastal lines. So I think we need to shift our priorities from land toward the sea. So, sir, ocean is still not a priority because we have lack of national ocean policy, lack of institutional capacity, existing pressures on target activities. We have been working on fisheries since 1947 till now. We have been working on fisheries sectors. And overexploitation of the ocean resources. And second, data constraints. In data constraints, we have ocean economy data limited, no parts of regular estates, data desegregation, lack of environmental monitoring system, lack of study and evaluation of the coastal and marine ecosystems. So what can we do? We should move forward now. So, sir, establish MSP supporting process. If you want to get bill economy targets and objectives, you have to divide your areas according to their natural resource carrying capacity. Just like establishing a MSP supportive laws, inclusive form of ocean resources management, build horizontal and vertical integration among organizations that are directly or indirectly involved in the management of the coastal and marine areas in Pakistan. The emergence of the private sectors, we have to we have to access private sectors to come and invest in ocean areas, and circular economy and climate resiliency. So existing issues related to coast and marine in Pakistan. If we talk about the institutions, there are overlap and conflict of policies, so, unclear management boundaries, mismatch special authority, and incoherence, and then lack of legislation related to maritime activities. We have been talking about the blue economy, but we need to make a policy about the blue economy. We still don't have law about how we can implement blue economy. Just like other countries, they have specified laws about the sea area use management law. This law defines the policies of the blue economy. We should have the sea area use management law. If somebody wants to do investment, if somebody wants to do some kind of activity, they should know about the law, how this area can be utilized. And then second, lack of human resources. Sir, in Pakistan, there are few organizations, they are working about marine sciences, just like Beria University, Center of Excellence in Marine Biology. In Baluchistan, we are the only faculty in Pakistan, we are offering BS Marine Sciences at Lasbila University of Agricultural, Water and Marine Sciences. I got my BS degree from that faculty, and 2008 I became lecturer there, and 2014 I moved to China for my master's and 8-year PhD. So, sir, we need to expand our human resources. And then development, if we talk about the development, uncoordinated land sea economic relationships, unreasonable layout of marine industries, disordered coastal development. It's not working. Can you help me to? Land of scientific development, several land-based pollutions, and coastal erosion. So obstacles in commercialization of ocean resources in Pakistan. Problems with available technology. We are lacking technology, just like lack of research, lack of human capital, lack of scientific research. Problems with political motivations. Sir, it's once again comes to you. It's about lack of policy outcomes, focusing on sectoral development, the limited awareness. When we talk about the problems with social supports, social exclusion, conflict of interest, and limited involvement in decision-making process. The last one is really is a big issue, because most of the projects, when we are going to launch along the coastal area, we ignore the involvement of the local community. Without the involvement of the local community, no projects can get positive results. And problems with industries are not available. Blue economy, we are talking about limited information regarding potential use of ocean resources, and then lack of investor confidence. And problems with evolutions, problem with project durability, short-term plans, and team conflicts. Solutions, sir, how can overcome to these issues? For the adaptation of blue economy, the government of Pakistan need to adopt marine spatial planning. It means the government of Pakistan need to divide its coastal areas into 3 broader categories: socially, economically, and ecological areas. I have defined MSP, the 3D approach, is ecological important areas. If we identify our ecological important, what will be the benefits? Identify ecologically important areas, form a network of marine protected areas, reduce cumulative use of human impacts on resources. And socially important resources, reduce user to user environment conflict, enhance livelihood, reduce pressure on target activities, science of resource ownership, capacity building, promote oceanographic knowledge. And economically important areas, identify economic opportunities, offshore new investment, streamline permitting process. And what is marine spatial planning? Sir, as defined by the IOC and UNESCO, is a public process, is a distribution of human activities on ecological, economic, and social objectives. It's the MSP definition. On the UNESCO sides, if Pakistan want to adopt MSP, they can get a membership from their sides, IOC, UNESCO. They will help, they have their technicians there, they can help government of Pakistan how to adopt MSP in their regions. They can help us, sir. They have expertise there, they can help us a lot. And MSP in real, what MSP does, it's a planning strategy, it's a national level strategy. First it plans, then it data evaluates, and then it's ecosystem constructions, it identifies the areas. At the end, you can see these are planning processes. They have defined areas according to their carrying capacity. And the second picture is the MSP in real. How can we get MSP? So, according to my study, because I have my master's and PhD in MSP, in my studies, I have some research publications, as I have suggested for the government of Pakistan, how they can divide their areas into, I have just divided into 6 zones, just like fishery and aquaculture zone. In fishery and aquaculture zones, we can have aquaculture zones, capture zones, conservation zones for key areas. And port and navigation zones, we have port zones, waterways, and anchorage zones. Industrial and urbanization zones, we have industrial zone area, and we can also have urbanization zones. Oil and gas and energy zones, renewable energy and oil and gas zones, tourism and marine protect zone, tourism zones, and other, and reserve zone, military zones, and other reserve zones. So if we want to, if we will adopt MSP, so we can divide our areas into different zones. And this is my recent publication I have published about the CPEC, marine blue economy development approaches, what kind of economic activities can be carried out along the Balochistan coast. Solutions of commercialization of ocean resources, sir. Is invest in promote onshore industry, improve science-based decisions, advancement in technology, political support and will, and social inclusion. Because my topic related to renewable energy, so how can Pakistan get renewable energy sources? Sir, we have a strong wave energy, we can utilize wave energies. We have tidal energy, we can build tidal barrages, we can generate, just like we build dams, we generate electricity, we can also build tidal barrages, we can store water from high tide in the barrage and the low tide. In both conditions, we can also generate electricity. And then we have current energy, and at the end, we also have ocean thermal energy conversion techniques. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zafar, for a very enlightening talk. You spoke about transition from ocean energy to renewable energy, and you also referred to different regions of the world as to what percentage or quantification they have made this kind of transition, and mentioning also some of the impediments as to what are the issues or the problems confronting our country, like so many other countries, talking in the realm of lack of awareness, lack of policy, absence of legislation, the capacity issues, institutional overlaps, and most importantly, not being able to integrate and make local community realize what is the importance. believe me, and I'll be honest, I have for the first time come to know about marine spatial planning, or the MSP, and what is its importance. So, besides the audience, I'm also thankful to you for making me wise on this subject. On this subject, what is the necessity of zoning of the maritime areas, and why is it important? Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the contemporary latest subjects and concerns where maritime nations need to focus and, take some tangible, practical steps. So, thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker for the paper is Engineer 𝗏𝟐th 𝐅𝐞𝐛𝐫𝐻𝐿, who's going to speak to us on the subject Prospects of Marine Aquaculture as Alternate Food Security Chain. Another very specialized, important subject. The worthy speaker is a seafood exporter and member of Karachi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Pakistan Engineering Council, and Pakistan Belgium Luxembourg Business Forum. He served as CEO Fisheries Development Board for 7 long years and CEO Deep Blue Seafood Private Limited for almost 16 years. He also served as chairman of Pakistan Fishery Exporters Association for 8 years. Mr. Faisal completed his Bachelor's of Engineering in Mechanical Faculty or Specialization from UET, Lahore. Being in the seafood business since 1998, he is keeping an in-depth insight into the business management of fishing sector. He was also a member of the board of TDAP, that is Trade Development Authority of Pakistan, and EDF, which is Export Development Fund Board, NIO, National Institute of Oceanography, and Fisheries Development Board, FDB. Sir, we are honored to have you amongst us, and I would request you to kindly express your thoughts on the allocated subject. Thank you.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Senator Saab, naval officers, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to talk about the prospects of marine aquaculture as an alternate food security chain, which I feel that actually will become the main food security chain for us and very crucial in the coming years. So, can I do it myself? Okay, what I will be discussing today will be what is the current scenario, which is the way forward, and all the aspects regarding aquaculture. This is a very crucial picture that I saw in one magazine. It is, we are fishing for catastrophe. And I will explain later on where it will lead to. But you keep in mind this very crucial picture. As per international, standards that we have seen, the data that the requirement for seafood fisheries is increasing, but the wild catch is decreasing sharply. As per certain studies, we are not sure that in 2030 we will have any wild catch in our oceans. And I'm not talking about just Pakistani oceans, it's globally. And this is the state of affairs at our fishing grounds. We have more fishing fleet than the fishes that we have. There was a detailed study conducted by the government of Pakistan with FAO. One of the most latest fishing vessel, Dr. Fridtjof Nansen, were here twice to conduct a detailed study of our resources. And this study is very, very important, and we'll take the liberty of having Senator Saab here, that when the policies are made at the federal level, this study must be seen at least by somebody, because a few months ago we were discussing this study at a seminar for 3 hours, and when the worthy minister came on board, because according to this study we have to cut down our fishing fleet by 50%. This is crucial because 80% of our stocks have depleted, 80%. And when the worthy minister came on board, he said, give 3,000 engines to the fishermen in Balochistan, which is a great project that they are doing. So it is totally contrary to what the report says. So if you see our exports data, and this is for the last 6-8 years, but I can continue it for at least 2-3 years behind, we have remained below 500 million US dollars. Our average unit price, as you will see, is always been below $3. That means we are either selling very, very low quality fish, or there is something wrong in our export regime. As you will see, the global average unit price for any exporting country has to be close to $6. India, in the last 7 years, from 1 billion, they have crossed 10 billion US dollars of exports. They are one of the largest suppliers of shrimp to USA, close to 2 billion US dollars. And this they have done in the last 7-8 years. So this is something that we can look up to and achieve. So this is exactly, this is the catastrophe. In one voyage, fishing vessels brings in 70 to 90 tons of what we call trash fish, and only 3 to 4 tons of human consumable fish. So in one voyage, and what we call trash fish is actually the juveniles of high value fishes. Pomfret, they are being sold at 20 rupees or 30 rupees, while a pomfret fish can fetch close to 2,000 rupees to 3,000 rupees a kg. So we are actually killing our fishing grounds. If you see our net in the boats, even a ballpoint cannot cross through the cord end. They are so, negligible cord end. So this is the catastrophe, that we are killing high value protein to feed low value, to gain low value feeding, which is chicken. So we are killing protein to make more chicken for this nation of chicken eaters that we have become. So as you will see, the global demand is increasing phenomenally, but the wild catch is now stagnant, and the gap is being filled by aquaculture. This is what more countries, these are all the products that other countries are farming now, from scallops to mussels to shrimps to fish, different type of fishes, tilapia, pangasus, venamai shrimp, black tiger. So this is how the gap is being filled. According to one survey, and this is an old one, but according to the new FAO reports, the total trade in seafood has crossed $200 billion, while our share in it is 450 million US dollars. So there is a big area where we can move into. See the top exporting countries. India is gradually coming into the top 10. Now it is, I think, 4th largest seafood exporter in the world. Another reason for us is, 1/5 of the population of the world at least rely 20% on fish protein diet, while our per capita consumption is probably, we are last, 3rd, 4th country after Afghanistan or Rwanda and Ethiopia. So our per capita consumption is 1 kg, while a global average is crossed 25 kgs. So we are very low in fish consumption for our diet. So as you will see that, globally for food consumption, seafood is getting the priority. Is the most used for protein is now seafood. So if you see the least, so we are in the last, I think probably the 5th last country in fish consumption. That the reason being that we have been fed the wrong fish all our life. You know, because our fish that we are eating, carps, mostly in Punjab, rahu, they have so many bones, and we really do not know how to take out bone out of a fish. So when I was CEO of FDB, I introduced 2 new fishes into Pakistan, which is tilapia and pangasus, for the first time. It did, I'll explain later, it did 2 things. You know, the rule of the thumb was that from 1 acre of land, you can get just 400 to 500 kgs of fish. But just by changing the species, by putting in tilapia or pangasus, we raised the production capacity to 4 tons per acre. So it almost, 6 times the production was raised. And the beauty with pangasus and tilapia is that it has only a single bone in the middle. So you just take it out and you have a good fillet to eat. Pakistan at one time was importing close to $40 million worth of fish from Vietnam. And it has come down, since last year, it has come down to $7 million, but now it is close to $4 million because of high rate of dollar. But it has opened up a new market for the farmers in Pakistan, that there is a $40 million market that we have to capture by local fisheries. So now more and more companies are coming up into stocking tilapia and pangasus for the local market. Okay. This is actually shows that it's cheaper to raise fish than other animals. I'm sorry about the statistics about pork, but just international standards that they show that they require more feed than fish. So fish FCR, which is a feed conversion ratio, said how many kilo of fish that, how many kilo of feed that you will give for them to become 1 kg. So for fish, it is around 1.15 kgs of feed that you give to get 1 kilo of fish. But for other animals, it is much higher. So it is always cheaper to raise fish. So the way forward actually is how to save our seas from overfishing. Is the only way forward is aquaculture. You know, when we say that we have overfished our seas, it is not just us that it has done it. Japan, USA, European Union, everybody has done that. So if we say that the fisherman in UK speaks English, doesn't mean that he's more educated than our fishermen. So the fishermen globally are the same. They have overexploited their seas, and the only way forward now is through aquaculture. Most of the countries rely 90% for their exports and food source through aquaculture. So this is, a picture that I show everybody. This is an excellent picture about potential and opportunity. This is from Gharo, Pakistan. This was the first shrimp farm developed by Fisheries Development Board, Government of Pakistan. And I would like to say that one of the crop was taken, and this picture especially was taken from a naval helicopter, because the farm was being run by excellent bunch of naval gentlemen that were working with me, led by a very dynamic person, Shahid Karimullah, the Admiral Shahid Karimullah. And courtesy to them, we got this picture, which I show everywhere as potential and opportunity, because from 1 hectare, each pond is of 1 hectare. And from 1 hectare, we got 10,000 kgs of shrimp. So it actually fetched us $100,000 a year of crop from 1 hectare. No piece of land can get you this much amount of money. out of this land which is worthless. You cannot do anything, cannot grow anything but shrimp on these areas. So potential and opportunity, vast land is available where we can start such a project. And when we talk about the coastal line, and we talk about data and statistics, we are very confused, but one naval officer told me categorically that our coastal line is 1001 kilometer, and he proved it with all the studies that he had conducted. So I think for once we should fix it that our coastal line is for 1001 kilometer, and not somebody would say 1100 kilometers, someone would say 900. When 5 years ago I started speaking on forums, it was 900 kilometers. So it is probably stretching or whatever, but let's stick to one statistics which was very authoritatively told to me by a naval officer. So this is actually, marine aquaculture is the way forward. We are probably the only coastal country in the world with zero marine aquaculture. So, this is very easy. This is the land that is available for almost free because nothing grows there. But I've seen that people in Sindh and Balochistan are very reluctant to get out of their cities. They have been bogged down by cities. I don't know the reason being it, but the businessmen also do not want to get out of the city. That's why all industrial areas are coming up within the city. So we need to move out of the city, and marine aquaculture, and I'll just show you the data to tell you that, as I have already explained, that the potential. As I was telling you that from 1 acre, if you put in fish, that will just get you maximum 1 ton through good farming practices, 1 ton of fish, which will be sold at $1 per kg. So, but if you put in the same pond shrimp, you will get 20 tons of shrimp. So you would increase the productivity by 20 times, and the farm gate price of shrimp is $5. And so, according to our data, if we convert 10,000 hectares of land into shrimp farming, we will get the crop of $1 billion. And already we know that in Punjab and other provinces, especially in Punjab, is more than 200,000 acres of land is already under farming. So if we just change the species to shrimps, and this technology, as though we have scientists here and professors, but we are not a very scientifically oriented society. But we can do adaptive research, like what we did with tilapia and pangasus. We have done the same with shrimp. We have found a shrimp called white shrimp venomai, which can survive both in marine water and sweet water. So my company is now developing the first hatchery to develop shrimp acclimatized to any water quality in Pakistan. So just 50 kilometers from here, we are developing the first hatchery where we'll be producing in the mid of this year the shrimp that can be ready to be stocked in any quality of water from per acre per year. And the harvest, they'll be getting it for, every farmer would be earning. And if you have to export fish, you have to go to the other ministry. So that joke has to be eliminated. Another thing is, everywhere when we go for a meeting, they say after the 18th Amendment, fisheries was never on the concurrent list. It was always a provincial subject. Research, development and policy making was a provincial subject, and it still remained that. So the provinces should not hide behind the 18th Amendment. We recently just got it and we are doing it. They need to be proactive. They really need to understand what they want to do and move forward with it. It's high time. We have to save our country, and agriculture and fisheries is the only way that can be survive. Thank you very much.
ladies and gentlemen, in my view, an outstanding, very innovative, thought-provoking talk by our respected speaker. He did speak about a terminology that he has coined, fishing for catastrophe. And I think we ought to do a lot of soul searching in Pakistan, all across all forums, all mediums, that we are fishing for catastrophe where the fishing stock has depleted up to 80% because of our practices, our mindset, and our actions. And I am at loss as to what are we going to leave for our next generation. And when we look at our neighbor, same sea medium, same mindset, same kind of culture, same kind of resources, they have become the 4th largest seafood exporter of the world, where they have increased their shrimp exports by a quantum of $10 billion over the last 7 years. And there is a lot to learn from your environment and even from your neighbors. If it helps to improve your own local community, your own maritime outlook, and if it can contribute to the maritime economy. I am extremely impressed to learn that the worthy gentleman has been able to introduce 2 new species of fish in our region, tilapia and pegasus. And he has done concerted efforts to increase the yield from 1 ton to 6 ton. So this is the positive side of the same picture, and let's applaud the gentleman for his valuable contributions. Also, he spoke about the shrimp farm which is being managed by Admiral retired Shahid Karimullah, who used to be the chief of the naval staff way back in 2004 and 5, sir, if I am not wrong, when I was a captain myself and commanding one of the submarines. So a commendable job done by our former flag officers and the naval community, who are the first ones perhaps to understand what is the importance of shrimp or fish farming and what are the innovative methods of doing it. If Admiral Shahid Karimullah can do it, I am sure there are so many others. There are so many others who can replicate the same model. So, sir, I can continue for a long time, but I'll give time and opportunity to the audience also to be able to pose you certain questions in the ensuing question and answer session. So, the last speaker in today's session is Mr. Saeed Sarpara. If I'm not wrong, sir, do I spell your surname correctly? So, Mr. Saeed Sarpara is again a very versatile individual, and I am going to read out his brief resume. He is currently serving as Chief Executive Officer, Balochistan Board of Investment and Trade. He has completed his higher studies from Cadet College, Mastoom. He has worked in different social and governmental organizations such as Director Labour in the Labour Welfare Balochistan, Director Manpower Training, and has also served as Commissioner Balochistan Employees Social Security. While he arrived for today's session, I came to know that he is also a recipient of Global Youth Leadership Award conferred to him in Bangkok that was represented by participants of nearly 100 countries. And he is also a recipient of Presidential Award for reforms in ease of doing business. Sir, it's a proud privilege to welcome you, and I would now request you to kindly say a few words, express your thoughts on coastal development in Balochistan, incentives and opportunities for investment. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected Senator Mushahidullah Sayyid Mushahid Hussain, I'm sorry, please bear me out. Respected delegates, distinguished gathering, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Everyone sitting here might have heard about Balochistan. Balochistan being the largest stakeholder of the blue economy. I would like to shed some light on the aspects of economic aspects, whereas my counterparts and colleagues have presented technically the detailed presentation. I would like to talk less and listen you more and show you more about Balochistan. We have two small videos so that you can witness Balochistan by your eyes. Please. Volume if you can have this. Now, what Board of Investment and Trade is doing, there's a small video for that even.
Opportunities with untapped potential.
immense potential to be explored, be it mines and minerals, agriculture, livestock, energy, coastal tourism, ecotourism, trophy hunting, and other deep sea port.
Wide range of investment opportunities. OIT functions as one window facilitation center.
Board of Investment and Trade is the focal agency providing one window facilitation to the investors. We are working on ease of doing business and reducing cost of doing business. Balochistan Board of Investment and Trade is formulating business strategy, investment strategy and policy in collaboration with World Bank that would ensure security of the investors.
Opportunities in trade and investment, mining, oil and gas exploration, and livestock, food, logistics, coastal development, tourism, adventure tourism.
Board of Investment and Trade welcomes you to come and invest in Balochistan.
Home to limitless assets, most valuable exports and most lucrative projects, beckoning investors, commercial, corporate, private purpose-driven entrepreneurs. Potential to strike gold at every turn is a reality just waiting to happen.
Thank you very much. This is the mandate that we have, the Board of Investment and Trade, what we do. We own 44% of the land mass of the country, sir. Some statistics about Balochistan. So I won't go into the details due to the time restrictions. Very diverse, sir. The infrastructure that we have. Balochistan is considered to be the hub of the regional connectivity as flashed. We strongly believe and we are confident that economic development and prosperity of Pakistan is linked with the development economic activities in Balochistan. Some slides from the CPAC. CPAC, yes, is the game changer. The projects for Balochistan, we can rightly say that Balochistan is the heart of CPAC. If someone can change the slides, please. Yes, the projects for Gawada. I'm not going into the details because you might have heard many speakers speaking all these statistics. The control, you are at liberty if you can operate that for me. Yes, the Belt and Road Initiative, that it includes the trade volume of $6 trillion. Yeah, this is the slide that shows how important is the CPAC, because the world used to trade through sea previously, and that was a costly business. It was a time-consuming and a risky. After CPAC, the routes would be like that. It would be connecting 3 billion people of Africa, Europe, and Asia, and that definitely would be a game changer. Previously, the time for a single consignment was 35 days, and it would be reduced to 17 days only. These are some economically interested areas. I won't go into the details, but for the general knowledge of the audience, the potential in the mining sector, likewise energy. The largest wind corridor and the highest solar radiation in Pakistan is in Balochistan. Agriculture. Sir, our contribution is highest to the national economy. The statistics are flashed. For the livestock, yeah, we are coming towards the main topic. Yeah, 770 kilometers of the coastline, that's around 73% of the coastline, sir. Our fish catch is only 34%, meaning thereby that we are deficit by 39% of our potential. The catched fish, out of that 80% is being exported, but after having 1001 kilometers of coast, we are importing fish as something, food for thought we must think about. These are the statistics about the fishermen community. We have more than 70,000 fishermen population. Yeah, the fish, all species of fish we have. The blue crab, a rare species, is found only in Gwadar. Sardines, sir, as you have, Dr. Sahib, you have rightly mentioned, Dr. Iftikhar, that sardines is a fish. We gather it of 15 to 20 rupees per kg, and we use it as a poultry meal, as a feed for the poultry, chicken. And sir, that very sardine is a costly fish, high protein diet, and that's the richest source of omega-6. And when you find it in the European and American stores in a small packed can, the value is manifold and many times higher than that. So these are the fishing and coastal development opportunities. And for tourism, there's a lot of potential in the coastal tourism, ecotourism and religious tourism. On the coastal belt, we have Inglaaj Mata Mandir. We'll discuss some other time about the details. The trophy hunting, Hangol National Park is ideal for the trophy hunting, and the total portfolio of Hangol National Park is $5 billion per year. The opportunities in the tourism sector. Yes, the gateway to the blue revolution. These are some statistics about Balochistan, greenhouse gas emissions. For blue economy, in blue economy, we have the coastal tourism, oil and gas exploration, fish processing, ship building and ship breaking simultaneously, marine fishery, ports, aquaculture, transportation, marine renewables, desalination, coastal protection and marine biology technology. As Sir Iftikhar has pointed out, that the world, half of the world has the potential to eat fish, and they eat other than the Pakistani communities. These are some maps of the coastal line of Balochistan, starting from Iran to the neighboring country. The main livelihood of the people around the coast are fishing, agriculture, border trade, tourism, mining, retail and the relevant trades, a limited number in the industrialization, real estate and some other as well. The marine area is 440 square kilometers. The water surface we have 39.63 million acres. The cage culture possibilities are brackish to marine waters. Our culture type is semi-intensive and extensive. The possibilities of fish and shrimp species that we have: shrimp culture, mariculture, brackish water and aquaculture. The water availability is indefinite. The Balochistan is the gateway to blue revolutions. We have already developed the master plan for that. Sure. Feasibility studies have been conducted for that, and we have the eco-tourist resorts, highway restways, floating jetties, and other water parks, and coastal agriculture as well. The initiatives taken so far are the fish processing, marine culture, coastal tourism, landing sites, floating jetties, shipbuilding and baking, port and shipping, and sustainable fishing. Since I have a limited time and the lady has already cautioned me, these are the publications. Our publications are in 7 international languages. Our pitch book and regulatory mapping with the sector profiling is available on our website. You can witness that as well. I thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Saeed Saab, thank you very much for a very very positive and inspirational talk. Although he has dwelled on certain issues that we are very well aware of, but I would try to focus myself onto the central theme. Balochistan, ladies and gentlemen, and this is particularly for our foreign delegates, comprises 44% of the total Pakistan's land mass. And out of our coastline, which is slightly over 1,000 kilometers, the coastline that belongs to Balochistan is 770 kilometers. So Balochistan's existence in terms of geography, the immense resources that the province carries by its sheer size, which have not been exploited, future of Pakistan's economy, improvement of security within Balochistan, its role as a linchpin in CPEC are some of the thoughts which I would like to leave to our foreign delegates. And an whole of country approach, interministerial approach, mindset, all-inclusive process within Balochistan and around Balochistan is where the economic prosperity of Pakistan and security of Pakistan, that is where it rests as far as I am concerned. And I'm sure most of the Pakistani participants would agree with me, but this is a thought that I would like to leave to our foreign delegates. So, sir, thanks a lot for being here, for introducing your province and its immense potential, not only in the maritime domain, but in all spheres of our general economy. This brings us formally to the end of this session. Looking at time, we will invite 3 questions from our worthy audience. But I would request, first and foremost, I would request those young budding university students who are towards the rear of this hall to be able to pose certain questions, and then I'll come to our foreign delegates, and then subsequently we'll take one-odd questions from our Pakistani participants. But first I would like to give the opportunity to the university students. Please. Anybody in the rear section of this hall representing some university, some college, some institute of maritime or specialized learning? Anybody? I think they have understood the subject very well. So now I'll come to our worthy foreign delegates. Please, sir. Sir, introduce yourself and focus your question to a concerned speaker. I should not be saying this to a PhD doctor whom we heard yesterday. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
This one works wonderful. I have 2 questions. Coming myself from a country that has heavily invested in the past in aquaculture and now facing the problem of marine pollution from aquaculture, my first question is, can you kindly estimate for us the costs, the future costs of agriculture expansion in Pakistan, and who should carry those costs? Then secondly, a question what you think the specific role of the Pakistan Navy will be, both in marine spatial planning but also in coral restoration. Thank you.
Dr. Saab will take the first part of your, Engineer Saab will take the first part of your question, and for the second question I'll request someone else. Please.
I didn't catch the name of your country, so that because we study different countries to see what went wrong there, which we should not be doing. You know, for us, luckily, because we are back by 20 years behind the rest of the world in aquaculture. So for that, I don't take it in a negative way, but I take it in a positive way, because a lot of diseases and other mishaps have happened across different nations like China, India, Thailand. They have, encountered many diseases. So now we can learn from that, and we cannot take aquaculture system. Having said that, the entire burden of cost lies in the sector. Like the company that I am representing, we have developed a consortium. My partners are sitting right behind you. We developed the largest corporate consortium in aquaculture in Pakistan. We have the top agriculture companies, which have a total worth of more than $500 million US, and we have invested into the aquaculture sector. So we are going gradually by first investing into the seed production, then we'll go into production, then processing, and then exports and local marketing. So eventually the burden of investment will come on the private sector. And what I have seen, that what happened in Thailand and other countries where they have tropical climates, they start stocking the entire year. For us, there's a benefit, there's a silver lining, that because we have very severe winters, so the shrimp and fish that we are talking about do not survive those winters. So we get 3 months of sunlight to the same ponds, thus the diseases or the pollution in water that was in the previous crops do not go into the next year. So these are some of the areas, we can have a detailed discussion on it, but this is what we are thinking, and this is how we are approaching this aquaculture. Thank you very much.
Sir, with regard to your second question, how can the military and in particular the Navy help various organizations, entities and bodies in development of maritime, marine business infrastructure? If I have understood your question correctly, I would request Dr. Anwar to speak about his experiences as far as Malaysia is concerned, and then subsequently I'll request Director General Nima to be able to complement the thoughts expressed by Dr. Anwar. Please.
Thank you. The involvement of armed forces, particularly the Navy, in conservation is in time, basically, because in many countries, especially in countries developing, they are very weak in terms of protecting their natural resources, number one. Number two, they did not have a guideline or a system that is already exists. In some countries, they don't even have a national park, a marine national park. Therefore, the armed forces, the Navy particularly, will take this role. And it does not mean that the Navy regulates everything. The Navy is just keep the order in place. But the other agencies has to play a big role as well. But then, one of the advantage of the Navy being as the guardian of national parks and national protected area is that they are free from any political involvement. They are the people who work by the book, work by whatever the legislation of the country is written and whatever the authority they have. There are many marine protected areas around the world that is politically established. And those are the ones that portray a very, very bad picture about marine protected area, because being a marine protected area is been abused because there is no legislation, there is no guardian to it. There is no people who take the role as saying this is allowed and this is not allowed. In a political MPA, it doesn't work. In many countries around the world, there are hundreds of MPAs and only a few that work, and most of them failed because they are governed politically. So Navy, being a non-political entity, is a better solution in guardian of this protected waters. Do I answer that question?
Thank you, sir. And over to Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, DG Nima.
Thank you, Dr. Anwar. I think very elaborate answer he has already given, but small things which I would like to, that is that as he elaborated that the Navy is not to control but to facilitate. So in this, Navy has been doing a lot. All the organizations, those who are working to conserve the potential of the sea and taking measures to cross-cut the pollution, that has been facilitated by the Navy. To start with, like the mangroves, that has been the big initiative of the Navy, that this used to be the 5th largest forest with Pakistan, that it started reducing drastically, but Navy took over the initiative of replanting this, and Alhamdulillah that situation has been arrested and it has come to its normal now. And it has been recognized in the Guinness Book of World Record also, that in 1 year a big effort was taken in which we, from the Navy, we organized replanting of mangroves. Secondly, about the coral reefs we have talked about. Dr. Anwar is here. He gave a very good account of it and very elaborate one. With the help of his organization and the PMSA, we have already organized, and he is here with this effort also, that after this he is going, and we are mapping these. First step is to map these coral reefs, and then we present it to the government, and then legislation part goes on. So these kind of efforts being taken by the Navy. Thirdly, on the pollution, in my opening address yesterday I had mentioned that in 2018 Navy had taken a initiative to at least curb on this thing that no untreated water goes into the sea from the naval installations, from the naval units. So that was accomplished within 1 year. That is another part which Navy has contributed. And Navy will keep facilitating those organizations, those who are approaching because of non-existent or maybe lack of knowledge about the our governmental organizations and their facilities, and that is being provided by the Navy. Thank you.
Yes, may I have the question?
I will request you, sir, to pose your question or the query. And looking at the paucity of time, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last question for the day. And
no,
for
please
this session.
give chance to the media as well who has come from Islamabad.
ठीक है जी. Point taken. Media ranks supreme, and we are.
Mr. Mateen Haider will be asking the last question from
Mr.
Islamabad.
Thank you so
Mateen
much.
would be the last person posing the last question. Sir, please go ahead.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Khalid Hussain. I am an international trade expert, plus I am a management consultant and working for S&P Global on the maritime side. First of all, I want to congratulate Pakistan Navy and Government of Pakistan for conducting this very useful session. Coming rightly, my question right to the Senator Mushahid Sahab. Sir, I think you are representing so many countries, so many economies and political parties. I think this is the right time that apart from looking at the blue economy, there are 3 subjects which up till now not been addressed. Number 1, that is the use of technology in the new maritime industry. I think what we are lacking about, we have seen the development, cost, business, everyone is speaking about billions of dollars and millions of dollars, but I seen the technology part is missing, that is to be taken care of. And secondly, the well-being of the fishermen, the man who goes to the seas, the man who is caring his family, there is absolutely no any insurance scheme or the welfare being of the fishermen. When there are storms, they are not working. When there are high strides moving on, they cannot work. So this is the job of the government to take care of those people. Just like in the developed nations, government takes care of all those people. And last and the most economic part, we speak about global warming, we speak about carbon emissions, we speak but we're not speaking about the pollution in the sea. We are speaking about the green economies, but what will happen to the blue seas where our blue economy is concerned? We are only speaking about agriculture, but I would request you, from your perspective, because you have represented so many parts and being an educationist, I would look forward to your view, and please deliver this message to the government technology. And the second part, modern means of fishing. This is lacking here. A gentleman very rightly pointed out that we need good business, but that would be done through, and the finance, it is not available to fishermen anywhere. And this is the job of the government to help them. So thank you.
Mr.
Khalid Sahab, I will mention it in my concluding remarks.
Yes, with the
Mr. Mateen Sahab,
permission
Mr. Mateen Sahab
of,
from media,
thank
please.
you so much.
Please.
My question is to worthy Chairman, Senate Defense Committee, Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid, and also thank you for making CPAC and these all future initiatives and dreams could be completed. And specifically to Mushahid Sahab, who sits in the Parliament of Pakistan, why the political leadership of Balochistan and in the federal government take no interest in the development of Balochistan. So Balochistan is the future of Pakistan. If the political commitment is lacking, we cannot talk about this this blue economy. And look at the Karachi port, look at the all other issues where mafias are dominating. So keeping in view these all things, it's whose job? Why political commitment is lacking? Why commitment from the establishment is lacking? Thank you so much. Question is to Mushahid Saab and to the worthy moderator and to the 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐷 Saab. Yes, thank you
Sir,
so much.
Para Saab is head of the board and investment, and he's from Balochistan. He has the first right of response, right of reply.
Sir, Mushahid Saab, you put me in trouble. As far as Sir Mateen Saab, you said the honest reply would be difficult for me. Being a government servant, sir, a civil servant, I must say, there are some lackings on the government part. I won't mention the political part too much, but the priorities has to be set. And there's a dire need of charter of economy. And apart from the petty political interests, personal interests, the Pakistan should be first. And when you put Pakistan first, I think Balochistan is and will be in the lead role. As far as the development is concerned and insurgency you mentioned, sir, the area of influence is very marginalized and very narrow, and I think we are coping it with, and there are many challenges nationally, internationally. Whenever a country is blessed with such a geopolitical, geostrategic locations, that country usually faces such type of problems. But a one-liner that the geo-economics must lead the geopolitics. That's what I had to say, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, he did address to me also, so although I am not very expert on this, but what my read goes, your question is very pertinent and very long, that why the blue economy is not getting the due importance. My small answer is the competing interests. That is where we have not been able to get through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mateen Haider, and for your question. I would humbly beg to differ with you regarding the situation. The glass is half full, not half empty. 10 years ago, when the situation in Pakistan was very bad, we were afflicted with terrorism, there was a full-fledged war next door in Afghanistan, there were troubles inside our country, nobody was willing to invest. China, our trusted friend, our neighbor, came up with the Belt and Road Initiative of Xi Jinping, and they chose, and they had other options also, they chose to invest in Pakistan. And where geopolitics is one aspect of the whole situation, although geopolitics now less so. There is no war in Afghanistan. There is no other proxy wars taking place by either India, Pakistan over Afghanistan, or Iran, Saudi over this region which was there before, or the US presence is not there at all. So we have strategic space as regional countries. So what are the key elements of, I would say the future is going to be Balochistan. And there the failure has been, I would use one word in Urdu, which is nalaiki. It's incompetence at the level of the political government, whether it's the government in Islamabad or the government in Quetta, because lack of vision, lack of will, and lack of pursuing it. But now I think the situation has changed, it is changing, and this conference today in Karachi is a major step forward in promoting the notion of a blue economy. And for Balochistan, I think Syed Sarpara Sahab has given an excellent presentation. I would say the 3 C's are there. CPEC, the coast, which is extremely important, and we know it is 1,001 kilometer, I think, precisely. And then connectivity. Afghan transit trade now goes through Gwadar, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. They all want their trade through Gwadar, so Balochistan. And also, as you know, Gwadar to Gilgit and then on to Xinjiang province of China is 2,000 kilometers. So the future of the blue economy And the future of Pakistan's economic potential being realized is going to be through the great province of Balochistan. And we have such dedicated people. Look at the performance of Dr. Zafrullah Jatak, who gave a very clear vision of what needs to be done. And I think this session has been extremely important, and I expect you and your comrades who have come in the delegation from Islamabad to take this notion forward, and I will also give you an action plan on that before I sum up the whole thing. Thank you, Mr. Mateen Haider and your colleagues, and you got a lot of food for thought. When we have food today for lunch, we'll get you more information. I want to thank Dr. Anwar Abdullah. Sir, you have really invigorated, and you remind me of the saying when I was studying in Georgetown University in Washington. There was a very famous saying of the American president, a great American president in my view, President Nixon. He said, "You do not lose when you are defeated. You lose when you quit." For 23 years you struggled. You did not quit. And that applies to your namesake, my good friend, Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia. He struggled for 20 years also. He went to jail. He never gave up. And today he is the Prime Minister of Malaysia, mashallah, and a great friend of Pakistan and a great admirer of Allama Iqbal. And you, sir, have come here to rediscover our 3 coral reefs. You have made a contribution. The Maya Bay model is very important for us. The 34 countries you have delivered, and your 23-year of struggle has not been in vain, sir. And I would also like to compliment Engineer Faisal Saab. Well done. And I think he summed up the problem in one line. If you import fish, it's a different ministry. If you export fish, it's a different ministry. I think this bureaucratic red tape is the biggest impediment. And you have mentioned also how if we shift and do a course correction in agriculture to aquaculture, how it can make a difference to the farmers, to the technology, and to the economy of Pakistan. And to Jatak Saab, I think it's very important. His one-liner takeaway was, we are not just an agriculture country, we are a maritime country. And I think that is the key thing. And I would also like to mention that the media is also here. I feel that this conference has been extremely important. And this session with diverse and distinguished gentlemen who are experts and who are doers, men of action and men of ideas, we have to take this initiative forward. I propose that the Pakistan Navy and my think tank, my own role as Chairman Defense Committee of Parliament, along with NEMA, we can do that. We should prepare a work plan on the blue economy for 2023. Tuck, what is to be done? And establish a task force on the blue economy. Please don't wait for the ministries or MoMA and this secretariat. This will never get done. These are people who are doers. It's an issue. They say the highest paid person in Hollywood is the idea man. He gives an idea and the movie is a big success. These are all not just idea men, but they are men of action. So we have a task force on the blue economy. We'll take it forward. Academia, private sector, government, parliament, and this will include a whole of system approach. And this will be done. And finally, I request the Pakistan Navy, you have a very dynamic Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Lodhi Saab, sitting here. And the media, please notice, this whole conference has been self-sponsored. Not a single penny of the government of Pakistan has been spent. This is all self-sponsored because they have used all the private sector, all the exhibitors. This is the way to do it. And I would say media workshops on the blue economy in Gwadar, in Ormara, in Karachi and Port Qasim. And let's get cracking, let's wear our joggers, and let's move forward to promote Pakistan's prosperity through the blue economy, inshallah. And for you, sir, Mr. Khalid Hussain, 70,000 fishermen, I think it's a very good idea. You meet me over lunch. I think we should do something for their welfare and establish a foundation or whatever, and that will be, inshallah, done. And the technology issue, I'll discuss with you. And on global warming, I just came back last year from COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I was in Glasgow for COP26. I was the first to start the initiative in the Pakistan Parliament 10 years ago on climate change and environment, having public hearings. I'm a member of the Climate Change Committee, and I also lead an organization called Action for Climate Change. So we are all on board. This is the future. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The session is now concluded, and we get ready for the next session. Thank you. And a special hand for the distinguished gentleman who gave so much of their ideas and initiative. Thank you.
it has been an interesting and a very informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for souvenir presentation ceremony. I request the chief guest to acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them with conference souvenirs. Director General, National Institute of Maritime Affairs is also requested to join them for souvenirs presentation ceremony.
I request Rear Admiral Retired Farooq Ahmed Hilale Imtiyaz Military to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Anwar Lipurado bin Abdullah to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Yes, thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Zafarullah Jatak to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you.
I request Engineer Faisal Iftikhar to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I request Mr. Saeed Sarpara to receive a souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, our program of Subsession 1 comes to an end. Speakers of the conference are requested to join the chief guest for group photograph. Guests are requested to remain seated. Thank you so much, our respected speakers, for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for 5-minute stretch break.
developing countries. Is challenges to marine industries and contemporary scientific development.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all are requested to settle down, and anyone who is still carrying mobile phones by mistake is required to turn it off or put them on silent mode so the proceedings of this session of the day can be started. Volunteers, please escort the guests towards their respective seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program of sub-session 2 of the conference is as flashed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the concept note of conference is as flashed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our privilege to have Vice Admiral Retired Asif Humayun, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, as a moderator for this session. Vice Admiral Asif Humayun joined Pakistan Navy in December 1970 and took over command of Pakistan Navy Fleet as Compac in January 2006. There, he successfully supervised the first 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, retiring after 40 years of service.
Ladies and gentlemen, to session moderator for further proceedings.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to the Session 2, Section 2. I welcome all the flag officers, the retired flag officers, the international delegates, the distinguished guests, and of course, the young people sitting, the students of universities at the back. Welcome to this session. Because this session is just before lunch, so we will try and finish on time and not hold you from your daybreak meal. So I will not dwell on too much on the theme of the session. The name itself is quite descriptive. Challenges to marine industries and contemporary scientific developments. The first speaker we have today is very illustrious Dr. David Middlemiss. Dr. David Middlemiss is working as principal scientist in the ships and dredging team and business development manager for South Asia. He worked as technical specialist, project manager and project director HR Wallingford for over 14 years and worked on more than 60 research and consultancy projects. Recently, in 2018, HR Wallingford and TCI were commissioned to undertake a feasibility study for the augmentation of the existing navigation and channel at Port Qasim. And that is what Dr. Wallingford is going to address as part of his presentation today. Dr. Wallingford. Sorry, Dr. Middlemiss, sorry.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. Senator Saeed, distinguished guests, naval officers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum. HR Wallingford's involvement with Pakistan's blue economy began in 1959, supporting the development of Karachi port. In the 1970s, we were instrumental in the development of Port Qasim. So it is my great honour and pleasure to be invited to speak today at this wonderful event. Just like to make a small correction or comment on the scope of my presentation. I'm not going to talk about port design. That's a very broad and complex subject, and I'm happy to discuss that over lunch, which I'll hurry up and we'll all get there sooner. I'm going to talk more about the design of navigation channels, and particularly the application to the work that we did at 𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐫𝐿 just a few years ago. Thank you. So just to give a bit of context, navigation approach channels, they're critical infrastructure present at most ports. Usually they're a dredged channel. Some lucky ports around the world, very little dredging, if any, is required. So their correct design is crucial, mainly from the point of view of navigational safety, but also from the efficiency of the port. A poorly designed channel can compromise navigation, maneuvering, and the throughput to the port. It's also very important from an optimization of dredging quantities point of view. Good channel design will minimize that, and dredging is expensive business. There is industry best practice guidance when it comes to channel design, and that was a working group led by H.R. Wallingford a few years ago now, which set the baseline, the international benchmark, if you like, when it comes to how you go about designing navigation channels. A note of caution there that although the guidance exists and it's a good document, it's well put together, experience and competence is required in its application. And hopefully you'll see why as I move through. Next slide, please. So I don't think I need to give too much of an introduction to 𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐫𝐿, but in terms of port context, it's nationally significant, if not internationally significant, as a port facility. It handles large vessels already, with a wide variety of cargoes and commodities as throughput. And there is an aspiration, rightly so, within 𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐫𝐿 Authority to develop the channel, increase the capacity, reflecting the changes in the shipping industry and the port sectors in recent years. Increased containerization, the advent of very large vessels, some 400 meters long with 60-meter beam. But this is a challenge. How is the port going to accommodate this change, this increase? It means longer vessels, increased draft, increased beam, and importantly, as we'll see towards the end of this, increased inertia and mass. So the channel design process is well set out by PIMEC, and there's three key elements. The first one, which unfortunately you won't be able to pick up on the slides, is about the needs, the demand. What is the need and demand to increase or modify your channel? We then move to LCS, 400 meters long, 59-meter beam. So these are large vessels, some of the largest in the world. In terms of 𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐫𝐿, we then need to think about how does that affect the channel? Does it need to be widened, straightened, deepened, and how can the design be optimized? So starting at the concept level, the table there really gives a list of parameters that affect the width of the channel. For example, 50 meters, which is about 40 meters less than the outer channel. And we can see exactly the same sort of analysis there. This time the pink area represents areas where passing would be possible, particularly when we have the larger beam vessels accessing the channel. So moving on to the second stage of this, if you like, you've developed a concept design of the channel. Now it needs to be validated and tested, and PIMEC is very clear in its recommendation that is through simulation, and that is also needs to consider varying operational conditions. So we're blessed at Wallingford with having a world-leading ship simulation centre, where we can modify and represent in real time the interaction of the vessel physics, the waves, the currents, the winds, and from an operational or practical perspective as a mariner and a pilot, changes in visibility, and the visual cues that are ever so important to safe navigation. So I just wanted to share with you one of the important findings of our study when we were going through the detailed design process, and it really emphasizes the importance of doing things properly and by the best practice. If a less detailed study had been undertaken, it's very probable that this finding wouldn't have come to light. So the images I'm presenting on the screen show a track plot of a vessel, ULCS, navigating up the channel towards 𝐿𝐸𝐶𝑇. And on the left-hand side, you can actually see that the vessel starts to step out of the channel. The pilot and the captain are doing their best to control the vessel under the conditions, but because of the increased inertia of such a large vessel and the preceding set of bends at the port, it actually becomes quite a challenge with these potentially larger vessels that are being considered for the port. So this came out in the real-time simulation. We then went back to the design process of the channel, and it's quite clear that you can see there, I've just highlighted where the vessel stepping out of the channel. The channel needed to be widened. Now, if we'd blindly followed the guidance early on at the concept design, this wouldn't have happened, and straightened. So there are a set of bends before we get to this point in the channel that cause this issue. And you can see that the vessel now is set in a much better way, approaching the curve. So there's the summary there that I'm giving is really about the technical considerations of the study, but my kind of broader high-level view of this is it pays to do studies properly. It's the right thing to follow the guidance, follow the science. Ultimately, you don't want to have a channel that's poorly designed, compromises the operational efficiency of the port and the future-proofing of the port to accommodate larger vessels in the future, and saving money. I mean, that's what this is about, particularly through the dredging element. So I think that's it from me, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Middlemiss, and very kind of you to finish right on time, which is very difficult to do in 10 minutes, and I'm sure the audience must have
Navy, and we are working together with them efficiently for more than 10 years, and we developed our new generation combat management system, and the main capabilities are summarized on the slide. And it has a layered architecture technically, and you see in the middleware encompasses the hardware from the software. You know, the improvement in hardware is much more faster than the software, and if you use this middleware, you can change the hardware without touching the software. And also this brings the advantage of no dependency to any other specific hardware. These are the crucial factors should be incorporated with your design. Also, command and control capability should be incorporated with tactical data links. Why? Because tactical data links provides the capability from platform-centric warfare to the network-centric warfare, which is a crucial in wide area. And it provides right information at right time to the right person. And what we did since the establishment of MISOT, we developed all NATO standard links, ADAT P3, JREP, Joint Rate Extension, and also MIL-link. What are those? These are the link capabilities that being used by Turkish Navy, and also it can be extended to other nations also. And also another approach is network-enabled weapon. With this capability, the missile in flight can be part of the link network. So you can control the missile in flight. You can change the target. You can change the engagement capabilities. And also I would like to go very fast because of the lunch break. And these are the capabilities. Also, we can provide ad hoc IP communication network to the in operational area. And these are some information about our capabilities. And I will go very fast about this. And this. And also, this one is also important. For situational awareness, unmanned vehicles is also very critical components. So we should integrate unmanned air vehicles, unmanned surface vehicles to the command and control systems to make the intelligence operations in timely manner. And these capabilities should be in cooperation. As summary, these are the combat management system capabilities that any combat management system should have. And also, as a final word, I would like to emphasize that as MISOT, we are ready to make any kind of cooperation with Pakistan government for C4I area. And I think it's okay. If my message is okay, then I would like to finish my wording. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Ibrahim, for this very detailed presentation on combat management system. Now, after the 4 narrow technical aspects of application of technology in blue economy, we are going to have an integrated lecture from Dr. Jianlen. If I start reading the qualifications of Dr. Jianlen, it will take the 10
to be made. And then Thirdly, I'm going to talk about why it's very important we have high-tech innovation, higher education, as well as investment. Innovation, education, and investment. Those 3 things going to change China, going to change Pakistan and other countries for the blue economy. In terms of the maritime cities, as we know, the largest maritime city is Singapore. Singapore has the largest port in terms of containers, but many cities now in China also has a very large port in terms of container. I only list 3 countries. These are we call the superpowers in its own way. The United States, where I stayed for 40 years as a student and then as a professor at the MIT and Woods Hole, is still the science and technology superpower. That is very clear. Singapore is a leading maritime capital city globally, but UK is also very important because UK has an important role in shipping and law, especially finance. In terms of key sectors, we all know some of these are our, you can see in the slides here, marine fishery. Now, if you are a student, you say, oh, fishery, my grandparents have been doing fishery. But you are only halfway right. Today's fishery is very different. The future fishery, we are going to use tons, the huge containers to do the fishery in the open ocean. So you need to be highly educated to do the fishery in the future. And of course, we know the wind powers and others. I'm not going to talk about these. Now, next, I'm going to introduce to you briefly about China's blue economy. The marine GDP in China in 2021 was 1.3 trillion US dollars. It's a huge economy. And out of this, and you can see that, let's see. Next, okay. So among the growth of this, but it's not even. The largest growth, as you see here, is marine power, wind power. Wind power is extremely powerful in China. The many coastal cities, this grows by 30%, 30. So it's incredibly strong in growth. And also, in terms of city, the largest marine GDP is in Shanghai. It's 147 billion US dollars. It's huge. And in terms of province, just like you have province here, Guangdong province in southern China has a GDP of 293 billion US dollars. So it's very important. It presents about 20% of the national marine product, about 16% of the regional GDP. So if you say the blue economy is important, just look at this. Look at the city of Shenzhen, for example. It has 44 billion US dollars, and the goal is to double it, to double the blue economy in a few years. Next, please. So in terms of the emerging marine industries, as we know, that there are things like gas, right? Hydrocarbon, gas hydrates is very important. And also mineral deposits are very important. Of course, with the carbon neutralization, the sequestration of this is also very important. So these are all the future. So if you are young scientists, if you are young student, you need to pay attention to these major issues. And then I already mentioned wind power and also biomedicines is going to be important for the future. And finally, I'm going to just say a few words. If you are a young student today, as you might be in Barahi or you might in University of Karachi, which I both visited about 5 years ago. And I would say the high tech, higher education, and the investments are extremely important for the future. And here I'm showing you an example of what has been developed in Shenzhen. There are 13 drums. They work together. They can do any form of sampling. So they like a dragonfly, they will go down and take samples and they will go back. So you say, what a big deal. Why is this important? Because that means we can sample one location anywhere on the coastlines, unmanned, 24 hours a day. And think about that for the future. And then also for the ocean depths, we can use these gliders. Gliders can go out for about a year or so without recharge. So in the future, the coastal lines of McCrane's and others will have these gliders and it's going to do the job for you. And finally, I'm going to say, okay, you say, Professor Jian Ling, but that's too far away from me. But I would say not too far away. Because if you are a student now, then you will need to be aware of these issues. And then I'm going to show you, here's a picture of Shenzhen, a part of Shenzhen. The city is now building an ocean university called the Shenzhen Ocean University. I am the head of the person building that. This year, we are going to invest $1 billion US dollars on campus just to make the buildings. But once we have the campus, of course, it's important we have professors. We are going to attract professors globally from US, Europe, anywhere. But we also like to attract students, including students from Pakistan. Because the students in Pakistan, I know many of them. You are the future of Pakistan. So if we can, we will provide opportunities for you to study either there or here. And finally, we hope that by doing this, we are going to transform Shenzhen into a city like Boston. I stayed in Boston for 40 years, and you can see the MIT play a major role because it is only educate students, but also change the industry. About 50% of the industry around Route 128 were by MIT professors and students. Think about that. If in Pakistan, one day, maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you have a city which have high manpower, and then that's going to change Pakistan for good. This is a beautiful university that we are doing right now, we are building right now. So finally, I would like to appreciate the help of my Pakistan partners, especially Dr. Ashraf Anand, who was the former DG of NIO, National Institute of Oceanography. We came here in 2017 for the first time, but 2018 we brought the ship, Chinese ship here. 5 years on now, we have some even newer ship, and then we hope that we'll also bring here, but it's even more important for you to build a ship, because that's your science, your oceanography, and your future. And this is my last slide. So I will propose that we do two things. I will propose to our honorary senator that we should work together to really to educate the next generation of Pakistani scientists and students. That's the future of Pakistan. Myself, 40 years ago, was a graduate student in the US. You see, now I learned how to do things. I went back to China to help China. We have a lot of young scientists here, young students here. You can do the same. And secondly, I would like to propose to the admirals that we should sign new agreement with NEMA, because we can specifically help NEMA and the students here. So with that, and I would say that with high tech, higher education and investments, we can lead the future of blue economy in China and in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jianling, for this very encouraging and uplifting lecture. Now the floor is open for 2 quick questions, and please keep your questions as brief as possible. Thank you. Commodore Khalid.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Thank you very much for giving time. And with the permission of chief guest, there are certain comments which are with respect to the previous session. And there are no questions. There are certain aspects which I want to bring into the knowledge of the rest of the audience. And there is one aspect which I want to continue from our Chinese friend, which he has said. Okay, sir, coming back to the previous session, about the MSP, Marine Spatial Planning. For that, I would like to add that the factor which has been shown is that data evaluation is one of the very important aspect in that. Without data evaluation, you can't do the zoning. In that data means the data of the biodiversity, nutrient, tidal behavior, depth, pattern, each and everything, and the strategic development goal at the national and the provincial level. All these things basically come into part towards zoning. And once you bring all this data, then there is a new concept which is being followed by many countries, that is MSDI. That is Maritime Spatial Data Infrastructure, which is in fact bringing in all this data at one platform, creating the accessibility and the provision of that data to the academia and the policymakers at one place. So we can save on collecting data again and again, and we should be able to unlock the potential of that data and bringing that data towards the knowledge. So that is a precursor, that is MSDI, sir. The second thing which I want to share, that MSP is not a new concept totally. Previously, integrated coastal zone management used to be there, and that was being talked a lot in Pakistan. Unfortunately, we could not implement it into the policy. And from here on, my recommendation towards the end will be that we must include the development of the MSDI in our recommendations and the formulation of the MSP setup, so that the stakeholders at the provincial and the national level, they should come together and talk about. Why I'm saying this thing? Because of the 18th Amendment, there are certain things which have gone to the provinces. You need to bring it to it. And sir, last point about our Chinese friend. I would like to ask the gas hydrate extraction technology, what is the stage at the industrial level? That I want to know. But we are very grateful to our friends, 𝟏🟏 they brought, and that became a precursor that we, the Pakistan Navy had an MOU with the China Geological Survey, and based on that MOU, we have conducted 3 resource mapping expeditions in our area, and alhamdulillah, we have collected good amount of data which can be very good for our future planning, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore Khalid, as you know, is the leading hydrographer of Pakistan Navy. So, Dr. Jianling, can you please tell us that what kind of proof of concept we require, because we have a very good quantity of gas hydrates on Makran coast, and that is the question he asked. Can you give us some detail on that?
Okay, so I'm going to be very brief because, again, as I mentioned, I'm mindful of your lunch, right? So we are very glad we made a historic trip here in beginning of 2018. Now that was a breakthrough. Why it was a breakthrough? Because it was so hard to travel from China all the way to here. But once we have done that, the same year we have this second ship come over. So that means the ground could be break. After it's a break, then things go very fast. To directly answer this question, finding the resources, gas hydrates in Makran change, which we now have definitely identified, yes. There are BSR here, which means the gas hydrate. But how to extract that will require different type of ships. So I will propose that the Pakistan Navy and the Chinese counterpart will continue to collaborate, and using that kind of new technology come here to see whether it can start actually extract some of these out instead of just let it stay down there forever. Thank you.
If there is there another question? Yes, please.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरा नाम सैयद दाइम शाह है। मैं सदर एक्वाकल्चर फार्मर एसोसिएशन पाकिस्तान, और मेरे को बड़ी खुशी हुई है कि 96 या 98 97 से मेरा दोस्त जो चीफ गेस्ट बन के बैठा है सैयद 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 सैयद, और साथ में डीजी साहब और जितने मेहमान आए बाहर मुल्क से, सबको वेलकम और खुश आमदीद। सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, ख़ास करके जो हमारा इस वक्त कॉरिडोर के हिसाब से या चाइना, मेरे साथ चाइना के नायब सदर और उसके मिनिस्टर एग्रीकल्चर वालों ने भी जूम पे मीटिंग की थी कुछ दिनों पहले, और वर्ल्ड बैंक वालों ने भी मीटिंग की है 3-4, लेकिन सब मीटिंग करके पाकिस्तान को अकेला छोड़ के चले जाते हैं। इस सेक्टर में हमारे से वियतनाम भी आगे, ये क्यों? हमारे से दूसरे ममालिक भी आगे, हालांकि हमारे जितने भी नेवी वाले और भी जितने भी समुद्री इलाके हैं, ख़ास करके हमारे कराची से अली बंदर तक 70 क्रैक हैं, वो 350-400 किलोमीटर लंबाई है, तो उसमें बहुत सारे मीठा पानी भी आता है, उसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें बन सकती है और बहुत सारे اس میں ہمیں بہت سارے چیزوں نے تنگ کیا ہوا ہے. خاص کر کے ایک بات ہے قطرہ جال, جو باریک جال ہے جسے نسل کشی ہوتی ہے. اس میں ہمارے پلہ جو اہم مچھلی ہے, جھینگا, وینامی, شریم, ٹائیگر یا اور بھی جتنی بھی شیبت وغیرہ جتنی بھی ہے, وہ سارے کے سارے وہ گند میں بیچتے کوڑوں کے دام میں. کروڑوں کے مچھلی نسل کشی کر کے. سر خاص کر کے میں ڈی جی صاحب کو یہ عرض کر رہا ہوں کہ یہ بات غور سے سنیں کہ کیونکہ وہ کچھ سی ٹائم میں جب جسٹس پیس تھا تو میں نے بھیجا تھا فشری والوں کو, تو ادھر ڈائریکٹر کو اغوا کر دیا تھا. ڈائریکٹر سندھ کو اسلم انصاری صاحب ابھی میرے ساتھ بیٹھا تھا, اس کو بھی اغوا کر دیا. اتنے وہ زور آدمی ہیں. تو مہربانی کر کے یہ کرے, اور جتنے بھی پڑوسی ملک ہیں ہمارے, جتنے اگر اپنے آپ کو دوست سمجھتے ہیں ہمارے ساتھ, تو اس حالت میں بھی ہمارا ساتھ نہیں دیں گے. اس حالت میں بھی ہمیں وہ کچھ گرانٹ نہیں دیں گے. اس حالت میں بھی ہمیں کیج کلچر نہیں دیں گے. اس حالت میں بھی ہمیں اگر پروٹین کا سسٹم نہیں دیں گے. اس حالت میں صرف باتیں کر کے چلے جائیں گے تو پھر ہم تو آگے نہیں بڑھیں گے. کیونکہ ابھی اس وقت ہمارا سویابین چیمہ صاحب نے واپس کر دیا.
شاہ صاحب, آپ پچھلے سیشن میں تھے, وہ فیصل افتخار صاحب آئے تھے, انہوں نے میری ٹائم ایکوا کلچر پہ, میرین ایکوا کلچر پہ بڑا اچھا لیکچر دیا تھا, اور انہوں نے یہ بھی بتایا تھا وہ ہیچری بنا رہے ہیں, سب کچھ بتا رہے ہیں. آپ کے سوال جو, اگر آپ نے سوال اور کامنٹ جو دیا ہے, جو ہمارے مہمان خصوصی ہیں سینیٹر سید مشاہد حسین صاحب, یہ اس کا جواب دیں گے. Before I conclude the question answer session and the session and request the chief guest, I would like to present special thanks and heartfelt compliments to Dr. Middle Miss, Mr. Javed Iqbal, Mr. Usman Munir, Engineer Captain Ibrahim, and Dr. Jian Ling, and of course Pakistan Navy, who has brought us together on this platform during IMC as well as Exercise Aman and PIMEC. What a wonderful platform has been offered to us for exchange of these great ideas, and see some of the technology, especially if you go into the hall number 5, I think hall number 4 or 5, where all the fishery people are exhibiting. It's a wonderful opportunity for you to really interact and take business ideas with you from here. And I would also, I will be amiss, although I am myself a what we call in Urdu, इनका नमक खाया हुआ है. नीमा का भी जो प्लेटफॉर्म है उसने जो ना इस वंडरफुल कॉन्फ्रेंस को अरेंज किया है और इतने टॉप लेवल के जो है ना स्कॉलर्स को यहाँ पे बुलाया है. What a wonderful gathering we have had. Thanks to National Institute of Maritime Affairs. All of us have been put much wiser and really reinvigorated about blue economy. Thank you, and now I will request our chief guest, Senator Syed Mushaid Hussain, to conclude the session.
Thank you very much, Admiral Saab. पहले मैं सैयद दायम शाह साहब आपको थोड़ा सा मुख्तसर जवाब दे दूं. आपने कहा कि हमारे दोस्त जो हैं वो क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या वो हमारी मदद क्यों नहीं करते. कुरान शरीफ में है कि अल्लाह ताला उनकी मदद उन लोगों की मदद करता है जो अपनी मदद आप करते हैं पहले. तो ये आप वाज़े कर लें कि चाइना जैसे हमारा दरीना दोस्त है, उन्होंने सीपेक के ज़रिए $26 अरब की इन्वेस्टमेंट की है. उन्होंने पिछले 4 सालों में $22 अरब के लोन्स रोल ओवर किए हैं, और उन्होंने आपके लिए 28,000 स्कॉलरशिप्स दी हैं आपके स्टूडेंट्स के लिए. उन्होंने 85,000 जॉब्स जनरेट किए हैं सीपेक के ज़रिए, और सीपेक के ज़रिए आपने 6,000 मेगावाट्स की बिजली भी पैदा की है. आपके सूबे थर में जो मंसूबा था थर कोयले का, एक ख्वाब था. अब मैं पिछले हफ्ते थर गया था तो ख़वातीन जो हैं वो डंपर ट्रक्स चला रही हैं. 100 ख़वातीन, 1000 डंपर ट्रक्स हैं, वो चला रही हैं. कोयला निकल रहा है कानों से, उसकी बिजली बन रही है और बिजली नेशनल ग्रिड में जा रही है। गवादर पोर्ट भी उन्होंने बनाया, उन्होंने जिंदा किया और उन्होंने चलाया। तो ये आपका जवाब हुआ, बाकी बात कर लेंगे। Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very productive session since the morning, and we have had excellent presentations from different specialists in different fields. And I am very grateful to all the participants, and again to Captain Ibrahim, our heartfelt condolences on the earthquake in Turkey and also in Syria. And you can see the whole Pakistani nation is mobilized. I've had a long-standing relationship with your country also in with the Turkey, and when there was a Gülenist coup attempt against President Erdogan in 2016 in July, I was the one who sponsored the resolution in the Pakistan Parliament, and we were the only parliament to support Turkey. And then I led an all-parties delegation which called on President Erdogan in Ankara, and we had a long meeting with him for 90 minutes. So we have us, and we wish you good luck in the forthcoming elections. I just want to make 2 points which are very there. One point pertains to China and the other one pertains to Rotterdam, because we have an international. Dr. Jianling has come from China, and I'm very happy that he studied in Boston. He came back. I studied in Georgetown University in the School of Foreign Service in Washington, D.C. And in those days, I also went to, I was lucky, I was nominated by my university to go to the Naval Academy Foreign Affairs Conference at Annapolis in Maryland. And I addressed there was a students' conference. So I had my first exposure to the Navy when I was a student in Georgetown. So I think it's very important. China. There's a book by a former Vice Premier, Li Lanqing. He was Vice President, Premier under Deng Xiaoping. And when China started the reform program under Deng Xiaoping, who was a short leader, who had been removed 3 times, and who had one of the greatest visions of the 21st or 20th century, he said we should learn from 3 countries: Singapore, Philippines, and Pakistan. And Pakistan, Li Lanqing was sent, and his book is called Breaking Through. And I will recommend to Admiral Said, please have the book in your library in Nima. In that book he says, because this is relevant to Karachi port, 1982, Li Lanqing comes as a civil servant, as a technocrat to Pakistan. And he is impressed with Pakistan. He says, look at Pakistan port, Karachi, 14.5 million tons every year in 1982. While at that time, Shanghai port, 8.5 million tons per year. Fast forward to 2002. Shanghai port and Karachi port. Karachi port is 26 million tons. Shanghai port is 260 million tons. So, you know, they were learning from us 40 years ago, and now we are learning from them. So I think we... Secondly, Osman, you are from Rotterdam, at this port. There's an article which should be read by everybody who wants to know about the maritime economy, published in May 2009 in the American publication called The Atlantic. It's a monthly, published from Washington, D.C. Every month they have an article. The article in May 2009, you can find it on the internet, is by Robert Kaplan, who's one of the leading persons who links geography with geopolitics and geoeconomics. He writes an article after his visit to Gwadar. And what does he say? In May 2009, before CPEC, before BRI, he says, Gwadar has the potential to be the Rotterdam of the Arabian Sea. That is the important thing. And it is going to be one of the great cities of the 21st century. So this is the potential that we have. To exercise that, we have to have it on our own hands. Commodore Khalid has given a very clear perspective as a specialist. Others have also done that. I would say that finally, I would like to repeat for the purpose of the media that the conclusion is I am presenting this 5-point plan for the Pakistan blue economy to take off and get cracking on that. Number 1, establish a national seabed authority. We have 50,000 square kilometers expanded of the seabed continental shelf, and now we should have a strategy for that. Let's have a government authority for that. Number two, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, MoMA, should have a secretary from the Pakistan Navy, just as the Ministry of Defense has a secretary from the Pakistan Army or the defense production. That is extremely important, because the awareness of the blue economy cannot be, I'm sorry to say, with due respect to all the civil servants, it has a specialized job. The Pakistan Navy, they have fire in their belly, they have a clarity of vision and will, they will take it forward. Somebody who is from the Pakistan Navy. Number two. Number three, there should be a work plan for the blue economy put on the, because the blue economy is now on the radar, and this work plan should be for 2023, and I've already offered to Admiral 𝐷𝐻𝐶 and the Pakistan Navy, the National Institute of Maritime Affairs, and our think tanks and our in Parliament, we can take it forward. Develop a work plan, what we are going to do to promote the blue economy in 2023. And number four, establish a task force of the blue economy. The Nike slogan is, Dianli, you know that, just do it. Don't wait for the files to move. Don't wait for NOCs. Don't wait for these bureaucratic procedures. Just do it. That's the Nike slogan. So I think let's just do it. Establish this task force, and it's an issue. It's more about ideas, issues, and initiatives. The money comes later. The money is there. You will have a lot of investment. China will invest, Rotterdam will invest, Osman will invest, Ibrahim will invest, others are there. So that's money is not an issue. Issue is the mind. Our mindset has to change. We have to do a strategic course correction from sea blindness to maritime awareness. That is the key. And finally, point number 5 on my action plan for the future, media workshops in Gwadar, in Ormara, in Karachi and Port Qasim, or these areas, for this awareness on the blue economy. So I think the time has come to take it forward. This conference has been extremely important in not just promoting awareness, but focusing on specific issues. And I thank the Pakistan Navy for taking this initiative. And I thank NEMA especially and its dynamic chairman, who in a short time has transformed NEMA. NEMA was in hijab for a long time, hiding. Nobody knew about NEMA, but now you have launched it also. And inshallah, with the support, we in the parliament and also other stakeholders will give full support. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and all the best for the future. All the best. Thank you. After this food for thought, the food is ready for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for souvenir presentation ceremony. I request the chief guest to acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them with conference souvenirs. Director General, National Institute of Maritime Affairs is also requested to join for souvenirs presentation ceremony.
I request Vice Admiral Retired Asif Humayun Hilale Imtiaz Military to receive his souvenir from the chief guest.
Presentation ceremony, the media delegation which has come from Islamabad should also come for a picture to be taken after the presentation ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. David Middlemiss to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I request Mr. Javed Iqbal to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you.
I request Mr. Usman Munir to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I request Dr. Jian Lin to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I request Captain Retired Ibrahim to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I request Vice Admiral Retired 𝐷𝐻𝐶 Hilal Imtiaz, Military Director General of the National Institute of Maritime Affairs, to present a conference souvenir to our honorable chief guest, Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid. Thank you.
With this, our program of subsession 2 comes to an end. Speakers of the conference are requested to join the chief guest for the group photograph. Guests are requested to remain seated. With this, our program of subsession 2 comes to an end. Speakers of the conference are requested to join the chief guest for group photograph. Guests are requested to remain seated.
The proceedings of the next session will resume at 2:10 after lunch. Guests are requested to be back by 2:05. The chief guest, Minister Sherry Rahman, will join us at 2:15. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Adil Murtaza and I am General Manager Operations at National Science and Technology Park, National University of Sciences and Technology. We have come from Islamabad from NUST University to represent NSTP. NSTP is National Science and Technology Park, which is the flagship project of NUST. इसमें हमारे पास we have around 114 companies of various sizes. इसमें हम startup भी run कर रहे हैं, incubation center है, हमारे पास high tech small medium enterprise companies हैं, इसके अलावा हमारे पास multinational companies भी हैं. This is a unique project of National University of Science and Technology. तो National Science and Technology Park में जो है हम यहाँ पे लेके इसको आए अपने present करने के लिए. हमारी जो मुख्तलिफ products हैं वो we have displayed over here. The experience so far with the PIMEC is very good, and for the next year we would definitely bring more technologies and we'll be having a bigger stall than this.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Aisha Zahid and I am Assistant Manager Training and Development from Technology Development Council. ठीक है? We are basically working on 4-year degree programs for the 2 domains. ठीक है? हम लोग basically एक special target कर रहे होते हैं अपनी टेक्निकल ऑडियंस के ऊपर. ठीक है? जो आपके टेक्नीशियंस होते हैं उनको हम लोग लेते हैं, वो DAE बैकग्राउंड के होते हैं, उनको पूरे 4-year प्रोग्राम्स के थ्रू हमारे पास वो जाते हैं. ठीक है? उनको हम लोग मोल्ड करते हैं इनटू इंजीनियरिंग टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट. ठीक है? हम लोग बेसिक क्या कर रहे होते हैं कि उनकी पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट पे काम करते हैं बाय द हेल्प ऑफ आवर इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स. ठीक है? इनको लेवल 1 पे इनकी ग्रूमिंग कर रहे होते हैं. सेकंड पे हमको क्या करते हैं, उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोवाइड करते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजीज. ठीक है? ताकि वो मार्केट में जाके जो है वो जो बेसिक इंडस्ट्रियल नीड्स उनको फुलफिल कर सकें. बदर एक्सपो के साथ वी हैव अ वेरी गुड एक्सपीरियंस विद पाईमेक. हमें उसके थ्रू वी हैव गॉट अ प्लेटफॉर्म जिसके थ्रू हम लोग बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स साथ कनेक्ट हुए हैं. बेसिकली उनकी जो नीड्स हैं और वो किस तरह के इंडिविजुअल्स उनको चाहिए ताकि हम उनको उस तरह के प्रोफेशनल्स दे सकें, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट कर सकें और आगे जो है वो एक्सेल कर सकें.
I am Captain Hassan Adil, Deputy General Manager Shipbuilding, Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works. Karachi Shipyard offers the services of shipbuilding, general engineering and ship repair and maintenance. We are the experts in building of warships. Furthermore, we can also make ships up to 26,000 ton deadweight tonnage. Merchant ships, passenger ferries, warships, frigates, destroyers are all our products. We also make harbor and ocean-going tugs for handling the ships at sea. Our general engineering department is capable of making all type of steel structures. Currently, we have successfully undertaken the project of barrages refurbishment for Guddu and Sakhar barrage. We have also provided overhead cranes to Pakistan Railways, and we also make sugar mill rollers for the sugar industry. Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works is the only shipyard of Pakistan, and it is a great technical military complex which is catering the needs of our country and is the only institute in the south of this country.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. मेरा नाम टीपू सुल्तान शेख है, सेक्रेटरी पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी, और हमारे लिए बड़ी फ़ख्र की बात है कि हम इस इवेंट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं. इससे पहले आइडियाज़ 2022 में भी हमने हिस्सा लिया और इट वाज अ सक्सेस. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पाकिस्तान का प्रीमियर पोर्ट है. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पे हमारे पास 18 बर्थ्स हैं और 13 टर्मिनल्स हैं, और इस मरतबा एक नया हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया है कि हम यहाँ पर जो हिस्सा ले रहे हैं अपने टर्मिनल्स के साथ हम इस पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. हमारे टर्मिनल्स डीपी वर्ल्ड, फैब, फोर्टको, ये सब हमारे साथ इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. इट हैज़ बीन अ वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस वर्किंग विद बदर एक्सपो. लास्ट टाइम अराउंड आइडियाज़ में भी बहुत अच्छा रहा हमारा इंटरेक्शन, एंड दिस टाइम अराउंड ऑल्सो alhamdulillah we have had a very good experience of being with Badr Expo, and they have been very proficient and efficient in organizing all the events. And Port Qasim is a unique port in itself कि ये Port Qasim इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट भी है, पाकिस्तान का अकलौता इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट है. यहाँ पर हमारे पास 13,000 एकड़ से ज़्यादा ज़मीन अवेलेबल है और तकरीबन 400 के करीब इंडस्ट्रीज इस वक्त काम कर रही हैं, और 250 के करीब जो है वो अभी in the stage of completion है. So by the time we come up with all the industries and everything, I think port would be contributing to the national economy in a much better way.
جی السلام علیکم، میرا نام ظہیب ظفر ہے اور میں پاکستان نیشنل شپنگ کارپوریشن کو یہاں ریپرزینٹ کر رہا ہوں۔ پاکستان نیشنل شپنگ کارپوریشن جو ہے وہ فلیگ بیئرر ہے، اونلی شپنگ کمپنی ہے جو کہ PNSC کے پاکستان کے اندر آپریٹ کر رہی ہے، اور ہم اپنی سروسز یہاں دیتے ہیں، انہی سروسز کو یہاں پہ پروجیکٹ کرنے آئے ہیں۔ ہماری ٹینکر سروس ہے، بلک کیریئر سروس ہے، ہم لوگ پاکستان کے لیے کروڈ آئل لے کر آ رہے ہیں، بلک کیریئرز میں فرٹیلائزر لے کر آتے ہیں، اور بے تحاشا پروڈکٹس جو ہیں گورنمنٹ اور سیمی گورنمنٹ اداروں کے اور پرائیویٹ آرگنائزیشنز کے وہ ہم لوگ کیری کرتے ہیں۔
Assalamualaikum ji, my name is 𝐷𝐿𝐿𝐿 and I am General Manager Operations at National Science and Technology Park, National University of Sciences and Technology. We have come from Islamabad from NUST University to represent NSTP. NSTP is National Science and Technology Park, which is the flagship project of NUST. इसमें हमारे पास we have around 114 companies of various sizes. इसमें हम startup भी run कर रहे हैं, incubation center है हमारे पास, high tech small मीडियम एंटरप्राइज कंपनीज हैं, इसके अलावा हमारे पास मल्टी नेशनल ऑफ नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। तो नेशनल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क में जो है हम यहाँ पे लेके इसको आए अपने प्रेजेंट करने के लिए। हमारी जो मुख्तलिफ प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो वी हैव डिस्प्लेड ओवर हियर। द एक्सपीरियंस सो फार विद द PIMEC इज़ वेरी गुड एंड फॉर द नेक्स्ट ईयर वी वुड डेफिनेटली bring more technologies and will be having a bigger stall than this.
Assalamualaikum, my name is 𝐿𝐲 and I am Assistant Manager Training and Development from Technology Development Council, ठीक है। We are basically working on 4-year degree programs for the 2 domains, ठीक है। हम लोग basically एक special target कर रहे होते हैं अपनी टेक्निकल ऑडियंस के ऊपर, ठीक है। जो आपके टेक्नीशियंस होते हैं उनको हम लोग लेते हैं, वो DAE बैकग्राउंड के होते हैं, उनको पूरे 4-year प्रोग्राम्स के थ्रू हमारे पास वो जाते हैं, ठीक है। उनको हम लोग मोल्ड करते हैं इनटू इंजीनियरिंग टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, ठीक है। हम लोग बेसिक क्या कर रहे होते हैं कि उनकी पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट पे काम करते हैं बाय द हेल्प ऑफ आवर इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स, ठीक है। इनको लेवल 1 पे इनकी ग्रूमिंग कर रहे होते हैं। सेकंड पे हमको क्या करते हैं, उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोवाइड करते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजीज, ठीक है, ताकि वो मार्केट में जाके जो है वो जो बेसिक इंडस्ट्रियल नीड्स उनको फुलफिल कर सकें। बदर एक्सपो के साथ वी हैव अ वेरी गुड एक्सपीरियंस विद PIMEC। हमें उसके थ्रू वी हैव गॉट अ प्लेटफॉर्म जिसके थ्रू हम लोग बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स साथ कनेक्ट हुए हैं। बेसिकली उनकी जो नीड्स हैं और वो किस तरह के इंडिविजुअल्स उनको चाहिए ताकि हम उनको उस तरह के प्रोफेशनल्स दे सकें, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट कर सकें और आगे जो है वो एक्सेल कर सकें।
I am Captain Hassan Adil, Deputy General Manager Shipbuilding, Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works. Karachi Shipyard offers the services of shipbuilding, general engineering and ship repair and maintenance. We are the experts in building of warships. Furthermore, we can also make ships up to 26,000 ton deadweight tonnage. Merchant ships, passenger ferries, warships, frigates, destroyers are all our products. We also make harbor and ocean going tugs for handling the ships at sea. Our general engineering department is capable of making all type of steel structures. Currently, we have successfully undertaken the project of barrages refurbishment for Guddu and Sakhar barrage. We have also provided overhead cranes to Pakistan Railways, and we also make sugar mill rollers for the sugar industry. Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works is the only shipyard of Pakistan, and it is a great technical military complex which is catering the needs of our country and is the only institute in the south of this country.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरा नाम टीपू सुल्तान शेख है, सेक्रेटरी पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी, और हमारे लिए बड़ी फ़ख्र की बात है कि हम इस इवेंट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। इससे पहले आइडियाज़ 2022 में भी हमने हिस्सा लिया और इट वाज अ सक्सेस। पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पाकिस्तान का प्रीमियर पोर्ट है। पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पे हमारे पास 18 बर्थ्स हैं और 13 टर्मिनल्स हैं, और इस मरतबा एक नया हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया है कि हम यहाँ पर जो हिस्सा ले रहे हैं अपने टर्मिनल्स के साथ हम इस पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। हमारे टर्मिनल्स डीपी वर्ल्ड, फैब, फोर्टको, ये सब हमारे साथ इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। इट हैज़ बीन अ वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस वर्किंग विद बदर एक्सपो। लास्ट टाइम अराउंड आइडियाज़ में भी बहुत अच्छा रहा हमारा इंटरेक्शन, एंड दिस टाइम अराउंड ऑल्सो alhamdulillah we have had a very good experience of being with Badr Expo, and they have been very proficient and efficient in organizing all the events. And Port Qasim is a unique port in itself कि ये Port Qasim इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट भी है, पाकिस्तान का अकलौता इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट है। यहाँ पर हमारे पास 13,000 एकड़ से ज़्यादा ज़मीन अवेलेबल है और तकरीबन 400 के करीब इंडस्ट्रीज इस वक्त काम कर रही हैं, और 250 के करीब जो है वो अभी in the stage of completion hai. So by the time we come up with all the industries and everything, I think port would be contributing to the national economy in a much better way.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम 𝗏𝗏 है और मैं पाकिस्तान नेशनल शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन को यहाँ रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ। पाकिस्तान नेशनल शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन जो है वो फ्लैग बेयरर है, ओनली शिपिंग कंपनी है जो कि PNSC पाकिस्तान के अंदर ऑपरेट कर रही है, और हम अपनी सर्विसेज यहाँ देते हैं। उन्हीं सर्विसेज को यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट करने आए हैं। हमारी टैंकर सर्विस है, बल्क कैरियर सर्विस है। हम लोग पाकिस्तान के लिए क्रूड ऑयल लेकर आ रहे हैं, बल्क कैरियर्स में फर्टिलाइज़र लेकर आते हैं, और बेतहाशा प्रोडक्ट्स जो हैं गवर्नमेंट और सेमी गवर्नमेंट इदारों के और प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के वो हम लोग कैरी करते हैं।
बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, इसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नाटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है, और 12 से 24 तक एक कंटिगुअस जोन होता है जिस पे फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का, और 24 से 200 नाटिकल माइल तक वो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का। उसके बाद जिसको EEZ बोलते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है कि इंटरनेशनल वाटर शुरू होते हैं, फिर बफर, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ इसके जोन्स हैं। हम बलूचिस्तान की तरफ से सारी बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को इस PIMEC बलूचिस्तान में जो कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है वो सबसे ज़्यादा है, इसकी वजह से बलूचिस्तान में फ़िश कैचिंग के ज़्यादा मौक़े हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा कैच जो है वो बलूचिस्तान से होता है। 18वीं तरमीम के बाद कोस्ट लाइन को मुख्तलिफ जोन्स में डिवाइड किया गया है। 12 नाटिकल माइल तक बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट यानी सूबाई हुकूमत का दायरा इख्तियार होता है, और 12 से 24 तक एक कंटिगुअस जोन होता है जिस पे फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का, और 24 से 200 नाटिकल माइल तक वो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट का। उसके बाद जिसको EEZ बोलते हैं, और उसके बाद जो है कि इंटरनेशनल वाटर शुरू होते हैं, फिर बफर, इस तरह से मुख्तलिफ इसके जोन्स हैं। हम बलूचिस्तान की तरफ से सारी बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को इस PIMEC में वेलकम करते हैं। यहाँ पे बेतहाशा बिज़नेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं। मैं आपसे यही गुजारिश करूँगा कि आप आइए, हम लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कीजिए, और इस हमारी काविश को, इस हमारी PIMEC को पार्टिसिपेट करके इसको कामयाब बनाएं। इसलिए ये पाकिस्तान की इकानमी में बहुत बड़ा रोल होगा, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मोर देन 50 कंट्रीज से जो हैं वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स आ रहे हैं। आप भी तशरीफ़ लाइए, और आपके जो इंटरनेशनल पार्टनर हैं उनको भी हम दावत देते हैं कि आप हमारे बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का और PIMEC का हिस्सा बनिए। शुक्रिया।
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in Kundmalir, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कि 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी तक एक्सपो सेंटर कराची में मुनक्किद की जा रही है। हुकूमत बलूचिस्तान पवेलियन का इनेकाद करेगी। मैं तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स से, पाकिस्तानी कौम से, इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से, बिज़नेस कम्युनिटी से दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो आएँ, पाईमेक में बलूचिस्तान को एक्सप्लोर करें, ग्वादर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ एक्सप्लोर करें, कोस्टल टूरिज़म, इको टूरिज़म एंड ब्लू इकॉनमी को एक्सप्लोर करें, जहां बेपनाह मौक़े और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिनका इस्तेफ़ादा करके आप न सिर्फ बलूचिस्तान की इकॉनमी बल्कि पाकिस्तान की इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन डाल सकते हैं। 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक और उसकी डेलीगेशंस पाईमेक में शामिल होंगी, जहां बिज़नेस टू बिज़नेस एंड गवर्नमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट और बिज़नेस टू गवर्नमेंट डेलीगेशंस एक दूसरे से तबादला ख्याल करेंगी, जो एक बेहतरीन अपॉर्चुनिटी है। इसको एक्सप्लोर कीजिए और पाकिस्तान और बलूचिस्तान की तरक्की में अपना किरदार अदा कीजिए।
मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी को मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बड़ा अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लिया है। ये बैनुल अक़वामी कॉन्फ्रेंस जो मुनक्कद की जा रही है इंशाअल्लाह कराची में जल्द, पाकिस्तान इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो एंड कॉन्फ्रेंस पाईमेक, जिसके जरिए 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के नुमाइंदे आएंगे, नेवल चीफ्स आएंगे, दिफाई माहिरीन आएंगे, कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो पाकिस्तान नेवी का कलीदी किरदार है जो इस खित्ते में बड़ा अहम है वो उजागर भी होगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से, पाईमेक से और अमन 23 एक्सरसाइज से जो मैरीटाइम सलामती है, मैरीटाइम सफारतकारी है और मैरीटाइम के हवाले से मईशत है, जिसे अंग्रेजी में हम ब्लू इकॉनमी कहते हैं, उसको फरोग देने में बड़ा मदद मिलेगी, क्योंकि एक पुल का किरदार अदा कर रही है पाकिस्तान नेवी। अफ्रीका से, एशिया से, यूरोप से, मगरब से, मशरक से जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूं और मैं समझता हूं कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूं कि इस पाईमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकॉनमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is 𝐷𝐷𝐿 and I am General Manager Operations at National Science and Technology Park, National University of Sciences and Technology. We have come from Islamabad, from NUST University, to represent NSTP. NSTP is National Science and Technology Park, which is the flagship project of NUST. इसमें हमारे पास we have around 114 companies of various sizes. इसमें हम startup भी run कर रहे हैं, incubation center है, हमारे पास high tech small medium enterprise companies हैं, इसके अलावा हमारे पास multinational companies भी हैं. This is a unique project of National University of Science and Technology. तो National Science and Technology Park में जो है हम यहाँ पे लेके इसको आए अपने present करने के लिए. हमारी जो मुख्तलिफ products हैं वो we have displayed over here. The experience so far with the PIMEC is very good, and for the next year we would definitely bring more technologies and we'll be having a bigger stall than this.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is 𝐼𝐶 and I am Assistant Manager Training and Development from Technology Development Council. We are basically working on 4-year degree programs for the 2 domains. ठीक है, हम लोग बेसिकली एक स्पेशल टारगेट कर रहे होते हैं अपनी टेक्निकल ऑडियंस के ऊपर. ठीक है, जो आपके टेक्नीशियंस होते हैं उनको हम लोग लेते हैं, वो DAE बैकग्राउंड के होते हैं, उनको पूरे 4-year प्रोग्राम्स के थ्रू हमारे पास वो जाते हैं. ठीक है, उनको हम लोग मोल्ड करते हैं इनटू इंजीनियरिंग टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट. ठीक है, हम लोग बेसिक क्या कर रहे होते हैं कि उनकी पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट पे काम करते हैं बाय द हेल्प ऑफ आवर इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स. ठीक है, इनको लेवल 1 पे इनकी ग्रूमिंग कर रहे होते हैं. सेकंड पे हमको क्या करते हैं, उनको अवेयरनेस प्रोवाइड करते हैं अकॉर्डिंग टू कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजीज. ठीक है, ताकि वो मार्केट में जाके जो है वो जो बेसिक इंडस्ट्रियल नीड्स उनको फुलफिल कर सकें. बदर एक्सपो के साथ वी हैव अ वेरी गुड एक्सपीरियंस विद PIMEC. हमें उसके थ्रू वी हैव गॉट अ प्लेटफॉर्म जिसके थ्रू हम लोग बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्ट्स साथ कनेक्ट हुए हैं. बेसिकली उनकी जो नीड्स हैं और वो किस तरह के इंडिविजुअल्स उनको चाहिए ताकि हम उनको उस तरह के प्रोफेशनल्स दे सकें, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट कर सकें और आगे जो है वो एक्सेल कर सकें.
I am Captain Hassan Adil, Deputy General Manager Shipbuilding, Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works. Karachi Shipyard offers the services of shipbuilding, general engineering and ship repair and maintenance. We are the experts in building of warships. Furthermore, we can also make ships up to 26,000 ton deadweight tonnage. Merchant ships, passenger ferries, warships, frigates, destroyers are all our products. We also make harbor and ocean-going tugs for handling the ships at sea. Our general engineering department is capable of making all type of steel structures. Currently, we have successfully undertaken the project of barrages refurbishment for Guddu and Sakhar barrage. We have also provided overhead cranes to Pakistan Railways, and we also make sugar mill rollers for the sugar industry. Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works is the only shipyard of Pakistan, and it is a great technical military complex which is catering the needs of our country and is the only institute in the south of this country.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. मेरा नाम टीपू सुल्तान शेख है, सेक्रेटरी पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी, और हमारे लिए बड़ी फ़ख्र की बात है कि हम इस इवेंट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं. इससे पहले आइडियाज़ 2022 में भी हमने हिस्सा लिया और इट वाज अ सक्सेस. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पाकिस्तान का प्रीमियर पोर्ट है. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पे हमारे पास 18 बर्थ्स हैं और 13 टर्मिनल्स हैं, और इस मरतबा एक नया हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया है कि हम यहाँ पर जो हिस्सा ले रहे हैं अपने टर्मिनल्स के साथ हम इस पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. हमारे टर्मिनल्स DP वर्ल्ड, फैब, फोर्टको, ये सब हमारे साथ इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. इट हैज़ बीन अ वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस वर्किंग विद बदर एक्सपो. लास्ट टाइम अराउंड आइडियाज़ में भी बहुत अच्छा रहा हमारा इंटरेक्शन, एंड दिस टाइम अराउंड ऑल्सो alhamdulillah we have had a very good experience of being with Badr Expo, and they have been very proficient and efficient in organizing all the events. And Port Qasim is a unique port in itself कि ये Port Qasim इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट भी है, पाकिस्तान का अकलौता इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट है. यहाँ पर हमारे पास 13,000 एकड़ से ज़्यादा ज़मीन अवेलेबल है और तकरीबन 400 के करीब इंडस्ट्रीज इस वक्त काम कर रही हैं, और 250 के करीब जो है वो अभी in the stage of completion है. So by the time we come up with all the industries and everything, I think port would be contributing to the national economy in a much better way.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، اس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے۔ 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے۔ 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا۔ اس کے بعد جس کو EEZ بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونز ہیں۔ ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس PIMEC میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں۔ یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں۔ میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری PIMEC کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں۔ اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپنٹس آ رہے ہیں۔ آپ بھی تشریف لائیے اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور PIMEC کا حصہ بنیے۔ شکریہ۔
Balochistan has been specially blessed in terms of tourism. There are tremendous, very beautiful sights the people will enjoy. So I request all the investors, all the visitors from Pakistan and outside Pakistan to visit Coastal Highway, Mokran Coastal Highway. Enjoy beaches in 𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄, the most beautiful beach of the Pakistan. Pakistan International Maritime Expo and Conference is scheduled to be held from 10 to 12 February 2023 at Karachi Expo. All the concerned stakeholders, especially the business community, are requested to ensure their presence, visit the Balochistan Pavilion and enjoy the event, and also ensure investments in Balochistan. Thank you very much.
پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس جو کہ 10 فروری سے 12 فروری تک ایکسپو سینٹر کراچی میں منعقد کی جا رہی ہے۔ حکومت بلوچستان پویلین کا انعقاد کرے گی۔ میں تمام انویسٹر سے، پاکستانی قوم سے، انٹرنیشنل کمیونٹی سے، بزنس کمیونٹی سے درخواست کروں گا کہ وہ آئیں، PIMEC میں بلوچستان کو ایکسپلور کریں، گوادر کی اپرچونٹیز ایکسپلور کریں، کوسٹل ٹورزم، ایکو ٹورزم اینڈ بلو اکانومی کو ایکسپلور کریں، جہاں بے پناہ مواقع اور اپرچونٹیز ہیں جن کا استفادہ کر کے آپ نہ صرف بلوچستان کی اکانومی بلکہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں اپنا کنٹریبیوشن ڈال سکتے ہیں۔ 50 سے زائد ممالک اور اس کی ڈیلیگیشنز PIMEC میں شامل ہوں گی، جہاں بزنس ٹو بزنس اینڈ گورنمنٹ ٹو گورنمنٹ اور بزنس ٹو گورنمنٹ ڈیلیگیشنز ایک دوسرے سے تبادلہ خیال کریں گی، جو ایک بہترین اپرچونٹی ہے۔ اس کو ایکسپلور کیجیے اور پاکستان اور بلوچستان کی ترقی میں اپنا کردار ادا کیجیے۔
میں پاکستان نیوی کو مبارکباد پیش کرتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے ایک بڑا اچھا انیشیٹو لیا ہے۔ یہ بین الاقوامی کانفرنس جو منعقد کی جا رہی ہے انشاءاللہ کراچی میں جلد، پاکستان انٹرنیشنل میری ٹائم ایکسپو اینڈ کانفرنس PIMEC، جس کے ذریعے 50 سے زائد ممالک کے نمائندے آئیں گے، نیول چیفز آئیں گے، دفاعی ماہرین آئیں گے، کانفرنس میں گفتگو بھی ہوگی، اور اس میں جو پاکستان نیوی کا کلیدی کردار ہے جو اس خطے میں بڑا اہم ہے وہ اجاگر بھی ہوگا۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے، PIMEC سے اور امن 23 ایکسرسائز سے جو میری ٹائم سلامتی ہے، میری ٹائم سفارتکاری ہے اور میری ٹائم کے حوالے سے معیشت ہے، جسے انگریزی میں ہم بلو اکانومی کہتے ہیں، اس کو فروغ دینے میں بڑا مدد ملے گی، کیونکہ ایک پل کا کردار ادا کر رہی ہے پاکستان نیوی۔ افریقہ سے، ایشیا سے، یورپ سے، مغرب سے، مشرق سے जितने लोग मंदुबीन आएंगे 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के, वो एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठेंगे, गुफ्तगू भी होगी, और उसमें जो एक्सपो होगा उसमें पाकिस्तान के जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उनको भी एक मौका मिलेगा, एक नादर मौका कि अपने प्रोडक्ट्स को पेश भी करें, और हमारा जो ताल्लुक है तजारत के हवाले से, मईशत के हवाले से, उसको और पुख्तगी आए इंशाअल्लाह उससे। तो मैं पाकिस्तान नेवी की जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म है, जो सलाहियतें हैं, जो काविशें हैं, उनकी मैं सराहता हूँ, और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये पाकिस्तान का जो दरीना मफाद है सलामती के हवाले से, और इस खित्ते में पाकिस्तान का एक कलीदी किरदार है और नेवी उसमें सरे फहरिस्त में है, वो रोल अब इंशाअल्लाह और तेजी के साथ और पुख्तगी के साथ उजागर होगा। और मैं इंशाअल्लाह उम्मीद रखता हूँ कि इस पाइमेक के जरिए जो इतनी बड़ी एक्सपो भी हो रही है, कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हो रही है, अमन एक्सरसाइज भी हो रही है, उसके जरिए पाकिस्तान एक हिकमत अमली बना सकेगा, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स, आइंदा की ब्लू इकोनॉमी को कैसे आगे लेके चलना है, ताकि हमारी मईशत भी मजबूत होगी, मुल्क भी मजबूत होगा, और पाकिस्तान नेवी एक कलीदी किरदार भी अदा करेगी, मईशत के हवाले से भी, सलामती के हवाले से भी, और सफारतकारी के हवाले से भी इंशाअल्लाह।
Pakistan's economic development is intricately linked to development of our blue economy. It is in this vein that Pakistan Navy is holding the first ever International Maritime Expo and Conference from 10th to 12th February. I invite all the stakeholders, national and international, to join us in this activity so you can find the potential of Pakistan in blue economy. PMSA stands firm to ensure safe and secure seas and provide the right environment for propagation of these activities. We'll do our best to facilitate in all manners possible to all those who come and invest in our seas and our blue economy. Together we can ensure the development of blue economy of Pakistan and safety of our maritime zones for development of our economy. Thank you very much.
हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स की जानिब से पाकिस्तान की पहली इंटरनेशनल मैरीटाइम एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस पाइमैक, जो कि 10 से 12 फरवरी को पाकिस्तान नेवी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स और बदर एक्सपो मिलकर ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उसके तमाम शुरका को खुशामदीद कहते हैं। इस एक्सपो में दुनिया के 50 से ज़ायद ममालिक के डेलीगेशंस शिरकत के लिए आ रहे हैं। हम दावत देते हैं पाकिस्तान की बिजनेस कम्युनिटी को भी कि आप आएं, आकर आलमी रेपुटेशन के डेलीगेशंस के साथ मिलकर मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में नए बिजनेस की एवेन्यूज को एक्सप्लोर करें। आए एक्सपो सेंटर कराची 10 से 12 फरवरी पाइमैक में शिरकत करें। इस एक्सपो और कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाब बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को कामयाब बनाएं। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Assalamualaikum ji, my name is 𝐷𝐷𝐿 and I am General Manager Operations at National Science and Technology Park, National University of Sciences and Technology. We have come from Islamabad from NUST University to represent NSTP. NSTP is National Science and Technology Park, which is the flagship project of NUST. इसमें हमारे पास we have around 114 companies of various sizes. इसमें हम startup भी run कर रहे हैं, incubation center है, हमारे पास high tech small मीडियम एंटरप्राइज कंपनीज हैं, इसके अलावा हमारे पास मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज भी हैं। दिस इज़ अ यूनिक प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। तो नेशनल साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क में जो है हम यहाँ पे लेके इसको आए अपने प्रेजेंट करने के लिए। हमारी जो मुख्तलिफ प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो वी हैव डिस्प्लेड ओवर हियर। द एक्सपीरियंस सो फार विद द पाइमेक इज़ वेरी गुड एंड फॉर द नेक्स्ट ईयर वी वुड डेफिनेटली bring more technologies and we'll be having a bigger stall than this.
Assalamualaikum. My name is 𝐼𝐶 and I am Assistant Manager Training and Development from Technology Development Council. ठीक है, we are basically working on 4-year degree programs for the 2 domains. ठीक है, हम लोग basically एक special target कर रहे होते हैं अपनी technical audience के ऊपर। ठीक है, जो आपके technicians होते हैं उनको हम लोग लेते हैं, वो DAE background के होते हैं, उनको पूरे 4-year programs के through हमारे पास वो जाते हैं। ठीक है, ان کو ہم لوگ مولڈ کرتے ہیں انٹو انجینئرنگ ٹیکنالوجسٹ. ٹھیک ہے, ہم لوگ بیسک کیا کر رہے ہوتے ہیں کہ ان کی پرسنل پروفیشنل ڈیولپمنٹ پہ کام کرتے ہیں بائی دی ہیلپ آف آر انڈسٹریل ایکسپرٹس. ٹھیک ہے, ان کو لیول 1 پہ ان کی گرومنگ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. سیکنڈ پہ ہم کو کیا کرتے ہیں, ان کو اویئرنیس پرووائڈ کرتے ہیں اکارڈنگ ٹو کٹنگ ایج ٹیکنالوجیز. ٹھیک ہے, تاکہ وہ مارکیٹ میں جا کے جو ہے وہ جو بیسک انڈسٹریل نیڈز ان کو فلفل کر سکیں. بدر ایکسپو کے ساتھ وی ہیو اے ویری گڈ ایکسپیرینس ود PIMEC. ہمیں اس کے تھرو وی ہیو گاٹ اے پلیٹ فارم جس کے تھرو ہم لوگ بہت سارے انڈسٹریل ایکسپرٹ ساتھ کنیکٹ ہوئے ہیں. بیسکلی ان کی جو نیڈز ہیں اور وہ کس طرح کے انڈیویجولز ان کو چاہیے تاکہ ہم ان کو اس طرح کے پروفیشنلز دے سکیں, ان کے ساتھ کولیبریٹ کر سکیں اور آگے جو ہے وہ ایکسیل کر سکیں.
I am Captain Hassan Adil, Deputy General Manager Shipbuilding, Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works. Karachi Shipyard offers the services of shipbuilding, general engineering and ship repair and maintenance. We are the experts in building of warships. Furthermore, we can also make ships up to 26,000 ton dead weight tonnage. Merchant ships, passenger ferries, warships, frigates, destroyers are all our products. We also make harbor and ocean going tugs for handling the ships at sea. Our general engineering department is capable of making all type of steel structures. Currently, we have successfully undertaken the project of barrages refurbishment for Guddu and Sakhar barrage. We have also provided overhead cranes to Pakistan Railways, and we also make sugar mill rollers for the sugar industry. Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works is the only shipyard of Pakistan, and it is a great technical military complex which is catering the needs of our country and is the only institute in the south of this country.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. मेरा नाम टीपू सुल्तान शेख है, सेक्रेटरी पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी, और हमारे लिए बड़ी फ़ख्र की बात है कि हम इस इवेंट में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं. इससे पहले आइडियाज़ 2022 में भी हमने हिस्सा लिया और इट वाज अ सक्सेस. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पाकिस्तान का प्रीमियर पोर्ट है. पोर्ट कासिम अथॉरिटी पे हमारे पास 18 बर्थ्स हैं और 13 टर्मिनल्स हैं, और इस मरतबा एक नया हमने इनिशिएटिव लिया है कि हम यहाँ पर जो हिस्सा ले रहे हैं अपने टर्मिनल्स के साथ हम इस पे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. हमारे टर्मिनल्स DP वर्ल्ड, फैब, फोर्टको, ये सब हमारे साथ इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं. इट हैज़ बीन अ वंडरफुल एक्सपीरियंस वर्किंग विद बदर एक्सपो. लास्ट टाइम अराउंड आइडियाज़ में भी बहुत अच्छा रहा हमारा इंटरेक्शन, एंड दिस टाइम अराउंड ऑल्सो alhamdulillah we have had a very good experience of being with Badr Expo, and they have been very proficient and efficient in organizing all the events. And Port Qasim is a unique port in itself कि ये Port Qasim इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट भी है, पाकिस्तान का अकलौता इंडस्ट्रियल पोर्ट है. यहाँ पर हमारे पास 13,000 एकड़ से ज़्यादा ज़मीन अवेलेबल है और तकरीबन 400 के करीब इंडस्ट्रीज इस वक्त काम कर रही हैं, और 250 के करीब जो है वो अभी in the stage of completion है. So by the time we come up with all the industries and everything, I think port would be contributing to the national economy in a much better way.
بلوچستان میں جو کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے وہ سب سے زیادہ ہے، جس کی وجہ سے بلوچستان میں فش کیچنگ کے زیادہ مواقع ہیں، اور سب سے زیادہ کیچ جو ہے وہ بلوچستان سے ہوتا ہے. 18ویں ترمیم کے بعد کوسٹ لائن کو مختلف زونز میں ڈیوائیڈ کیا گیا ہے. 12 ناٹیکل مائل تک بلوچستان گورنمنٹ یعنی صوبائی حکومت کا دائرہ اختیار ہوتا ہے، اور 12 سے 24 تک ایک کنٹیگوس زون ہوتا ہے جس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا، اور 24 سے 200 ناٹیکل مائل تک وہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کا. اس کے بعد جس کو EEZ بولتے ہیں، اور اس کے بعد جو ہے کہ انٹرنیشنل واٹر شروع ہوتے ہیں، پھر بفر، اس طرح سے مختلف اس کے زونس ہیں. ہم بلوچستان کی طرف سے ساری بزنس کمیونٹی کو اس PIMEC میں ویلکم کرتے ہیں. یہاں پہ بے تحاشا بزنس اپرچونٹیز ہیں. میں آپ سے یہی گزارش کروں گا کہ آپ آئیے، ہم لوگوں سے انٹریکٹ کیجئے، اور اس ہماری کاوش کو، اس ہماری PIMEC کو پارٹیسپیٹ کر کے اس کو کامیاب بنائیں. اس لیے یہ پاکستان کی اکانومی میں بہت بڑا رول ہوگا، آپ کا کنٹریبیوشن ہوگا، کیونکہ یہاں پہ مور دین 50 کنٹریز سے جو ہیں وہ پارٹیسپنٹس آ رہے ہیں. آپ بھی تشریف لائیے، اور آپ کے جو انٹرنیشنل پارٹنر ہیں ان کو بھی ہم دعوت دیتے ہیں کہ آپ ہمارے بلوچستان پویلین کا اور PIMEC کا حصہ بنیے. شکریہ.
welcome all the participants, some of whom have traveled a long distance to show their solidarity with the maritime community of Pakistan, and some scholars have joined us online and have given their valuable time to sharing experiences and suggestions to address maritime issues in the Indian Ocean region.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Commodore retired Sayyid Muhammad Ubaidullah 𝐷𝐅𝐴 military as the moderator for this session. Commodore Ubaidullah has over 36 years of meritorious naval service to his credit, receiving many prizes and awards, including the coveted Sword of Honor and the Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee of Pakistan Gold Medal. He established the Pakistan Marines in the Navy and remained as its pioneer commandant for the first 3 years. He has also established a first of its kind research center in the maritime sector of Pakistan, namely the National Center of Maritime Policy Research. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Commodore retired Sayyid Muhammad Ubaidullah 𝐷𝐅𝐴 military for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us as chief guest Senator Shari Rahman, who is Pakistan Federal Minister of Climate Change. She, as a fourth-term parliamentarian, a diplomat, a journalist, and civil society activist, she has received Pakistan's highest civil award, Nishan-e-Imtiyaz. She is also founding chair of Senate Parliamentary Caucus on Climate Change and has served as chair of Pakistan Red Crescent. Ranked the Financial Times list of the 25 most influential women, and she also features in the Forbes 50 list of women achieved for 2023. We are privileged to have Senator Shari Rahman as the chief guest. To begin with, let me say a few words in the presence of so learned a speaker around here on a subject which is very close to the heart of everyone here, outside, and throughout the world: the climate change. Climate change is having a significant impact on the world oceans and seas. Some key effects, I would just list them, which will be further dwelled upon by the relevant speakers. The first and the foremost is the rising sea levels. As the earth temperature increases, the polar and glaciers are melting and hence causing rising in the sea level. This can really lead to coastal erosion, displacement of coastal community, increased risk of flooding while there is a storm. And the second part is warmer sea oceans. As the rising temperature causes world ocean to warm, this can lead to changes in the ocean current, which has an impact on the distribution of marine species and alter food chain. Ocean acidification. As the atmosphere is receiving CO2 and the level is increasing, the sea also absorbs that much more and get more acidic, and which has a direct impact on the shelf life and coral. These cannot be maintained. At the same time, changes in the circulation, ocean circulation, changes in the temperature as well as salinity causes the circulation difference, which comes into play and affects a large number of species and human beings the coastal community, and elsewhere. Finally, the increased frequency of extreme weather events in the coast, the climate change can increase the frequency and intensity of extreme weather conditions such as hurricane, typhoon, willy-willies, etc. These events can cause significant changes to the coastal community and to the people. Overall, the effect of climate change on the seas and the oceans are far-reaching and can have serious implications on marine environment, on human being and animal and resources put together. This brings me to invite my first speaker, which is a panel of two speakers, Mr. Mohammad Irfan Tariq and Mr. Mohammad Amjad, to present their paper. And before they start, let me introduce to them Mr. Mohammad, you will speak first, right? Mr. Mohammad Irfan Tariq joined Government of Pakistan in 1991 and served as Director General Environment and Climate Change in the Ministry of Climate Change. He also serves as National Focal Point on United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and has involved in the climate negotiations since the Rio Summit. Mr. Tariq also worked as member of the Executive Board of Clean Development Mechanism of UNFCCC for the last 3 years. Further, he is serving as Vice Chair of the Working Group of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. May I request the Honorable Speaker to present his paper.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great honor and privilege to be here today and to present before you some thoughts on issues which have not been captured so very well in our national priorities, and to create some ripples in the thinking process, to highlight some of very important issues arising because of climate change primarily, and also environment, and also to show you an opportunity angle, because Pakistan normally has been conceived as one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, the most impacted countries for the last 22 decades, 20 years. And for this purpose, ladies and gentlemen, we plan to present before you a presentation primarily in 2 or 3 parts. I would like to, the first part would be climate change impacts on oceans, and putting before you some opportunity angle. This will be a fairly shorter part. The second part is an interactive atlas which was developed by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a UN organization where Pakistan played a very prominent role. This atlas would be presented by my co-presenter, Mr. Mohammad Amjad. In fact, this presentation also has a third part. And diving deep into the issue, Dr. Asif Inam would be presenting a case study based on the specific coast of Karachi. And just for the information of those who have not heard of IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, It was established in the 90s, 96, 97 by United Nations Environment Program and World Meteorological Organization. And the need came out of the Rio Declaration, where there were observations regarding climate change, but it required scientific evidence. So all three, and I would also like to highlight all three of us have been part of the IPCC cycle, which is AR6, Assessment Report 6 cycle currently, and we have contributed to the whole process. So very proudly, Pakistan has played its part in the IPCC cycle. So ladies and gentlemen, coming to the impacts of climate change, for the last 2 years, you must have observed Pakistan getting one disaster after the other in the shape of forest fires, heat waves, floods, droughts, gulfs, and Pakistan has appeared on the world global radar of climate-induced disasters. It was one of the opportunity which Pakistan availed, and the Honorable Minister was very ably able to get a decision on loss and damage during the last COP, for which the whole developing world community is thankful to Pakistan. And I would take this opportunity to thank you, Madam, for your excellent contribution the globe has recognized. So ladies and gentlemen, all these disasters which we saw during 2020 and 2021, they were primarily terrestrial disasters. I have put before you a list of 7 disasters which are marine related or ocean related disasters, but they never appeared during any media discussion or anywhere in our priorities. For example, sea level rise is happening right now. It was happening yesterday. It will happen tomorrow as well. And the basic fact is, it is irreversible. Whatever sea rise is happening, it is irreversible. Under the worst scenarios, by 2100, we are expected to have a 0.7 meter rise in our coastal line communities, coastline, where, as we heard, approximately 1,000 kilometers of coastline, with 10% of Pakistan's population there and 40% of industry. So you can very well imagine the impacts. As was discussed by Commodore Saab very ably, there's disturbance in the water cycle. Sea intrusion and coastal erosion. Now this is something very specific to Pakistan, and allow me to take a second here. You know, disasters around the globe, there is one disaster after the other. But what we are experiencing here is a multitude of disasters taking place right at the moment. We have in the districts of Badin and 𝗏𝗏 sea intrusion, and it has not appeared on our radar as the other disasters have done so. And another very specific point to note is, as I said, they are irreversible. By the end of the century, they would not come back. Floods come and they recede. Droughts come and we try to cope with them. But sea level rise is going to remain there. Sea intrusion is going to remain there. So there are going to be disasters which have got very long-standing consequences. Just to be quick on the side, acidification is, I think, one of the most important impacts, environmental impacts we are having in our ocean. Heat waves, there have been incidences of heat waves, loss of biodiversity, and a list of climate-induced disasters. About 20 years back, we never heard of cyclones in Karachi. Now this is a recurring phenomena. We never heard of heat waves in Karachi. 2015 was the first year when we are about more than 1,000 people perished. So the point I'm trying to make, marine disasters, they are irreversible, and the most impacted are the coastal communities. They are on the front line of these disasters. And I think we have not been successful in paying attention to these disasters and addressing them. And on top of all that, ladies and gentlemen, you must have heard of the plastic intrusion into the seas. And as the UN tells us, there's going to be more plastics in the sea than the fish. And I take this opportunity again to thank the Honorable Minister for taking a lead in this. I think we expect a lot of action in the coming years in this arena. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are all the disasters, and we have been trying to portray Pakistan as one of the impacted countries, but there's also an opportunity angle now, and it is in the form of our natural resource assets. So what I want you to concentrate on is the figure of 76.4 million tons of sequestration capacity. This is the assessment which we did with the World Bank's support. It is a published document. This is the capacity of carbon sequestration we have in our ocean. Now, this is an extremely huge natural resource, and if we keep the health of our oceans in good order, I think this would help us in addressing our national commitments, which I'm coming to next. Along with it, you would see that we have, if we our mangroves, Pakistan is again most probably the only country in the world which has grown its mangroves since 1990s to a level larger than 300%. So it's a huge achievement for Pakistan. And if we restore their capacity, they have the capacity to sequester almost 0.3 million tons of carbon dioxide. So let me be quick. And the last figure I just want you to concentrate is the in the last line, which is $75 million, which if we tag a price to this natural asset, it would be this much. This slide, I would like you to just see the natural resources in the marine environment we have. I think this is a huge asset we have, and we need to take care of this asset. We have drawn a roadmap to address this, which is reflected here. And with this, I would thank you and request Mr. Amjad to present the interactive atlas for monitoring climate change globally and in Pakistan. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Amjad, working as a senior scientist officer, scientific officer at Global Climate Change Impact Studies Center. He published various research articles in national and international journals. I have a request to make, sir. Kindly take
Thank
only
you so
three minutes, please. The
Yeah.
time is already up.
Thank you so much, and I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I would like to be very quick as much as possible. So, yeah, in the IPCC 6th assessment cycle, working group 1, we as a team worked in this cycle and prepared an interactive atlas. So this interactive atlas has two parts. One is in the written part, and another one is online. So you go online and you can see different results. The basic purpose of this interactive atlas, so because the assessment is a big document and it's really hard for anyone to read it. So here, with this interactive tool, different kind of audience, both academician, students, and decision makers can go online and see what different kind of results for their own particular region. So this is the outline of the entire report, and the last 3 chapters are on the regional level. So this is team from all around the world, so we've been working together to produce this. As I mentioned, we have divided the whole globe into 46 land regions and 12 ocean regions. In addition to that, there are monsoon regions, small islands, and working group 2 continental regions, and major river basins. So in all these regions, you can go and see different kind of variables, which I will show you. So this has three main components. One is the simple version, another one is the advanced version, and the third one is the regional synthesis. And other part is regarding the documentation of the atlas. So here I want to show the climatic impact drivers which been assessed in the this current assessment cycle. So this purple color shows the confidence level. So the dark purple color shows that we are very sure and this high confidence that this will going to happen. So you can see on all the coast related variables, which been sea level rise, sea surface temperature, marine heat waves, such kind of all kind of variables have a lot of confidence in all regions, and this is going to be happen in future. So here you can compare different results for different regions on one platform, and you can see the level of confidence for different variables. Here, this is the regional synthesis, and which shows which region is going to, which variables is behaving like what for what time frame. So as I mentioned, there are plenty of variables, atmospheric, oceanic, and other variables, and some derived variables like hot degree days, cold degree days, and frost days, maximum temperature, minimum. We can get all of them all together and compare with each other. We can see the behavior of others as well. So these all variables are for different IPCC scenarios, which are socioeconomic pathways. So the SSP 8.5 is the warmest one, and the SSP 1 is the and there's a middle and low emission scenarios. So we can compare all of them for our own region and create tables. We can make some timelines. The data sets of climate model intercomparison projects, which is 6 cycle, is also here. The CMIP 5 data is also there, Codex data is there, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 data, CRU data, all different kind of observed and model data sets are provided there, and we can see different level of warming levels for example, what the world will look like and what our region, our coastal region in Arabian Sea will look like under different warming scenarios. And not only this, we can see it for different time periods. For example, near term, medium term, and long term, and relative to different baselines. The baseline of pre-industrial and the latest baseline as well. So this is the one of the example of showing how the temperature is changing in over South Asia region in near-term basis. Also, a few regions which have been identified as the ocean biomes. So our Arabian Sea, few regions in ocean which are ecologically very active. So our Arabian Sea also falls under those regions. So that region, I have few results for that. So you can see for different months, and under the x-axis you can see the different
Mr.
years.
Amjad, may I request you kindly, please? We have already sort of shot on time.
So this is the time series, and this is sea level rise for our region, which is already mentioned by Irfan Saab, that we will be like 0.7 meters by the end of this century. This is the regional synthesis we can produce using the interactive tool, and these are different sets of variable for different regions. And if you want to do something by more yourself, there's a repository online on GitHub, so you can go there and produce different kind of results, and also the scripts are also given, so which will be very useful for the students. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard Mr. Muhammad Irfan and Mr. Muhammad Amjad. They had a lot of data. They have a lot of knowledge that they wanted to convey to all of us. But unfortunately, those timings are not available. Maybe we need to have a dedicated session with them to understand. But one thing very clearly I understood and really got scared. उन्होंने डरा दिया है कि 7 मीटर की हाइट बढ़ जाएगी. Please don't get carried away with that. Oh, by mistake है, that's only 0.7 meters by the turn of the century. So that's one area. But definitely Pakistan, although contributes only less than 1% of carbon emission to the Eurozone, but it is on top 10 countries of the world at number 10, which is affected by the climate change. Whether it is ocean warming, whether it is acidification, whether it is warming of this, or whether it is melting of ice and bringing floods that we have seen very recently, and we have been affected by that. I thank you very much, sir. And my next speaker, is Mr. Mohammad Akhtar Chima, who is the country representative of IUCN. He has over 20 years of experience in natural resources management and more than 15 years of experience with IUCN. He holds a bachelor degree in agriculture engineering from University of Agriculture, Faisalabad, and a Master of Science in Agriculture Extension from University of Reading, UK. Due to paucity of time, I'm not reading out the full biodata and the CVs. Please excuse me for that. May I invite you to please present your paper on preservation of marine ecosystem.
First of all, Honorable Madam Minister, Chair of the session today, what a pleasure to have you in this session. Honorable 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 Sahab, we are very pleased that you have the responsibility of this moderation. Inam Sahab, 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐿 Sahab, and Amjad Sahab, distinguished institutions, heads of the institutions, Pakistan Navy Chief of Naval Staff, NEMA Director General 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐿 Sahab, and the Maritime Ministry representatives. What a pleasure to have to be with you this afternoon. We are very honored to have this multiplier effect. Earlier we used to have few delegations from international countries, several countries that we have now distinguished presence. 2 days, I have heard many of the distinguished speakers, and I think that most of the job is already done. So it will make my presentation relatively little easier if I have this control with me. I can try to finish my presentation timely. Next, thank you. I don't know how many of you know about IUCN. IUCN is an organization that brings together 1,200 members, 16,000 scientists, and we have a distinguished presence of many of the countries that we work globally. People are in the center, and we have land, water, oceans, and climate are the priorities, but again, the areas that we address, our Nature 2030, are some of the areas that we have presence in Pakistan, Karachi, Islamabad, Quetta, Peshawar, Punjab, AJK. We work with multiple donors, and I am not going to have, we have distinguished membership of the both governments and non-governmental organizations, number of donors that we work. Ladies and gentlemen, we heard that Pakistan is blessed with natural assets. We have more than 1,000 kilometers of coast, and we have 240,000 square kilometers and an area added equal to Sindh as continental shelf, relatively much less explored. And this all actually helps us to understand better, starting from mangroves to biodiversity to coastal beaches that we have are unique in Pakistan, that we are blessed with these natural assets. But at the same time, you would see that everybody mentioning about these challenges that we face. The people say much less water is coming to coast. There is acute water shortage. The people say that the mangroves are being cut. People say we are overpopulated People say that there's a coastal pollution that is taking place, and people say men work and women are not given much attention in the coastal areas. So we all have discussed what can we do and what have we done. You all heard about plastic, 300 million tons, the plastic which is produced, 14 million tons each year goes to sea, and Asif Inam Sahab, I think he will present you more closely what is the challenge that we are facing. Pakistan mangroves, you heard many of the presenters. We had gone down to 84,000 hectares of mangroves left. But thanks to God and thanks to government of Sindh and stakeholders like Pakistan Navy for bringing this cover back. 50,000 hectares of plantation in the coastal areas has been raised by the Department of Forest Sindh in partnership with IUCN, and there is a complete record of each and every location which is available. I would like to say that we had not tapped the other stakeholders when mangroves were. Private sector, we established business and biodiversity. We had a colleague, Julian, representing Pakistan British, this business council. We have other business leaders around us. I think we need to focus on bringing them on board because they can do a lot. This million mangroves alone in Port Qasim area. And I would like to say that we have wonderful institutions like Port Qasim in here at the federal level. We also have wonderful association of other partners that work like 𝐷𝐸𝐺, that we have established these plantations in the other private sector. I would like to say that this partnership, especially in Balochistan with the World Bank that we have, most importantly, in I think it was 2016 or 17, when we had this opportunity of meeting ज़काउल्लाह साहब, तो वो कहते हैं बताओ चीमा बताओ ये जो मैंग्रोव्स हैं कट रहे हैं तो क्या कर रहे हैं आप लोग. मैंने उनको बड़ी कहानी सुनाई. मैंने कहा जी हमने स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई, हमने ये किया. कहते हैं प्रैक्टिकली बताओ कितना किया. I tried, but I think I said that, you know, organization like IUCN can do that much. We prepare strategy, worked with government and demonstrated, and that needs to be upscaled. He said, okay, what can we do? I said that Pakistan Navy can come with the plantation. He said, okay, 1 million plants that Pakistan Navy is going to plant next year. And I never thought, the very next day, I received a telephone call from a Kamkar, and I did not know about the details, but people, they landed in and asked about how are you going to undertake this survey and plantations. Believe me, this 1 million plants, 2 years, 2 million. And when I presented this to Abbasi Sahab, I said that now that Zakaullah Sahab is retiring and this annual event that takes place, what is going to be the fate of this 1 million? He said, I go for 2 million. So this is the level of will, commitment. Today, 7.5 million plants that Pakistan Navy has raised, and you can go, even one of the staff member who I happened to meet, he said that, no, I can hide myself in the mangroves because the mangroves that we had planted have grown much. So I would like to highlight that there is a huge potential that we can capitalize, and institutions like Pakistan Navy is doing wonderful work. I would also like to say it's not only the work that they have done. Water treatment plant, again, another activity which was, we shared experiences, and in Menoda, 30,000 gallons per day that they started treating, and now at 15 locations, Madam Minister, they have replicated 450,000 gallons per day. this is a replicable, again, an intervention that Government of Pakistan and upscale in any of the housing societies, in any of the, because there were millions that were being spent on this water polluted water, and there were watering plants. I would like to say this, economic valuation of mangroves that everybody mentioned. We had undertaken this study. Dr. 𝐷𝗫𝐻𝐿𝐈𝐿 is there. The, $1,400 per hectare, the benefit that they bring every year. This reversal that has Irfan Tariq Sahab also mentioned about, we have a unique situation in which Pakistan is now witnessing reasonable increase in the vegetative cover of mangroves in Pakistan. So we have from 14,000 to 105 to 200, and this credit goes to, this is water treatment plant that I mentioned. The Pakistan Navy has done wonderful work, which I say that is going to be. Madam Minister, in your ministry, that we have this national coordinating body, which is chaired by the Secretary Ministry of Climate Change, and both provincial governments, ports, coastal development authorities, and all those relevant departments, including private sector, 26 institutions. This morning I heard Senator Syed Mushahid, he said we need to establish, we already have established since 2010. I think we need to make operational, there was not a single marine protected area. Again, credit goes to provincial governments, federal, and especially Ministry of Defense and Pakistan Navy, that we have Astola Island, one of the marine protected area, and IUCN has already undertaken those benchmark studies, which I think are much less known. And I would like to say here that Blue Economy portal that we are going to bring this year is going to provide opportunity of having all those, coastal erosion. I also said that gender mainstreaming, again, hundreds of the women that we have associated, and there is a huge action plan, gender action plan, the Madam Minister, where we have involved local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have associated not only in coastal, all over Pakistan, over 10,000 students. And I want to have meetings with 100 Vice Chancellor this year in 2023. We already have held meeting with half a dozen Vice Chancellors of the women universities already. So we will continue having further opportunities explore. I would like to say these couple of minutes that I am going to take. I think there is a huge potential. Policies that we worked, I think we need to undertake objective assessment of those policies and joint reviews. We need to come up with the gaps and then prepare an informed policy. Ministerial coordination forum is extremely important. I think Madam Minister has good exposure and she has the convening role. I would say that those other ministries need to be brought on board. Those institutions, especially donors, we mentioned about World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, they all are doing work in isolation. I would suggest that we have this consortium established of the donors and then reporting to this coordinating body or the ministry so that we have this overall, the program. Finally, I would like to say the implementing agencies, the organizations, they need to be brought on board. And there are several ideas that today we have brought, but they all require actions, and these actions are listed. We cannot do alone. We need to have partnerships, sustainable development goals that we would like to have, climate, smart infrastructure. These points that I have shared, I think replication and upscale of Pakistan Navy's experience is extremely important. I say gratitude to NEMA, to Pakistan Navy, and to Maritime Ministry for organizing this wonderful workshop. our honorable foreign minister साहब said that's what a landmark. तो अब मैं अपने कोलीग से कह रहा था, मैंने कहा बताएं कोई सी मार्क भी कोई ऐसा लफ्ज़ है, कहते हैं इससे पहले तो नहीं, वो डिक्शनरी में तलाश कर रहे थे, तो मैंने कहा why don't we introduce what a C mark conference that you have organized. Thank you very much this wonderful opportunity that I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahmood Akhtar Chima. What a talk coming from the heart, talking with conviction, so what he is doing, and also told us the success story of involvement of IUCN with Pakistan Navy, with Sindh government, with Balochistan government, and getting to where we got. Originally, Pakistan, as he said, was at the 4th or 5th largest mangroves in the world. But over a period of time, by cutting off the mangroves and sometime really being misused for certain other selling of this wood, and of course those who are local, they have the right to cut those for their firewood purposes. But the success story at the end of the day was that IUCN worked with Pakistan Navy, and Pakistan Navy originally contributed to 1 million trees, sapling of the mangroves, and subsequently 2 million. So as it stands today, Pakistan Navy has added 7.6 million mangrove tree to this area, and scientifically
प्रायोरिटाइज करने के लिए टूरिज्म को हमने एक मेजर सेगमेंट बना रहे हैं। सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी का जो इशू है, इसको हमें भी तक न
Maritime Security Agency are ensuring those aspects that these are not cut and protected, and valuable contribution by them. Mr. Mahmood also mentioned the need of a joint committee or working from a center with World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Islamic Bank, etc., which is really need of the hour, and nobody else but the Madam Minister is very close to her heart, and I'm sure at the end of this seminar, on conclusion of this session, we will hear much more good things, as the government has been able to convince the world leaders to create a fund for those who are affected by the climate change, because this climate change has no boundary of rich or poor, east or west, north or south countries. Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. Asif Inam, who joined the National Institute of Oceanography much earlier in 1984. But later he did his PhD from University of Wales in 1997, and he was appointed as a project director of Pakistan Continental Shelf. ये जो continental shelf बना है 50,000 square kilometer का, Dr. Inam also played a pivotal role into that, and really all hats off to him. The government of Pakistan appointed Dr. Inam as the Director General DG NIO, and he stayed there for a long time from 2015 onward, and then he retired in 2019 after serving for 35 years as the head of NIO. Sir, over to you for climate change, sea level rise, need for new urban planning for coastal cities of Pakistan. ये आप गौर से सुने, कोई पता नहीं है आपका घर कहाँ हो और कितना सी राइज हो रहा हो। वो सी राइज जो है वो आपकी प्रॉपर्टी को डायरेक्टली इफेक्ट कर देगा। Here is Mr. Inam, who is here to tell us how much we should be worried about and how much we should not be worried about, in what time frame it can happen. It can happen to many of our installations in Karachi, particularly Manora and particularly Mehran. So we are going to hear something very practical, which is either being done or will be done shortly. Over to you, sir.
Sir, thank you very much for a very nice introduction, and I am extremely grateful to PIMEC and to DG NEMA, and it is indeed a great pleasure to speak in front of Madam Minister about something very serious. My scheme of presentation is as flashed. I'm going to, since 𝟏💏th 𝐅𝐞𝐛𝐫𝐮 has already set the theme of that presentation, so I'm definitely going to take advantage of his first presentation, and I'm going to limit myself to the content flashed. One thing which I would like to say to my students, there are two areas where you can immediately see the impact of climate change. One area is the northern areas or the glaciers, and you can see through satellite the melting of glaciers. And the other area which is very important and which is of great concern is the coastal area, because the coast is going to get immediate impact of climate change, and as flashed on the screen that it is in fact we who are responsible for the emission of greenhouse gases, and because of that emission the temperature of the earth is rising, and if we are unable to control emission as per the Paris Agreement, then may Allah help us. This graph shows the trend, and if you can see that the trend of sea level rise is gradually increasing over the years, and the present state is reflected as it's greater than 4 millimeter per year. And it is, as Irfan Saab has rightly pointed out, that it was rising yesterday and it is going to rise tomorrow. This figure is very interesting. Amjad Saab has briefly mentioned about SSPs, and if you can see on the graph that SSP 1 is the state that if we are able to control emission and bring it to almost zero by the end of 2050, then we are going to control a lot of bad things which we have been doing over the years. But if we fail, as Amjad Saab has mentioned, that the worst case scenario is very alarming, that if we failed and if we continue to carry out the routine affairs, and if we keep going the emissions as we presently are, then things are not going to be very comfortable. How vulnerable are Pakistan's coastal area? This is something very interesting, and believe me, most of us have no idea about the sensitivity of that issue. So my intentions are not to harass you, or my intention is just to give a wake-up call to all who matters. Why it is serious? If you see the profile on the left side, this is the profile of Indus Delta, and you can see that over long distances Indus is very flat. So what does that mean? It means that even a minute rise in sea level would intrude into large distances, and this is extremely alarming. And if you can see a topographic map on the right side of the screen, you can see that all the pink shades shown on the delta are already under sea levels. This is very interesting. On the 15th of November 2016, we experienced an event known as supermoon. supermoon is the even when moon comes closest to the earth, and due to that closeness it exerts more gravitational pull, and it is written in the text that it pulls about 5 centimeters higher than the normal tide. And if you can see a situation of delta a day earlier and during the supermoon period. What Irfan Saab indicated that sea surface temperatures are increasing in our area. Due to the rise in sea surface temperature, it is initiating lot of cyclones in our region, and as Irfan Saab mentioned that we used to hear very seldom about the cyclones, but over the years, every year it on average 2 or 3 cyclones visit us or visit across the Arabian Sea. This is one of the indication. In 2019 October, it was 28th of October, cyclone Q passed through our Arabian Sea. It was far beyond our EEZ, and it was more than 300 kilometers away from the coastline. And the picture on the left side of the screen is Clifton 𝐷HA Golf Club, and you can see it. The cyclone passed more than 300 kilometers, but it flooded the golf club of 𝐷HA. It is because of the low gradient of our coastline. As Amjad Saab mentioned that there are different SSPs, and you can see that if we are managed to control emission by 2050 and bring it to almost zero, then we are going to experience a sea level rise of about 30 centimeters. But if we fail to control it, it can go up to 0.72 meters. In the following slides, what I did, I extracted data from this chart, and if you go, I'm going to show you the website of that chart. That chart was not made by me. It was prepared by IPCC, and they have, if you go to their site, their website, they have uploaded all the data which made that graph possible. This is the state of affair along the Karachi coast, and you can see that according to IPCC and according to NASA prediction, we are going to have a sea level rise of about 60 centimeters by the end of this year.
Master planning of Shaban Valley, just beside Quetta, is in the process. Construction of tourism rest house and camping site at 𝐷𝗏𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿, as I already mentioned, it is under construction and nearly about to complete. Then in our Golden Desert, in Noshki, camping site has been established there. And it is
showed earlier, and what I did, I calculated year-wise difference or 10 years wise raise in the sea level, and I added to the tidal range, and you can see that presently it is about 3.6 meters highest astronomical tide, but by the end of the 21st this century, it is going to be as high as 4.2 meters. In this chart, what I did, I have hypothetically at a storm condition where we might have a storm surge as high as 1 meter along Karachi coast. And you can see that the tidal range is going to be more than 5 meters. This figure shows that there are a number of serious incidents that can happen to any coast with reference to sea level rise. And it starts from submergence of land till the impeded drainage. And I'm going to show you some of the examples from the Karachi coast. You can see on the left, this is 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄, which is almost on the coastline. And on the right, this is 𝐾𝐈𝐕𝐄 thermal power station. And the proximity of sea and the expected rise of sea level about 5 meters, you can imagine what is going to happen. This is quite common every year during southwest monsoon. This happens along the Hawke's Bay area. Atif, sorry. This is one of the biggest industrial estate of Sindh, and this is site area. And you can see how close this whole industrial complex is situated, very close to sea. And the other important area is 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 River. 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 River is reportedly bringing about more than 500 million gallons per day of domestic and industrial effluents. And just imagine if 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 start experiencing extreme sea level and higher tides, and just imagine a scenario where the extreme sea level prevent all the drainage of 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 and hold all that sewage into the 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 River, and it would start gaining some flooding. And even during extreme sea level condition or during tides as high as 5 meters, 𝐿𝑖𝑎𝑟𝑖 River can experience backflow. This is Landi Korangi industrial area, and again you can imagine what is going to happen to the industrial area. We have a refinery there, and we also have Mali River, which also can experience backflow.
Like Somyani, Gavadar, Kundmalir, Jivani, 𝗏𝗏 waterfalls, Mulla Chittuk, Hingol, Hanna Lake, Ziyarat, to name a few. Now I'd like to invite our guest from BBOIT, Balochistan Board of Investment and Trade, Mr. Saeed Sarpara, for his presentation.
Archaeological site, which is located in Balochistan, is a precursor of Indus Valley civilization.
And let the seawater intrude into the area, urban area. This is Sean Circle, Clifton, and nobody has ever thought about the reason why this water remained there for that long. And believe me, one of the main reasons for the water that hold back was the high tide, because this stormy weather coincides with high sea conditions. So this can happen. As I was saying that, just imagine a backflow. Look at my student, she is asking me to wind it up.
She's just doing the right job.
Just imagine a scenario when Lyari is going to experience backflow. All this garbage is just waiting for that moment, and in that case, all that trash and all that plastic is going to go towards sea. This is something very interesting, and if I have tried to relate sea level rise with the challenges of decade of the ocean, as you must be aware of the fact that United Nations has declared the period between 2021 to 2030 as the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, and they have identified 10 different challenges, and you can see all those or most of the challenges are directly related, or they are going to be impacted by the sea level rise. We are going to have lot more issues related to marine pollution. Because of the coastal erosion, we are going to have high turbidity condition, and that is going to impact the biodiversity, and it is also going to damage the fish catch, sustainability of fish resources, and there are many different reasons. But since I am asked to conclude, so let me go through quickly. These are some of the responses we need to take. Some of them, just briefly, there are engineering solutions for almost everything. But can we afford that solution? This is something very important to understand. But these are different options. First option is we don't do anything and let it happen, and you can imagine what is going to happen. We have not yet started any protection work, but countries, some of the countries, they have already experiencing issues related to sea level rise, and they have started securing their assets on the coast, and these are the some of the details of expenditure, and the figure and the estimated cost looks very high, but believe me, it is much cheaper to build something instead of rebuilding something. Atif, क्या हो गया? Huh? This is my recommendation, and due to the paucity, I am now concluding my talk. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you realize that this was a tough subject to talk on, and at the same time has a lot of things which primarily scare us, and he was very successful in giving us the alarm bell and giving us a wake-up call, and those particularly living in the coastal area of Clifton, DHA, and the industrial areas of Korangi and site, etc., etc. Definitely there is a need which he very amply highlighted to know it about, and nothing to worry, because the 0.7 meter rise in the ocean will be only after 70 years. We have plenty of time. If we can take those solution as he very amply and rightly highlighted, these are not cost exorbitant, but they are cost effective. And when you take into account the loss which can happen, and I will borrow words of our London speaker earlier, who said this is disaster in the making which is irreversible. Rather, multiple disaster in making which is not reversible. So this is a wake-up call, and this is something which every one of us is affected, because it affects the food chain. In the ultimate analysis, what starts from the warming up of the ocean, the acidification of the ocean, the melting of the glacier and the floods and then cyclones and willy-willies, this eventually will have effect on food chain and security of food. So strategy on the food has to take place priority. I take this opportunity to thank all the worthy speakers. What a pleasure it was to listen to you. So much of learned talk we had, and so much will follow. Yes. We have time now for question and answer. Standard, my request to you, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and then also indicate that the question is targeted at home. So we will be able to do. Please refrain from the remarks, longish remarks. We don't have time. Crispy question will have crispy answers from us. Thank you. Yes.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammad Rajpur. I am from the ports and shipping industry. One comment and one question. The comment is that I really feel the speakers were excellent, and these are the hidden treasures of Pakistan. So my compliments to all of them, and especially to Nima for selecting the topic, and a very important topic, and selecting the right speakers. Question to the Honorable Minister. Given your recent success in Egypt at the COP summit, where you managed to get the West or the developed countries to commit a lot of money to Pakistan, some of the projects highlighted by the last speaker in terms of building breakwaters, retention walls, and protection, in millions or tens of millions of dollars, do you think some of those funds could be diverted for those projects?
She has noted down the question and will be happy to answer this question while she talks very soon after this. I'm very happy to note that all of you have understood very clearly what was said from here. As in the morning session, Alvin Farooq has said, I borrow his words and say the same thing. Before I conclude, I really been here for last 1.5 days. Just 2 sentences which may not be relevant to particularly this session. I borrow words of Mr. Senator Mushaid Hussain with full agreement and heart out. Center of gravity of Pakistan has to shift from land to sea. And the second quote I would like to borrow from Professor Zafar, who said in the morning session, Pakistan is not an agriculture country, but a maritime country. Thank you very much, all of you, sir. It has been a pleasure. And now may I request the chief guest, Senator Sharif Rahman, Minister of Climate Change, to kindly say a few words and conclude this session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let me thank Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, retired Director General Nima, and Commodore Ubaidullah, distinguished speakers at the Presidium, Excellencies, friends and colleagues, as well as members of the international community, maritime community, and the navies that are present here. I believe 50 countries are participating in this very impressive conference, or rather convening. And we have before us a situation where the navies of the world are committed not just to waging conflict or creating boundaries for territorial protection, but are actually advancing the cause of peace. So to the Aman initiative, my extreme compliments. This is the second time I've done this, and I'm always heartened in the future of humanity when I see militaries, and specifically the navies, of so many countries that are often at odds with each other, come together to work together to protect our seas from contraband, from piracy and other predations. So my compliments to all in the spirit of working together. That collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, is the only future for mankind and womankind, of course. But it is the only future because, not because I'm the climate minister, but because I see climate threats and risks as the primary shock and danger to human and national security as we know it. There are traditional threats that I'm sure have been discussed, but this is classified, climate change, as a non-traditional threat, as you know. Yet it is becoming the most pressing concern of the 21st century. You saw excellent speakers making scholarly projections, science-based projections into the future of what are known as slow onset events. Now, they are classified and rated in climate science to the end of the century. The Paris Accord also talks about that, keeping 1.5 alive, the goal of keeping 1.5 alive. Well, let me just ring an alarm bell here, and I'm not going to apologize for it, because those who take action do so based on verifiable knowledge and information that can actually trigger serious responses. Now, we are still, as a human race, responding to climate change. We are not ahead of the curve at all. We are only responding. Now, militaries know what only responding and proactivity means, don't you? You all know that. Scientists should also know that. And I feel now it is high time that all our communities understood that. We are responding, but we are not responding at all, by far, to be able to save what is left of our planet, what is left of the terra firma, and principally the oceans of the world. Now, I haven't started with Pakistan. It is my principal focus, of course, and I will end with that. But I want to start with one thing. Pakistan this year, in 2022, experienced the worst flood, a monsoon on steroids, as the UN Secretary General called it, the worst flooding of the century. Even Pakistanis did not understand that that was the case. The level, the scale, the magnitude we had of this disaster, of this catastrophe, impacted 33 million people. Now, 33 million people is the size, combined size of populations of 3 medium-sized European countries. 3 countries together. If you can imagine the scale, that is the context. And when I speak about scale, I say it to remind everybody that climate change is real, it is coming at us now, and it will not keep to the time scales and projections we are talking about. Remember these words. It is a dangerous decade, not the end of the century. That will be too late for countries on the ground zero and on the front line of global warming. As 2022 showed us, we in Pakistan and many other countries close to the equator and various other currents that comprise how storms impact each country, or droughts and floods, that is a classic indicator of climate change. And Pakistan experienced all of them in 2022. It started with 4 heat waves. We went into 53.7 degrees in parts of southern Sindh. Now that's not a temperature known. That is not a temperature at which marine life or even human life can prosper. Okay? That is what is known as real impacts of global warming on the ground here and now. So this is a dangerous decade for us because it is an accelerated decade of global warming. We are going to experience it disproportionately. The vulnerable countries, the Horn of Africa, small islands which are already sinking, the Maldives, for instance, will sink in 8 years, according to their climate minister. I would be very angry if I was her, and the whole world would have heard about it by now. But they need to hear about the fact that sea level is much higher. Yesterday's reports, and this is the thing about climate change, the reports coming fast and fresh and informing us of this accelerated pace of change are much faster than what we saw. Sea level will be rising faster than what we saw. Why? Because we are not on the 1.5 trajectory that Paris promised us, or we promised ourselves. Now, we are, at the rate we are going, the trajectory we are going, anywhere close to 2.8 degrees at the turn of the century, or even 3 degrees. By then, we in the front line, the ground zero experiencers of vulnerable countries, will have felt the burn much faster. So understand this, climate impacts are not even all over the world. The colder climates, the prepared climates, countries will experience it with far more resilience. They will be prepared, but their temperatures will not be so furious as the ones we experience today. Now, we were the hottest place on the face of this planet in 2022. People don't realize we were also the hottest place on the planet last year and the year before that, in Turbat, in Jacobabad and Dadu. This is the southern belt of the country, the delta regions that we were hearing so much about. This is where the human impact of climate change is being experienced in people's fields, in their kitchens, in their homes, in the cost of living crisis you hear about so much because of conflict in Europe. That is where the real cost of living crisis is coming. When your home, when your crops are burnt, when you're no longer able to cook, or you have no water to access, then the cost of living is very close to subsistence, and subsistence often becomes a luxury when you are hit by the kind of storms that threaten your very survival. Now, this is what Pakistan experienced. We experienced at the same time a monsoon that was on steroids, non-stop for 6 weeks, unheard of in South Asia. We all know what a monsoon is like. We saw regular torrential flooding, and we saw glacial lake outburst events, which are known as 𝐿𝐲s. And today, as we speak, my ministry and UNDP are training at least 24 sites or more in 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 and Gilgit-Baltistan to plan for early onset 𝐿𝐲s, because last year we experienced 300% rise in 𝐿𝐲s. Again, glacial lake outburst floods happen because the glaciers are melting. We have the highest amount of glaciers outside the polar region, the highest number in Pakistan. They're excellent for tourism, but they're still not looking at ecotourism. So those are also in the front line, and when 3 types of flooding combines, the momentum is absolutely life-threatening to communities that are under sea level. Now, many areas from Thatta, Sajawal, all those areas, even Karachi, parts of it are under sea level, already under sea level. So that is why, other than governance, the architecture of coping with storm drains and managing a new kind of flooding is extremely important. And it requires, I mean, this is called adaptation. It requires, adaptation is no inexpensive business. It requires a great deal of money and it requires time. Do we have time? Many countries do not, many community. Within each country, climate change will be experienced unequally. Women and children and coastal and poor, and the poor at the margins will experience it like hell on wheels. The cities with more preparedness, with walls of concrete will have more, obviously, will be more resilient. But eventually, like 40 degrees came to Europe this summer, it will come to everyone. So my theme at COP27 was what goes on in Pakistan will not stay in Pakistan, because every ecosystem, especially through the oceans, is completely connected. It is completely connected and it cannot be separate. If one ecosystem fails, if there is a dead zone, there are 400 dead zones in the world's oceans today, and that is because of lack of oxygen within the ocean, then those dead zones will come to you too. And once those dead zones come to you, or the Gulf Stream, the historic Gulf Stream which from ancient times has been regulating planetary seasons, starts slowing down. It's called the conveyor belt. The Gulf Stream is called the conveyor belt. The ocean is a conveyor belt for streams that then regulate your seasons. Once those start slowing down, let alone marine life, then you will have a real crisis, and many countries will wake up and ask, oh, what are we supposed to do about it? Well, the science is right there, and it's telling you what to do. It's telling you to stop consuming the way we used to, which will bring me to my favorite theme, microplastics, and how that is choking all our oceans. This year, 2021, last year, we had 139 million metric tons, not Pakistan, the whole world, of microplastics choking the ocean. All of marine life is now ingesting it. It is landing up in your dinner plates now. It is. And what is happening is a cycle called a tipping point. And a tipping point is being reached in the ocean. People are all talking about how there will be more plastics in the sea than fish. That's not at the end of the century. That is 2050. So 2050 is when your children will still be alive. And for us, the choking of the ocean, the warming of the ocean, I'll just say in plain words, this business of acidification. What is this? It arises because the ocean is warming, and 90% of the planet is controlled. The seasons, the tides, 1/5 of protein that we eat is controlled by the ocean. But most dangerously, and people don't realize, this is why I say what goes on in one ecosystem will go into the other. The most dangerous thing is the melting Arctic and the melting glaciers. Because once the Arctic is no longer ice, and today's reports tell us it won't be, then the jet stream that reflects sunlight back to the sun, all that ice reflects sunlight back to the sun. And our oceans have been absorbing 90% of our own emissions, the sun's warming, our global warming, for the last 50 years. For the last 50 years, it is our oceans that have been the carbon sinks. History, civilizations have used oceans for conquests and for commerce. But now, the most valid and important metric of judging what the ocean does is its ability to be a carbon sink. And right now, its health as a carbon sink, its sustainability as a carbon sink, its operation as the vector of a blue economy that can make commerce sustainable is under severe shock and threat. So we can have conferences, we can talk about this, because without talking about it, there is no knowledge dispersion. Without no knowledge dispersion, there is no action. But action has to be real, and it has to mean something, and it must start from the top. Why do I say this? Because those who are empowered are always better prepared, better resilient, have resources. So it's incumbent on all of us in this room to start at the top. There should be no more plastic bottles here. We can afford glass bottles, it's cumbersome, but entire generations used to do it in the 70s. I'm 62 years old, I remember how to drink out of non-plastic bottles. So we will all have to remember how to do that. My office is not allowed to use it, neither is the Senate, none of its committees, none of my offices. Very soon the government of Pakistan will also not. It is very hard to regulate plastics. The recycling industry is telling you that they're recycling 30% of it. I do not believe them for 1 minute, because it is less than 10%. The world is recycling less than 10%. And I mentioned the 139 million metric tons figure because it is growing higher and higher every year. And it is virgin polymer, virgin plastics, not recycled, not anything but single-use plastic. Know your enemy. If there was an extinction event and somebody landed from Mars, like there was during the dinosaur age, and we are facing an extinction event, it's slow and we don't realize it, but all they would see as a legacy of human civilization is plastics. They would see plastics choking our oceans, our waterways, our landfills, our homes, our terrain, and of course, destroying our sea. The sea is the origin of much life. And it is the ground, it is the mother of all finite resources. We continue to think, the human race continues to think, that these resources are infinite. They are not. Our population is rising, and we are exploiting our Earth's and our ocean's resources with impunity. It is with great impunity, and then do not be surprised when the storms start recurring with increasing velocity and with greater and greater frequency. It's happening everywhere in the world now. So we do need to focus our minds on what we are doing here and now. We need to take action when we go home, because climate change is about action at the individual level, at the institutional level, at business platforms, at multiple international platforms, and of course national governments. But nowhere in the world can climate change be forced into regulation. It is the ultimate stakeholder thing. It's got to be accepted, because no one can patrol and police what you do in your backyard, how much water you throw away. And I'm saying water because we've gotten diverted by climate emergencies. But water is Pakistan's frontline emergency. When I swore in as minister, the first thing I wanted to do was alert everybody to the fact that Pakistan will be water scarce by 2025. You'll say, but there's water everywhere. There won't be a drop to drink. That water will not be fit for drinking. It is the outfall of drainage and monsoons, and it is a disease vector, as we know. There are great lakes in Sindh which may never go away after this monsoon. So, before the summer strikes us again, and I go back to the Margalas and the KPs starting what is known as the forest fire burn season. There's a burn season that all forests now have to live with all over the world, from Oregon to California to Turkey, everywhere. And we either understand that this is because of human activity, or we turn our face away and say, all right, we don't know what to do. Well, let me tell you what countries like Pakistan have to do, and navies like yourselves have to do. They have to invest in peace like they are doing today, because war is a high emission event. And emissions produce global warming. Not the sun on its own, not nature on its own. Emissions, human emissions, produce global warming. And war is a very big emitter, and it is the only thing that has not been calculated by any industry. Every other human activity is under a calculus for its emissions, but war is not. So, when a navy invests in peace, it is investing in decarbonization, because normal sea commerce is one of the lowest emitters. It's 3 to 4%. It's like Africa, okay? So Africa is a low emitter. Pakistan is the lowest emitter. We are not responsible for global warming. For once, we are not responsible for it. But we are in its front line. So what do? We can't change, we can't stop other countries or big corporations from emissions. We start to change our own lifestyles, and we start focusing on adaptation. Adaptation is a society's ability to adapt with resilience to the onset of changing weather, changing cycles, and shocks that the country will experience. So we are facing our most formidable economic challenge in 75 years. And we all know we need to diversify economy. So why aren't we looking at the blue economy as a real opportunity? Challenges to living societies, to regenerative civilizations present opportunities. Use every crisis for an opportunity. Again, militaries know how to do that. So do regenerative societies. Either they become extinct or they carry on. So in our decisive decade, what are we doing? You heard about, we're in Karachi, you heard about the ability of mangroves, for instance, to absorb carbon, right? Now, our mangroves are absorbing carbon at a very high rate, much higher than a normal boreal forest. It has gone up by 300%. Everyone has collaborated, the Navy, the private sector, the government of Sindh, IUCN, World Wildlife. It is a perfect example. It's the other side of the perfect storm. It is a perfect example of how it's providing green jobs and how a community and coastal belt is regenerating. Even the marine life is regenerating. And here, people don't know, but Pakistan is already trading on the voluntary carbon markets. So our blue carbon is trading on voluntary carbon markets. The gentleman here was presenting, I wanted to inform him, we are already doing that. The government of Sindh is already trading, and it is set to look at a future, I think for the next 60 years, it has shifted towards this green renewability, and obviously it is being able to monetize its carbon ahead of any other province or green resource. So the seagrass and the mangroves are being monetized now in the Indus Delta Blue Project. I welcome you to come and have a look at it. I'm sure IUCN is part of it. They do know about it. Now, according to the World Bank, the potential to increase Pakistan's maritime revenue is over $2 billion per annum. And, obviously that has a cascade of effects on livelihoods. But there are no investments in serious containerized shipping also, because half of our foreign freight carriers are being given charges. There are no investments, serious investments in ecotourism, and there are no serious investments in, other than those being taken by provincial governments and central government, there are no serious investments in aquaculture. There has to be now a movement towards that, because without it, we will not be able to generate the protein needed or even the trade needed for our coastal communities. Now, I could go on and on, but I think I want to just speak to you about the triple planetary crisis and how it's impacting us. My job here is not to come and tell you what my ministry is doing and how wonderfully it's performing. Climate change is not understood by the whole of South Asia as a clear and present danger. Half my job has been to present to our own country that it is a clear and present danger. In fact, it's upon us. So people ask, oh, but why is this happening? It's happening because we were not listening. Now, we at COP27, the reason we were internationally able to make a case is because just before going there, I told the cabinet that we are less than 1% of an emitter. We are a clear target of climate injustice. And while my remit is not local action, it is not local action, it is not provincial action either. It is mostly to deal with international treaties. We have to get this. The loss and damage fund was yes, no, yes, no. I mean, ask any woman. Nobody is going to give you anything without a fight for it. So if we were expecting it to be handed over, it's not going to happen. And so it had to be a fight. We had to have critical mass. The entire region was with us. The people who are rivals and competitors saw the value night after night in conferencing, in informal caucusing, that we must stay together. The minute we are together, the whole game changes. And that's what happened here. It was, of course, exemplary leadership by all of Pakistan's leaders. The Foreign Minister, Bilawal Bhutto Zardari, understood it immediately. He mobilized being put on the agenda. The Prime Minister understood it. He showed up at COP, although he was like, I have things to do here. I said, no, sir, you have to come here and you have to make the speech. And the same was done at the United Nations General Assembly. So, yes, when we want to, we can pull it together. We had the opportunity. We were chair of G77. It's a rotating chair, and we identified it as an opportunity, and we took it. We took the conference into 2 extra days, into 18-hour nights. We just stayed on, one person from each country, and just stayed on. I made the whole region change their flights. They did. I won't take the names of the countries. Some are clear rivals. But they all changed their flights. They all, those climate ministers saw the point. And they made it happen. Now the loss and damage fund is like the adaptation fund and the other fund of $100 billion created 10 years ago. Do not expect money from it. I wrote in an article before going to COP, it was published widely, that it's not some pot of gold. The COP27 is not a fundraising forum. But given what we experienced in Pakistan, it was very much our right to take all, with our development partners, to go to Geneva, to the climate resilience. We did a roadshow there called the Climate Resilience Conference. And everybody told us, you won't even get the $4 billion you're asking for. I said 50% Pakistan will give, 50% we want out of the 16 billion projected for rebuilding, only flood rebuilding. Then we took it there and we raised more. We got 9 billion from the international community. So it's a question of how you come together and how you advocate at the right forum for the right challenge to be overcome. And lastly, I'm just going to finish. I do want to tell you that just before this flooding happened, I think it was my 3rd month in the government, we had identified what is known as the Living Indus Initiative, and we pitched it at Geneva also. It is the largest coastal initiative, river initiative, and groundwater initiative in many parts of this world right now. It ranges from $11 billion to $17 billion, and it has a living menu of 25 interventions where communities, countries, investors, private investors, as well as MDBs and bilateral donors, anybody can actually invest. So 15 of those are flood resilience interventions. For instance, one intervention is about just dealing with agriculture. One is about community-based ponds. The other is plastic-free cities along the Indus, because as you know, the Indus is the jugular vein of the country. It runs from each province right down to the Delta, and it supports 90% of our livelihoods, not just agriculture now, directly or indirectly. And the good news is Pakistan has the largest man-made irrigation system in the world, in the Punjab, and it has, some of it has been replicated in the plains of Sindh. But since topography is entirely different, it's almost saline now, it's under stress and trauma by the flooding, by the triple flood, and it needs a break. 8 million people are still impacted. 8 million is a huge number. Our cities don't even know about this. And they're living there, hand to mouth, with their futures wiped out. So the living in this came at the right time, but it got swamped out by, of course, the needs of the Great Flood. And there is a fiscal constraint. The living in this will pitched at Davos also. It is getting a lot of responses, but there is only so much climate finance to go around, or even development finance, because now development is linked to climate. And so another time I'll be happy to give you a presentation on the entire living in this. It is what I call the axis of adaptation for Pakistan. It presents an opportunity, it has a framework, and it involves communities as well as international and private donors. So that's the framework for adaptation. It's all drawn up. It is now going to be projectized with a grant from the UN Environment Agency, where I'm elected vice president. So we will take it forward, inshallah. But what I would urge everybody to do is to look at your own lifestyles. If we don't do that, all this will be meaningless. Go home, look at your lifestyle, go home and go to your office and look at what you consume, because we are overusing our resources, including the water. These actions have to be taken now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the souvenir presentation ceremony. I would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Senator 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐸 to acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them with the conference souvenirs. Director General NEMA, Vice Admiral Retired 𝐷𝐸 𝐻𝐈𝐌𝐄𝐻 military is also requested to join her for the souvenir presentation ceremony. I would like to request Commodore Retired Syed Mohammad Ubaidullah, 𝐷𝐸 military, to receive his souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, sir.
I would like to request Mr. Mahmood Akhtar Cheema to receive his souvenir from the chief guest.
Thank you, sir. I request Mohammad Irfan Tariq to receive his souvenir from the chief guest.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Asif Inam to receive his souvenir from the chief guest.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Director General NEMA, Vice Admiral Retired Ahmed Saeed Hilal Imtiaz Military, to present the conference souvenir to our Honorable Chief Guest, Senator Shahri Rahman. Thank you, ma'am. I request Mr. Mahmood Akhtar Cheema to receive a souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, ma'am. Speakers of this session are requested to join the chief guest for the group photograph.
Thank you. Dear guests, it is now time for a 5-minute stretch break.
रैली डेजर्ट सफारी इन चागी लास्ट ईयर उसमें ये था कि जब मीडिया टीम वहाँ पे गई तो दे वर लाइक कि ये क्या है, व्हाट इज़ दिस डेजर्ट इज़ ऑल अबाउट. सो वी हैव अमेजिंग थिंग्स ओवर हियर, वी ऑल जस्ट नीड टू फोकस ऑन दैट. इसमें हमें बहुत सारा काम करना होगा मीडिया के हवाले से. We have to work on making beautiful and amazing international documentaries on that. We have to basically work in collaboration. This is what I think. I cannot do work all alone. You all cannot work, but we can always collaborate. Lastly, मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारे जितने भी लोग आज यहाँ जमा हैं, जब हम वापस जाएँ तो we should be thinking कि what is the next point of meeting? हम कहाँ मिल रहे हैं और हम किस कॉन्फ्रेंस में या सेमिनार में मिल रहे हैं जिसमें हम मज़ीद इन बातों को आगे बढ़ाएं. And again, tourism policy we are waiting for and we want to contribute on that. Thank you so much.
It is now time for a 5-minute stretch break.
Thank you. Sir.
In addition to what has been said by the madam, I just forward that we need to diversify the tourism also. Geotourism is there. She was talking about the desert. She was talking about the high mountains. She was talking about it's all geology. It's geotourism. And geoparks are there. So ultimately they can be changed. But as a geotourism, it is a lot of academic worth and international worth, and then UNESCO also pays attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will add one more thing. Last year we did a mining tourism also in Chagi. We have been doing mining over there. So that is like, you all know that in the first world country, the mining tourism is on the top. तो इन चीज़ों में हमें रिसर्च की बहुत ज़रूरत है. Obviously, without research, we cannot go forward.
As a researcher, we offer as a consultant, and all over the technical pool is available with us. Thank you.
Madam.
Thank you. Actually, I have very simple 2 or 3 questions. मुझसे पहले चेयर जो है उसके आपने मुझसे पूछ लिया था क्वेश्चन, बट एक आसान सा सवाल है कि बिकॉज बीचेस आर गुड फॉर स्काई गेजिंग, पीपल आर रिलेक्टेड टू गो देयर बिकॉज ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड अदर फैसिलिटीज़. तो इसके बारे में क्या हो रहा है कि स्काई गेजिंग एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग वो होता है कि लोग जाना चाहते हैं मगर और कुछ वजूहात होती हैं, दे आर रिलेक्टेड टू गो. सेकेंडली, ज़ियारत जूनिपर फॉरेस्ट आर नॉट मच नोन. تو اس کے لیے آپ لوگ کیا کر رہے ہیں کہ آئی تھنک اگر ہم اس کو ڈیولپ کریں, پروٹیکٹ کریں پراپرلی, تو ٹریکنگ کے لیے بھی بہت اچھا ہے اور اس کو پروٹیکٹ ہونا چاہیے. وہ ایک امپورٹنٹ جگہ پر ہے. تو ابھی میں لاسٹ ٹائم میں جب گئی تھی تو مجھے بڑا افسوس ہوا کہ اس کو اس طرح سے لک آفٹر نہیں کیا جاتا جیسے کیا جانا چاہیے. اور ایک اور میرا چھوٹا سا کویسچن تھا مہر گڑھ کا, وہ بتا دیا انہوں نے کہ یونیسیف کی اس میں لسٹ میں آ گیا کیونکہ مہر گڑھ ہیز سیڈ ٹو بی دا اولڈسٹ سویلائزیشن اینڈ ایون اولڈر دین موئنجو-دڑو اینڈ ہڑپا. سو وائی اٹ از ناٹ نون ٹو دا ورلڈ. دیٹس اٹ. تھینک یو.
السلام علیکم. اچھا, بہت اچھی یہاں پر سب لوگوں نے چیزیں دیکھی ہیں. میں نے میرا تعلق ڈسکور پاکستان سے ہے. یہ پاکستان کا پہلا چینل ہے جو ٹیورزم کے لیے اپنا ہم نے یہاں پر اس پہ ورک شروع کیا ہے. اور بہت ٹف ہے کیونکہ ظاہر بات یہ ہے کہ کمرشل یا نیوز ٹائپ کے چینلز کو تو لوگ پروموٹ کرتے ہیں اپنا بزنس کے تھرو اور باقی چیزوں کے تھرو, لیکن ٹیورزم کے اندر لوگوں کو اتنا زیادہ کمرشلی رجحان نہیں ہوتا ہے. ہاں, آئی بالز بہت اچھے ہوتے ہیں اور آئی بالز کے حوالے سے بھی یہ کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ یہ پاکستان کا واحد چینل ہے. بڑے فخر سے میں کہہ سکتا ہوں کہ جو پاکستان کا سافٹ امیج پاکستان کے اندر اور پاکستان کے باہر دکھا رہا ہے, اور ہمارے بہت اچھے آئی بالز ہیں. میں ڈسکور پاکستان کے پلیٹ فارم سے اتنے بڑے ظاہر بات ہے, ابھی ہم نے گلگت بلتستان میں بھی کافی کام کیا ہے, کشمیر میں کر رہے ہیں, سندھ کے اندر ہم نے کافی کیا ہے اور بہت کچھ کرنے کو ہے. بلوچستان میں بھی ہم نے کیا ہے, لیکن بلوچستان میں جس طریقے سے کرنا چاہیے اور جو میرے لیے, میں آج تک کبھی بلوچستان نہیں گیا, لیکن میں نے یہ جو دیکھا ہے میرے لیے بہت حیرت زدہ بات ہے کہ اتنی خوبصورت, اتنی زیادہ یہاں پر ٹیورزم آ سکتی ہے. اس کے لیے میں زیادہ ٹائم نہیں لوں گا. اس کے لیے ڈسکور پاکستان اپنا پارٹ پلے کر سکتا ہے آپ لوگوں کے ساتھ. فیوچر کے اندر اگر آپ کو ہماری کسی قسم کی بھی ریکوائرمنٹ پڑتی ہے, کیونکہ ہمارے پاس کمرشل کیمراز ہیں, ڈرونز ہیں, اور ایون کے جو آبشاروں کے اندر سے جو ڈرونز اپنا واٹر پروف وہ ہیں وہ بھی ہمارے پاس اویلیبل ہیں. تو ہم فیوچر کے اندر جا کے آپ لوگوں کے ساتھ جس طریقے سے ہمیں گائیڈ کیا جائے گا وہاں پر ڈاکومنٹریز شوٹ کر سکتے ہیں, مختلف وہاں پر فوڈ کو شوٹ کر سکتے ہیں. وہاں پر ٹورزم کے لیے جو لوگ یہاں اصل میں آج کی پورا جو ایونٹ میں نے دیکھا ہے اس ایونٹ کو بہت کچھ ہے وہاں پہ, لیکن اس کو دکھانے کی ضرورت ہے. سر میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ اپنا چیف سیکرٹری صاحب بھی آخری کے اندر میسیج دیا اور آپ لوگوں نے بھی یہ میسیج جو دیا ہے تو بہت کچھ ہی ہے, لیکن ہم اس کو لوگوں کے کیسے دکھائیں اس کے لیے ہم حاضر ہیں آپ کے لیے. اور میں اپنا پلیٹ فارم بہت سافٹ طریقے سے, اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ بلوچستان کو پروموٹ ہونا چاہیے اور ہم اس کے لیے بالکل حاضر ہیں. میرا نمبر ضیاء صاحب کے پاس بالکل ہے, اور مجھے بہت زیادہ خوشی ہوگی کہ میں بلوچستان کے لیے اگر میرا کوئی کردار ادا کر سکا, میرا چینل کر سکا, تو اس کے لیے بس اتنا سا مجھے. تھینک یو سو مچ.
سر ضرور.
ایکچولی ڈاکٹر کیسر رفیق, جن کو پرسنلی میں جانتا ہوں اور بڑے اچھے, آپ کی جو سروسز ہیں نا, کیونکہ میں نے بتایا نا جیسے کہ میں 50 سال سے اس پیشے سے وابستہ ہوں, یہ ایک تاریخی خدمت ہے جو ڈسکور پاکستان کر رہا ہے. کیونکہ میرے پاکستان میں 5 آفس ہیں, کراچی, لاہور, گلگت, ہنزا اور اسکردو میں ساری جگہ. تو میں جو بڑا کلوزلی دیکھ رہا ہوں کہ آپ جو سائٹ کو پروموٹ کر رہے ہیں, not even the site, you are promoting the cuisine and the amazing food of Pakistan, and you are also promoting the production of Pakistan. تو آپ کے بیہاف, آپ تو زیادہ جانتے ہیں ڈسکور کو, مگر کیونکہ بہت پرانا اس پروفیشن میں ہوں کہ آپ کی جو خدمات ہیں ڈاکٹر کیسر صاحب کی وہ بہت ہی ویلیویبل ہیں, اور ہم ہر فورم پہ اس کو جو ہے اس کا ذکر بھی کرتے ہیں, جہاں ہم اسلام آباد جائیں یا لاہور جائیں, کسی جگہ بھی جائیں. تو آئی ریئلی اپریشیٹ, اور ہم یہ چاہیں گے کہ جتنا کام آپ نے ان علاقوں میں کیا ہے, گلگت بلتستان میں, انٹیریئر سندھ میں, اتنا ہی کام آپ بلوچستان گورنمنٹ کی مدد سے بلوچستان میں بھی کریں. کیونکہ بلوچستان, اور اسپیشلی میں آپ کو کہوں گا کہ یہ جو ہماری گرین اکانومی ہے, جس کو ہم میرین ٹورزم کہتے ہیں, اس کے اوپر پہلے ہمیں ओपनिंग में इसके ऊपर काम करना चाहिए. हम इंटीरियर जगहों पे जाने का बजाय, जैसे कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने कहा कि इस कोस्ट लाइन को हम प्रमोट करें कि कई दुनिया के ममालिक ऐसे हैं जिनके पास ओशन नहीं है. ये अल्लाह की एक नेमत होती है, परवरदिगार की. हमने इसको कैश ही नहीं किया. मैं तो बार बार आपसे ताकीद कर रहा हूँ कि 3.5 करोड़ का मार्केट आपके सामने पड़ी है जिसका नाम कराची है. अगर सिर्फ उसको ही आप मार्केट कर लें और उसको आप कैप्चर कर लें तो आपको किसी बाहर के टूरिस्ट की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. मेन चीज़ जो मैं बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट कई सालों से कर रहा हूँ वो ये है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. रोड बन गया, रोड के ऊपर टॉयलेट नहीं है, रोड पर पेट्रोल पंप नहीं है, रोड के ऊपर कोई फर्स्ट एड कोई जगह नहीं है. अगर खुदा न खास्ता कोई ट्रेजेडी कोई चीज़ हो जाती है या सिक्योरिटी है तो आप जब ड्राइव कर रहे होते हैं तो माइल और माइल आपको कोई चीज़ नज़र नहीं आती और आप फील करते हैं कि अगर इस स्टेट पे मेरी गाड़ी पंचर हो जाए, इस स्टेट पे मेरे साथ कोई हादसा हो जाए तो हाउ कैन आई टेक द हेल्प फ्रॉम एनीबॉडी. तो इसमें मैं डिस्कवर पाकिस्तान से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा विद द कोलैबोरेशन विद द हेल्प ऑफ बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट आप ये हाईलाइट्स करें और इस ओशन को प्रमोट करें. खुदा के वास्ते इसको देखें. कुंड मलीर, उसके बाद फिर उमारा, फिर उसके बाद ग्वादर इटसेल्फ, फिर उसके बाद आपको जिमानी, जिसका कि सनसेट जो है दुनिया का बेस्ट तरीन सनसेट है. वहाँ जो विक्टोरिया हाइट है वहाँ क्वीन विक्टोरिया बैठ के सनसेट देखा करती थी. विक्टोरिया हट जो है उसको पब्लिक के लिए नहीं खोला हुआ, वो आर्मी के अंडर में. तो मैं तो 1-2 दफ़ा गया हूँ स्पेशली परमिशन लेके, मगर वो भी एक तारीखी जगह है. मेरे ख्याल से वहाँ भी आप अभी तक नहीं पहुँचे. आपको वहाँ विक्टोरिया हट के ऊपर जाना चाहिए, उसका जो सनसेट है उसको देखना चाहिए. फिर हमारी जो फिशरी है उसको प्रमोट करें. कितनी किस्म की फिशेज हमारे पास हैं और कितनी ये फिशेज हैं जो कि मुख्तलिफ ममालिक में हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं और किस किस्म की वहाँ हमारी फैक्ट्रीज हैं. देखिए ना, जैसे कि आप प्रोडक्शन पे काम कर रहे हैं ना, बड़ी बड़ी जगहों पे जाते हैं कि मार्बल यहाँ से निकल रहा है, यहाँ से इस किस्म की हम लोग साइकिलें बना रहे हैं, इस किस्म की हम मोटरसाइकिलें बना रहे हैं. इसी तरह आप वहाँ डिस्कवर पाकिस्तान के थ्रू जाके देखें कि वहाँ जो स्टोरेज है, वहाँ जो फिशरी के स्टोरेज है, पैकिंग है, किस तरह पैकिंग होती है, किस तरीके से वो माल जो है वो कराची आता है और शिप होकर डिफरेंट दुनिया के ममालिक में जाता है. तो डिस्कवर पाकिस्तान के लिए मुझे गुजारिश है कि जैसे और साइड को उन्होंने प्रमोट किया है तो उनको बहुत ज़रूरत है कि बलूचिस्तान के ऊपर भी नज़र रखें और उसकी प्रमोशन करें. थैंक यू.
बिल्कुल आपने सही मशवरा दिया है और ऑलरेडी अभी हम काम कर रहे हैं. अभी कराची पोर्ट के ऊपर भी हमारी कुछ वर्किंग चल रही है. बलूचिस्तान के अंदर माजरत के साथ मेरी शायद किसी को बात बुरी लगे, हम काफ़ी अरसे से 1.5-2 साल से ये वर्किंग कर रहे हैं ना. हम काफ़ी डिफरेंट तरीके से अप्रोच भी हमने किया है. इस दफ़ा ज़रा ज़िया साहब ने हमें बहुत ज़्यादा रिगार्ड दी है और चीज़ें दी हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पर असल में हम शूट तो कर सकते हैं सर, लेकिन वहाँ पर क्योंकि हमारी शूट्स जो होती हैं वो दिन में भी होती हैं और रात के अंदर भी शूट्स होती हैं. एक तो वहाँ सिक्योरिटी का एक इशू हो सकता है, ज़ाहिर बात है. वहाँ हमारी प्रोडक्शन टीम उसमें मेल भी हैं, फीमेल भी हैं, तो वो जब वो निकलती हैं तो एक सबसे जो मतलब जो दिमाग के अंदर लोगों के बैठा हुआ एक तो सिक्योरिटी का इशू है वहाँ पर. अच्छा, उसके बाद दूसरी चीज़ इस किस्म की फ्यूचर के अंदर जब हमारी एक्टिविटीज़ हो रही हैं, अभी अपना अब्दुल अजीज़ साहब भी यहाँ पर अपना फरमा के गए थे, तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट होगी कि फ्यूचर हमें थोड़ा सा पहले बता दिया जाए, 15-20 दिन पहले, ताकि हम एक उसका प्रोमो बना के और हम उसको प्रमोट करें कि भाई अभी हम गिलगित बल्तिस्तान के अंदर कर रहे हैं, जो आप देख रहे हैं आइस की जो सारी वो रही है उसके अंदर मीडिया पार्टनर हैं बहुत चीज़ों में. तो ज़रूरी नहीं है कि अपना कि हम सारी चीज़ों को कमर्शियली कर रहे हो, तो हमें 15-20 दिन पहले पता चल जाता तो हम एक प्रोमो क्रिएट करवा के आप लोगों से अप्रूव करवा के डेट्स डाल के और उसकी हाइप बनाते, तो यहाँ पर नंबर्स ऑफ इन्वेस्टर भी आपको नज़र आते, यहाँ पर नंबर्स ऑफ आई बॉल्स भी नज़र आते और बहुत अपना उसके अंदर फिर ये कि हम आपके मीडिया पार्टनर भी होते. तो ये छोटी सी चीज़ें हैं, मजीद इसके अंदर बैठ के जैसा हमें हुक्म किया जाएगा तो हम बिल्कुल हाजिर हैं. तो ये है बस मेरी छोटी इल्तिजा. थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू सर. ओवर टू यू ज़ुल्फ़िकार मलिक साहब. सर आप क्वेश्चन आंसर्स के हवाले से, ओवरऑल सेमिनार के हवाले से सर
एक छोटी सी ब्रीफ आपको दे देता हूँ.
Admiral retired Irfan Ahmed Hilali Imtiaz Military Sitara
15 years abroad and 20 years in Pakistan. I work for Ashok Group and we are owners and operators of Marriott hotels and Pearl Continental hotels in Pakistan. तो आज माशाल्लाह हमने बड़ी अच्छी presentations देखी हैं और इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि अल्लाह ने हमें बहुत खूबसूरत मुल्क से नवाजा है और जिस खित्ते में भी जाएं, बिलखुसूस बलूचिस्तान के जो एरिया हैं तो वो एक ऐसी ब्यूटी है जो आपको दुनिया में नहीं मिलती। अब हम आपको छोटी सी अपनी एक स्टोरी सुनाते हैं। हमारे ग्रुप को आज से 20 साल पहले तकरीबन हमारे चेयरमैन को इसी तरह की ब्रीफिंग दी गई कि जनाब अब तो गवादर जो है वो एक मिडल ईस्ट का शहर बनने जा रहा है, तो आप लोगों को जनाब हम फैसिलिटेट करते हैं, आप आइए, आप एक होटल बनाइए, चूँकि वहाँ पे होटल की जगह नहीं है। हमने इस फ़र्ज़ के ऊपर लब्बैक कहा, भारी इन्वेस्टमेंट की, लेकिन जो चीज़ें पैरेलल में होनी थी वो नहीं हुई है। और वो एक ऐसा होटल, जब आप इतना बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर बना लेते हैं तो ये एक ऐसा कंबल है कि आप इससे जान छुड़ाना भी चाहें तो आप नहीं छुड़ा सकते। अब पिछले कई सालों से आई कॉल इट ए बिग होल इन आवर पॉकेट कि हम इसको सिर्फ मेंटेन रखने के लिए तकरीबन 1 करोड़ रुपया माहवार अपने ग्रुप के अकाउंट से लगाते हैं, क्योंकि आसपास की
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NEMA, it is my proud privilege and a singular honor to welcome Admiral Irfan Ahmad, HIM, SJ. He has been very, very kind that at the last minute he accepted to be the chief guest of the session as Senator Sherry Rahman had to go for another commitment. Sir, we are very grateful to you for accepting our request to be the chief guest, and what a person like you, most suited to the occasion. We are very grateful. A big hand of applause for Admiral Irfan, please. Admiral Irfan has over 40 years of naval career, a distinguished and meritorious career of the service, and within which he had been both afloat and ashore. In the shore appointments, a distinguished appointment that he had held was commanding officer Karsaz, a different thing from today's when the technical officers are there as commanding officer Himalaya, and many other areas. And then in the naval headquarters into various different capacity as DNO and director personnel, Deputy Chief of Naval Staff Projects, and at sea he has commanded Muawin, he has commanded Toghrul, and he has been Commandant. So with these all appointment, and finally just before retirement he was MD Bahariya Foundation. As a person, what a splendid person he is. We have his blessing while we live in Navy housing scheme, and he is the president and treats us very well. I am sure those who are living in NHS Clifton would bear me out. Admiral Irfan, along with Admiral Shahid Karimullah, Commodore Ubaidullah, Commodore Rashidullah, and 3 more Ullahs, we have been together into shrimp farming, which was mentioned in the morning session. So I proposed the name of that company as Ullah Farms, and requested Admiral Irfan also to add Ullah after his name, which he very kindly accepted. Admiral has so decorated, but particularly I would like to mention he took part in 1971 war, and to acknowledge his services and his valiant work, he was awarded Sitara-e-Jurrat. Sir, I welcome you here. And just before I leave, in this afternoon session, I would like just 2 minutes or maybe 1 minute of this joke which is very relevant here. We have 7 moderators in this session, yesterday, today and tomorrow. And all moderators have been given a 5 minutes talk in the beginning. I was given 15 minutes of talk, and also after this I have been told to stand here and also introduce Admiral Irfan, which was of course my privilege. But this reminds me कि एक दफ़ा ये हुआ, sorry foreigners, I have to narrate this in Urdu. एक शायर ने अपना एक शेर पढ़ा,
और उस शेर में बड़ी वाह वाह हुई, वाह 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 मुकर्रर मुकर्रर। उसने फिर दोबारा वही शेर पढ़ दिया, फिर बड़ी वाह वाह हुई, मुकर्रर मुकर्रर। उसने कहा भाई आगे भी पढ़ूं कि यही सुनाता रहूं? सारे क्राउड ने मिलके कहा जब तक इसी शेर को सही से नहीं सुनाओगे यही सुनाते जाओगे। दैट्स व्हाई आई एम हियर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Dr. Samina Kidwai, Director General, National Institute of Oceanography, as the moderator for this session. Dr. Samina Kidwai is the current Director General at the National Institute of Oceanography, having spent 26 plus years at the National Institute of Oceanography and with more than 15 years of postdoctoral experience. She is the recipient of several international prizes, including the Start Washington Young Scientist Special Commendation Award and the International Human Dimensions Program on Global Environment Change, the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, and the World Climate Change Research Program for her publications. She has more than 60 scientific publications and more than 200 days of sea time experience.
We now hand over the mic to the session moderator, Dr. Samina Kidwai, for further proceedings. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. We will begin this almost evening's session. I am not going to set the scene because I think much has been said already. So with your permission, we will go right into our talks. Introducing the session, we have 4 speakers today for this session. It is the hardest to speak at the end, and it's also the end of the day. So it's a challenge for all of us. But our 2 speakers are virtual speakers, and they're online, and they've been waiting for a long time. Our first speaker is Dr. Josh. Josh has a faculty position at the Florida State University. He works on carbon burials in the mangroves, has published in extremely high stature scientific publications, and he's currently working on global synthesis and the rates of carbon burial in the mangrove systems. Let me also make this clear to you that the carbon sequestration, Madam Senator had mentioned that the oceans are the largest carbon dioxide sink. The mangroves sequester almost 40%, 40 times more carbon than other forests. So the mangroves are extremely important to us. Josh is a collaborator with the National Institute of Oceanography, and without delaying any further, we will ask Josh if he would like to present online, if he's available, or we have his recorded talk as well. So Josh, if you are online, would you like to do a live session, or would you like us to run your presentation for you?
I think for the state of the internet connection, I think it would be best to go with the recorded talk, because I'm having some spotty connection.
All right, we will run Josh's presentation for you, but he will remain online with us for those of us who would be interested in taking questions later. So can we have the presentation run, please? And we will try and make sure that the presentation times don't exceed the time that is allocated to them, so that you don't have to wait extra long for this session. So can you please run his presentation?
University's Coastal and Marine Laboratory. It's an honor to be with you, and I want to thank the conference organizers and Dr. Samina Kidwai of the Pakistan National Institute of Oceanography for inviting me to give this talk. The objective of my presentation is to talk about things that we do and don't know about mangroves and soil carbon. And ultimately, what I'd like to share today are some significant opportunities that I see in Pakistan for research, conservation, and mitigation against global climate change. Much of the work that I'll be presenting today is from this paper that my postdoc, Dr. Haviland Steinmuller, and I published last year in Geophysical Research Letters. And I'll provide my email address at the end of this talk, and if anyone's interested in a copy of the paper, I'd be happy to send it to you. Now, I want to begin by noting that mangrove ecosystems are an integral part of the blue economy in the provision of biodiversity, including many commercially important fisheries, and for their ability to protect our shorelines, which is demonstrated in this figure, where these rising profiles here indicate a reduction of storm surge height by anywhere from 10 to 90%, depending on the width of the mangrove forest. Now, additionally, mangroves are extremely important for their role in global carbon sequestration and for our efforts to combat global climate change. These are two seminal figures from a decade ago that demonstrate how mangroves have higher burial rates and higher stocks than other upland systems that we think of as being so carbon rich. And blue carbon is becoming a global economic powerhouse in terms of carbon markets and credit for conservation and restoration efforts. Since 2005, the value of the global voluntary carbon market has seen some ups and downs, but it reached almost $2 billion in 2021, the latest year that totals were available for, and this is shown in that panel on the right. In the panel on the left, you can see that of the 170 different types of carbon credits that are available, blue carbon is an increasingly important part of the forestry and land use category that itself reached almost $1.3 million in 2021. I should note that I am not an economist, so this talk is going to really focus more on the biogeochemistry. And I'm going to specifically talk about organic carbon in coastal wetland sediments. So I want to give you a quick explanation of how stocks and burial rates are quantified before I go on to discuss the results of our recent paper. Now, both stocks and burial rates are obtained from sediment cores, as I've shown here on the left. These examples show the diversity of soils that are found in mangroves. And in the middle, I've shown an example of a core that has a cartoon of a ruler next to it. This demonstrates that when we take cores and bring them back to the lab, what we try to do is section them and measure both the density of the sediments and the carbon content, generally to a depth of about 100 centimeters. And this is what we use for estimating what the carbon stocks are for a mangrove ecosystem, generally over the top meter of soil. For burial rates, we're interested in understanding a relatively long-term average because we are interested in knowing the likelihood of the organic carbon being sequestered from the atmosphere and no longer contributing to global climate change. The image on the upper right shows a gamma detector, which is the tool that I use for detecting radioactivity of elements in their natural state. And the bottom right shows a uranium-238 decay chain. And I'm primarily working with lead-210 and radium-226, which lets me establish dates in these coastal sediments over approximately the last 100 years. And so if I can establish dates for different depths of a core, then I can go in and I can calculate how much carbon has accumulated since those dates, which is also known as a burial rate. Now, in the slides that follow, I'm going to present results from a literature review where we compiled recorded data from the peer-reviewed literature about carbon burial rates that followed these methods. On this slide is where I start to share some of the things that we know about mangrove carbon burial. This is a histogram from the literature that reports 100-year scale burial rates of carbon in mangroves. Along the x-axis, we have the organic carbon burial rate, which is reported in grams of organic carbon per meter square per year. The y-axis then shows the number of observations that we found recorded in the literature. Now, these light gray bars represent observations from our paper that was published in 2012, and these dark gray bars were 65 observations for the 2012 paper, and that increased up to 205 observations last year. The first thing I want to convey from this data is just that there is a really wide range of carbon burial rates that can be found in mangroves around the world. And so Even though on that earlier slide I showed that mangroves have very high burial rates on average, I want to make it clear that there are some systems where mangroves in their natural habitat are not burying very high rates. They're burying quite low, as you can see from this range, from 2 all the way up to 1,749 grams of carbon per meter square per year. Secondly, I want to point out that these data have a pretty heavy right skew, so there's some high values pushing it out to the right. And so calculating an average of this data set would be incorrect if we just used an arithmetic mean, but what we did is used a transformed mean using a fourth root transformation of the data and come up with a value of 139 grams of carbon per meter square per year, representing mangroves globally. The numbers there in the parentheses then represent the 95% confidence interval. One of the advancements in our paper is that we didn't just treat all mangroves as the same. Instead, we utilized a recently developed global spatially explicit typology that was published by Worthington et al. In 2020. And we used this to assign our observed values to one of 2 coastal sedimentary settings, either terrigenous or carbonate. The terrigenous settings are settings like those of the Indus River Delta, where the mineral sediment that's present is primarily derived from continental sources. Carbonate settings are more like where I've done a lot of my work in Florida and the Caribbean, where much of the mineral sediment is authigenic carbonate that occurs through precipitation. Now, we also assigned each of the mangrove observations to one of 4 coastal geomorphic settings, either deltas, lagoons, estuaries, or open coasts. Here I'm showing data from that earlier histogram, but now it's broken out by sedimentary and geomorphic setting. And what's important to notice is that there are pretty broad differences in the range of observations and in the frequencies of those between these sedimentary and geomorphic settings. Probably the most important difference that I want you to take away from this slide is that there are very significant differences between the average burial rates for terrigenous settings, again like those of the Indus River, which are draining continents, versus those in carbonate settings, which are almost a third lower overall. So 160 grams per meter square versus 103 grams of carbon per meter square. This has important implications for global carbon budgets and for local resource managers. Instead of just focusing on a single burial rate as representative of mangrove globally, our data show that there are large differences among mangrove settings. Now, this plot is no longer reporting carbon burial on a local scale, but is instead scaled to global area of each sedimentary and geomorphic setting to produce rates that are now representative of teragrams of organic carbon per year. And the key point here is that deltas are burying carbon much more rapidly each year than mangroves in other environments. This is globally. But the thing that's important to notice as well is that these error bars are still quite large, and that represents continued research that we need to do in deltas to improve our understanding of the sources and controls on carbon burial in these locations. This map shows all 205 locations of mangrove carbon burial that are recorded in the literature. The colors again indicate that there's a wide range of rates. But what's really surprising is the aspect of this figure that shows how many global locations are missing any observations. Now, this includes Pakistan. To the best of my knowledge, there are no values recorded for either the deltaic or the lagoonal mangroves of Pakistan for the burial rates. And so to me, this represents a big opportunity. Thus far, I've been talking mostly about burial rates, but I want to turn our attention for a little bit to the stocks of soil carbon, because there are estimates of soil carbon stocks that have been published for the Indus River Delta. This estimate of 180 megagrams of carbon per hectare has been upscaled, however, from a paper that was published in 1992, and that was using only 3 sediment cores that were only 20 centimeters deep. So while it's nice to have some numbers available, we should keep in mind that these are very small numbers. There's only 3 observations and they're from very short cores, so they have had to extrapolate both laterally within the wetlands and they've had to extrapolate from 20 centimeters down to a meter. So there's many uncertainties that are associated with that estimate. So I want to conclude my talk by suggesting that now is a great time to capitalize on the data gaps that I've identified in this talk. And these unknowns represent a place where we can begin a coordinated effort to collect sediment cores from mangroves throughout Pakistan, both in the Indus Delta and in the other lagoonal settings, to expand our understanding of the stocks and the burial rates and how much carbon is present in the mangroves of Pakistan. Establishing these baselines and a foundational understanding of the sediment and soil carbon pools is fundamentally important for any blue carbon efforts that we're going to conduct in the future. And in conclusion then, these are the 4 points that I hope you take away from this talk. The first is that mangroves globally vary about 139 grams of carbon per meter square per year. But it's important to remember that not all mangroves bury carbon in the same way, and that terrigenous setting mangroves bury carbon considerably faster than those of carbonate mangrove settings. Thirdly, deltaic mangroves bury more carbon annually than any other setting of mangroves in the world, and there's a lot that we need to do to expand our work to improve our understanding of how deltas are doing that. Lastly, there's a surprising lack of data about stocks and burial rates in Pakistan, and I think this represents a really important opportunity. I want to thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you, and I hope that in the future I can meet with you in person. I will remain online, so I can join you for the question and answer period at the conclusion of this session. I would also be happy to answer any questions over email, which you can reach me at this address. Thank you again.
Thank you, Josh, for that wonderful and concise presentation. Let me just take you back to a few pointers that were given earlier in the earlier talks. The lack of data from our region, from our country, is very clear. If you make your case anywhere scientifically, you will need reliable data. And reliable data means that you have to follow set procedures that are acceptable worldwide. I take the example of the Continental Shelf Extension project. You had to establish your case based on reliable data. So the significance of data is something that you cannot ignore. And the research institutions that operate within Pakistan or worldwide are equipped to do and cater to filling those gaps. And I think that's exactly what the National Institute of Oceanography and other academic institutions are doing. Research or any blue economy, if you look at R&D, the development comes after the research. So you do need to research before you move on to development. So with that, we will move on to the second, and Josh, we will take the question and answers at the end of the session. We will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker will talk about ocean acidification. I think these were things that were discussed in the earlier, and Senator Sherry Rahman also pointed out some of the factors in her almost like a keynote address. We have our speaker from, his name is Dr. Abid Ar-Rahman Al-Hassoun. Now, Dr. Abid is originally from Lebanon. He got his PhD in France and now works in Geomar, Germany. So that just shows you how international our research has become. These are all issues that are being globally addressed. They are all issues that are relevant to every country. And like oceans have no boundaries, these issues have no boundaries, and so does research. So with that, Abid, it's over to you. Thanks very much for coming online and talking to us. So let's take your presentation. Abid is going to talk about monitoring climate change, consequences in the blue economy, the ocean acidification as an example. So Dr. Abid, it's to you now. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samina, and thank you for inviting me for this very interesting event. It was very interesting to hear George and the other speakers as well. So I'm here, I'm Lebanese. I'm a Lebanese researcher and I'm working at 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 in Kiel. As you've said, this is just to show and to reflect that actually what we are dealing with, what we are studying is something global, it's international, and we need all to be involved in. So I'm gonna talk about ocean acidification and why is it really important to study this phenomenon, to better implement the blue economy. So first of all, I'm gonna talk about climate change. So I will not so much dig into that because many speakers have already tackled climate change in general and have correlated it with the human activities, as it was mentioned clearly in the IPCC reports in general. So our activities are the main causes of the ongoing climate change and its consequences, mainly industrial activities and activities related to plant powers, etc. And one of the main gases actually that we are emitting and is causing huge problems in the atmosphere but also in the oceans is the CO2 that's coming mainly from fossil fuel burning and other industrial processes, but also because of the land changes, terrestrial land changes as well. So if we're gonna compare a little bit the paleontological concentrations of CO2 in the atmosphere with regard to the current ones, we can see clearly that the current CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere are unprecedented, and they are super enormous compared to other to millions of years before, and that's why it is really urgent to act, because otherwise we are all somehow doomed. So how do we know that? Today's rate of increase is more than 100 times faster than the increase previously when the last ice age ended, and it's continuing. So there are actually many atmospheric monitoring stations to monitor the different greenhouse gases around the globe. One of the famous ones is in the US, in the Mauna Loa in Hawaii. And there it's clear how the trend is increasing, and unfortunately the latest number is 420 ppm in February 2023 as we are talking, and comparing that to 280 ppm during the pre-industrial time, that's a huge increase. So this increase actually is causing so much warming, as we all know, warming in the atmosphere, but also in the sea, in the sea surface temperature. This is actually increasing the CO2 concentrations also in the ocean, because the ocean is functioning as the lungs of our planet in general. So not only the forest, but also the ocean. And this lung is taking more and more CO2 in it. And because of that, and after the absorption of the excessive CO2, there are many chemical reactions that are happening in the ocean. And because of that, the chemistry of the ocean is changing and the pH is decreasing, which is called ocean acidification. This is not only observed in one station, but in many areas around the world. So this is something global. Okay, and so that's the ocean acidification. So what? Why we are interested in that? So in general, our marine ecosystems and the different marine ecosystems are facing direct anthropogenic pressures, climate change related consequences, and this has actually many consequences and effects on marine biology. So first, we know the basic direct anthropogenic pressures like terrestrial runoff, nutrients input and pollution, but also the emission of CO2 that are causing many climate change related consequences like deoxygenation, warming, the change of the circulation patterns, the sea level rise that many speakers, many colleagues have already mentioned as well. And this is causing huge effects on modifications in the trophic relationships, impacts on biodiversity and nursery effects, etc. So ocean acidification specifically, because it's increasing the hydrogen ions in the sea, and this is causing huge damages on many marine groups that are actually relying on the presence of carbonate ions in order to build their shells and skeletons. Like, for example, foraminifera, like the mussels we eat, etc. And these are called like key species that are very important to build and to complement the marine trophic chain. So, and the projections are not really good because it's expected that we will have acidified water by an increase in the acidified water by 70% by the mid-century, so in 2050, and 130% by the end of the century. This is a huge. It's a huge, and it has many repercussions actually on our resources. Like, for example, in the Mediterranean, we are already seeing coral bleaching and other effects. So why is that important for a country like Pakistan? So Pakistan is an important maritime state. It has a huge economic exclusive economic zone, and its maritime sector is very important for the national economy of the country. And it has, as my colleague Josh also has mentioned, that it has huge mangrove forests, which could actually help so much in the strategies of not only adaptation, but also mitigation of different climate change consequences. And observing ocean acidification is thus for such a country in order to better be prepared for ocean acidification repercussions and climate change consequences in general. So to maintain stability in the blue economy sector, whether it is in the aquaculture, in building infrastructure, etc., we have to know what do we have exactly. So the physical features, the chemical features, the biological features in the country, and we have to know what's happening. So what are the drivers of change? So when we know what are exactly the drivers of change, let's say, for example, the patterns of warming, the patterns of ocean acidification, sea level rise, pollution trends, etc., then we can actually determine better solution for short and long-term strategies. So we need ocean observations for ocean acidification monitoring, but also other climate change consequences. So ocean acidification is a global condition with local effects, and that's why we are part, in general, many researchers working on ocean acidification of the Global Ocean Acidification Observing Network. It's GOAN. You can be part of that. So we were very few countries in 2013, and now we are more than 105 countries with more than 900 scientists. And we so much encourage you, colleagues, to be part of that network. It's a global network. So because this is a global phenomenon that we need to team up actually in order to better understand it, but also to face it as well. So it is a global threat. We need to understand it and its drivers correctly. We need to identify its patterns to collect sufficient data to develop actually early warning system, and to better develop local and global policies to fight it. So how we've done that in the Mediterranean, for example. So we were like part of many cruises in the Mediterranean where we were able to take samples and to analyze the seawater there in order to better understand. So that was like cruises established or conducted by different Mediterranean countries, because one country cannot actually understand what's happening alone. So we need like to team up the resources. And so we better understood what's happening in terms of sequestration of anthropogenic CO2, the variation of pH since pre-industrial era till now, etc. So I'm gonna give a bit of example of Lebanon, what we've done in the National Center of Marine Sciences in Lebanon in this term, just like trying to be a little bit inspirational. So in Lebanon, we didn't know at all before 2012 what's happening in terms of climate change trends, patterns, biogeochemical patterns, ocean acidification. So we decided actually to choose time series stations there in the area and to sample these time series stations monthly. So it is a very small puzzle in the Mediterranean, but it's very important to close the gaps of knowledge and to better understand at long term what's happening. And so we were taking samples for different physicochemical parameters, like the basic ones, temperature, salinity, nitrate, nitrite, phosphate, biomass like chlorophyll A, phytoplankton, zooplankton, but we also added carbonate system parameters that are critical in order to understand ocean acidification, like total alkalinity, total dissolved inorganic carbon, pH, etc. And we were able, since 2012, to know the pattern of the different parameters, so how seasonally they are varying, to detrend actually these parameters in order to get the annual trends. So we were able to identify that the total alkalinity and total dissolved inorganic carbon are increasing in our area in Lebanon, in the Mediterranean, and that the pH, there is a clear and significant decreasing trend of pH acidification, in other words, in the Mediterranean, like in many areas around the Mediterranean Sea. And a decrease of calcite and aragonite calcium carbonate ions that are really very important for lots of marine groups. So, but as a country, we are not able to do that and to understand alone. We need actually to complement this puzzle with other countries as well and with other groups that are doing the same. So we can actually interpret our results in a better way, because it's local, but also it's global. So that's why in the Mediterranean, globally, in terms of GOA, the Global Ocean Acidification Observing Network, we have many regional hubs. We are teaming up together. We are connecting together in order to better interpret and know what's happening and to identify the gaps in each hub, in each area, etc. The OA Med Hub is one of these regional hubs. So how to do that for example, an area like in the Indian Ocean? So we have, first of all, to agree on the importance of the area. So the importance, the economic importance. In Pakistan, we have lots of interest and potentials in terms of a blue economy. So that's something really very important that can unite the colleagues there. But also we know that this area is under multiple pressures. And that's how actually we were able to construct like a hub that's formed of 14 countries, more than 82 scientists. Even if some countries had some political issues, etc., we tried to overcome this because we need really to team up together. So we have Lebanon, France, Spain, Greece, Turkey, Italy, Egypt, Morocco, but also other countries. We are trying to fight the gender balance in science, but also the north-south gender, so we know who's doing what. We know actually how to identify ways of collaboration in terms of projects, cruises, etc., but also to identify labs for the certified reference materials, because that's needed to have more adequate and precise ocean acidification measurements. And we are doing like webinars together in order also to publish our results. So this Mediterranean hub is a UN voluntary commitment. So we are trying to comment and to communicate actually our results to policymakers. And that's how also we have done the first systematic review for the area, and this can be actually replicated wherever. So we were teaming up together and trying to use the resources of the IAEA, the International Atomic Agency, in order to collect data and studies related to ocean acidification, and to better understand the evolution of ocean acidification studies in the Mediterranean, but this can be done also in the Indian Ocean and other areas, to know what is the type of studies that has been evolving in terms, in function of time, what are the countries that are the most productive in terms of ocean acidification and the least ones, so we can check how to support the countries that are not able to really be involved in the ocean acidification research, and why exactly, and who's actually working also internationally in the Mediterranean Sea. So we know also, for example, what combinations and chemical combinations they are using. This is very critical because we wanted to know if the combinations used are really scientifically good or not. So to give recommendations, what are the biological groups that are the most studied, but also the least studied, in order to give recommendations. So in the next 10 years, during the UN Ocean Decade, what to study now, maybe to focus more on microbes, on foraminifera, etc. And so to check if the researchers are doing single stressor or multi-stressor experimentations, etc. So what I want to say here is that also we have a new hub in the area, so close to Pakistan. Pakistan is actually involved in that hub, SAROA, it's called, South Asia Regional Hub on Ocean Acidification. So this hub has been emerged because the area, the South and Southeast Asia, is a hotspot for coastal biotopes. And many of the colleagues have already mentioned the huge amount of resources there from mangroves and other key ecosystems. So it is needed actually to work together and to team up together. And the blue economy sector is one of the main sectors that are emerging in that area, actually. And so ocean acidification, unfortunately, is threatening these, let's say, the essential components of a blue sector and blue economy relying on marine resources in that area. And that's why it's really very important to start observing systematically this phenomenon in Pakistan and in the neighboring countries. So this is established, it's very new. It has a steering committee. It was an idea, and now it has a steering committee, as I've said. It has clear objectives, and Pakistan is one of the countries. It has very few, just a couple of colleagues from Pakistan, but hopefully more and more will be joining together to team up with other colleagues from the area and to create like a platform of communication and collaboration between the different colleagues there, in order to better understand together the ocean acidification and its repercussions. So there are many ongoing activities that I don't think I have time to say it. But what I want to say is that climate change consequences know no boundaries. So we have to collaborate to save the future of our seas and resources. Regional hubs like the OA-Med hub in the Mediterranean, but SAROA also in the South and Southeast Asia, they are crucial to understand local ocean acidification trends and effects. Thus, we need to team up together. And time series monitoring is key, because through time series observations, we are able to really identify patterns and to differentiate between natural and non-natural variabilities, and to better assess if there are effects or not on marine ecosystems due to ocean acidification or other stressors. So we need to implement the existing UN Sustainable Development Goal 14.3, which is essential for protecting communities and livelihoods from the threat of changing sea to sustain the blue economy. This is really critical, and I would really recommend that you join 𝐽𝐻 and its regional hubs and be part of our Ocean Acidification International communities. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, these are also my emails later on.
Thank you. Thank you, Abid. Thank you, Dr. Abid. I hope you will stay with us to take questions at the end. Thank you. We will move on to our third speaker. We have Professor Wu with us today. Professor Wu is a professor of biogeochemistry at the State Key Laboratories for Estuarine and Coastal and Estuarine Research. She works for the East China Normal University. She's a SSC member of IMBER, which is the Integrated Marine Biogeochemistry and Ecosystem Research, which is a consortium of scientists from all over the world. She's been associated with that since 2016. She's a full member of the SCORE Working Group 161. SCORE, I'm sure you all aware, is the Scientific Commission for Oceanographic Research. Pakistan is also a member. Her research is primarily focused on composition and biogeochemistry of organic matter from the source to the sink using isotopes and biomarkers of trace sources. She also studies fluxes and cycles and transformation in the natural environment. Professor Wu and her group, scientific group, has been associated with the National Institute of Oceanography since 2012, and we continue to work. She has been awarded several international Excellent Talent Awards, Humboldt's Experience Fellow Awards, and many more. We are very honored to have Professor Wu visiting us. This is her first trip to Pakistan. We hope this is going to continue and she's going to keep coming to Pakistan, and we will benefit from her experience and her expertise. I will now request her to please take the podium and talk to us.
Thank you, Samina. I'm so excited, I would say. Respected chief guests, respected DG of NEMA, distinguished guests and officers, and ladies and gentlemen. It is my first trip to Pakistan, which I'm longing for a long time ago. I'm great honored to be here, an exciting meeting, and I meet a lot of nice person and wonderful experts. Here, I'm gonna take I'm not alone. I will be on behalf of my whole group to share our knowledge and the lessons we have learned from Chinese rivers and coasts, to talking about the sustainability of rivers and coasts and their links to the blue economy. Hope we can share those knowledge together. I will not repeat why the blue economy means a lot for the developing country, because we have learned a lot from yesterday's lecture and also today's. But as an oceanographer, I would love to remind all of us to think about one important issue when we are considering the development. We always have to think about how to make the balance between the development and the sustainable of the resources in the oceans. The figures just showed, based on the most recent review, the literature, they conducted 10 years, aesthetic analysis. They showed the SDG goals, as most people sit in this room has listened these words several times. It's kind of, UN indicator of oceans implementation plan has been launched since 2021, which aims to make the ocean health and sustainability. Also could be the top priority task for all the ocean nations research in the coming 10 years. So they found there's a great link between the SDG goals and the blue economy tasks. So which means we have to be very careful for this kind of issue. So the most linked issue will be target 17, 14, 12, and 15. So which, if we explain a little more, the will be linked to the life underwater and the life on the terrestrial environment, which obviously is linked to our topic today. We have learned a lot, even for the Senate's talks. She mentioned that the coastal system is really vulnerable for all kinds of stresses, including the climatic change, sea rise, and also the anthropogenic disturb. So we could say there are serious ecological risk that has to be interfere for our systems. So there's two plots. The left plot just give you the information about eutrophication and hypoxia has observed in the Asia region. So we are ashamed that Shanghai, the Chinese coastal system has a lot of dots, and that means they have a kind of a serious problem. We have less dots around along the Pakistan coastline at this moment, but maybe need more efforts to make sure and elucidate. So the right picture just give the ideas about the red tide events observed in the last 10 years. You will see so many circles represented independent events in each year, and they are covering the most coastal regions, which will interfere our ecosystem health very, very much. So the review paper just elucidated that eutrophication in the coastal region become a big issue, and almost over 20% area of the coastal region has been definitely affected by the eutrophication. Major region is about the nitrogen enrichment in these systems. So those nitrogen most derived from the terrestrial environment through the river system. So I will give the more detailed information one by one later. And the additional sources besides the river and road will be atmospheric deposition, and also the SGD, the submarine groundwater discharges. Yellow River is the most northern larger river in China, so they are also quite highly dense the region. And the picture on the left side just give you the idea about the nutrient loads and their forms in the past 18 years. So based on this kind of long-term records, we can notice that since 2012, we starting the very strict legacy on the land. So that's why you see the kind of a sharp decline of nutrient load in the river. But if you notice the last picture on the bottom, so they notice the DOP, the organic phase of the phosphorus just increase in the different trends. And the right picture to give you about the algae bloom eutrophication event recorded in the Bohai, that's adjacent sea, beside the Yellow Sea. But you see, they are not coupling. That means the riverine road is decreasing, but you couldn't see the eutrophication event records decreasing at the same trend. So, which means there's a lot of, mechanism or kind of, process still missing, and we need more investigation behind it. Here, that's the example from the Changjiang, maybe people sometimes will call Yans. it's the longest river in China and also famous for the 𝗏𝗏 Dam built on the upstreams. So that's why we monitored the system very carefully. We calculate out the several, basin scales investigation. That's the plots based on the 40 years records. And on the right panel, you will see the time. High resolution time series data we collect in the downstream of the river, which give you based on the monthly data to evaluate the signal more properly. The purpose is we just try to divide the signal of the climate change into the, to beside the exogenous disturb. So we will see the nitrogen load has increased almost 4 to 5 folds in 40 years, and the phosphorus even severe will be 8 folds. But the dam effect seems not so significant interfere the silica case. And we just calculated how the sub-region of the basin to interfere the different nutrients loading. We found for the most highly dense or urbanization processed region, the Yangtze Delta, they found they only contribute 5% of the whole Zhejiang Basin, but contribute 20% DIP, the phosphorus load in the whole systems, which means urbanization could play a very significant role in such kind of riverine nitrogen loadings estimations, which is ignored in the previous studies. And the statistical analysis also elucidated there's a very limited role in climate change effect. And the major roles is become from the land use change and also the urbanization processes. Last case is that's the most southern river, which is close to Guangzhou. I guess some Pakistan colleagues have been visited there. So there's a 𝗏𝗏 River, and there also similar case in the Yangtze, highly eutrophicated influence for the whole estuary. As I mentioned in the few slides ago, the SGD play a kind of important role. It's kind of new studies carried. It's not really new already. So almost 20 years going already. So we found besides the riverine road, SGD plays a more and more important role for the riverine nutrients loading. According to the review paper published just recently, they elucidated based on their observation, almost 60% of the worldwide coastline, the SGD load is even bigger than rivers. And especially they have a special form of their nutrients patterns, just like they will have enriched in ammonium and organic nutrients, which are more, more distinguished impact on the aquatic systems. So based on those knowledge, we will see kind of, urgent action must be taken to reduce those nutrients loading from the terrestrial environment into the ocean. But before we, design such kind of management, we should keep one thing very clearly. In long term, we simply use the single system nutrient control discipline, but it will be not really work well. So the 4 plots we presented here is the nice paper published in Science by the American scientists. They mentioned that's the normal case. You will observe the phosphorus limitation in the riverside, and you will see the nitrogen limitation in the offshore region. But if they have the different ecological risks, just pay attention. The bottom, the hypoxia events happen in the different position, means you have to take the different regulation of nutrient control actions later. So, which means a more detailed and a decent study should be carried out. I briefly discussed with Samina about the Indus deltas issue, more or less adapt to the case 3, which means the nitrogen load should be careful controlled in Pakistan systems. I will take a kind of a nice examples, but unfortunately adapted to the lake system, how they design a kind of special technology to prevent or to control this kind of eutrophication risks. So they applied kind of experiments in the Taihu Lake, which is located in the downstreams of the delta region of the Yangtze. There's a nice place, but unfortunately they have a very severe cyanobacteria bloom every spring and summertime. But the scientists, they are smart enough. They trained those cyanobacteria, into the carbohydrate rich material, then fermented them, and later they produced the ethanol, which are kind of biorefinery raw material. So could be a kind of ideal way to develop a new technology to reduce such kind of risk. I guess my time is limited, so I would just go directly to say this kind of eutrophication cannot be avoided, and especially coupling with the climate change. Obviously, they were going with us for at least decades. So the solution and protocols should be definitely designed and managed, and to maintain the sustainability of those ecosystems also will be very helpful for our blue economy. And there are several protocols I would love to share here. The first is the more strict legacy about the terrestrial nutrient pollutants release. And the second is restored coastal wetlands and the marshes ecosystems ecological values, and they are more valuable for filtration and preventing, so make our coastline more healthy. And the third one is we should remember those rivers is also kind of a nursery grounds for those love shrimps and fisheries. So we have to guarantee they are well functioned, and to make their nursery and then migration easy and free. The last one we always have to remember, and also what my more closely linked to the blue economy development, because I guess similar as in the Chinese coastline will be happened also in the Pakistan coastline. There's a lot of new projects going on, because in China, I think recently we have a lot of marine wind power construction on coastline, but I guess the ecological risk is not really well evaluated at this moment. Finally, I will not repeat the sentence I've shown in the slides, but I would love to share the address. I will cite the address from our chairman Xi Jinping. He has mentioned the lucid water and the lush mountain means invalid assets in Chinese will be 绿水青山就是金山银山. So that's kind of way to convince us sustainably of the rivers and coasts means a lot for the human beings, also for the blue economy. We have to work together for our better future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We'll take the questions to the end, and with that we come to the last speaker, which is myself, who is myself. So I will try not to exceed the time that's allocated to me. And I promise you my presentation is not that scientific so that it doesn't put you to sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the last speaker of the session, Dr. Samina Kidwai. She will present her talk on ocean research priorities in Northwest Indian Ocean region.
Can we have the presentation on, please? I would like to thank NEMA, DG NEMA, Director NEMA Karachi, for giving us the National Institute of Oceanography the floor for one of the sessions, a sub-session, and giving us the opportunity to share some of the work that my organization is carrying out. I think this should be a small window into some of the works that we are doing, and perhaps invite some of our national colleagues and international colleagues to come and collaborate with us. So you are most welcome to reach out to us either through our emails, or if you see us, myself or any of my colleagues, you can just catch me there and talk to me. So I'm quite open with that. So with that, we will begin my presentation today. We are going to look at the priorities for the Northwest Indian Ocean. You've looked at some of the things that have been spoken about by our very valuable speakers yesterday and today, and for our session also. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details and how that contributes to the blue economy. And like I said, that the research has to come before the development. And you can only do sustainable development if you are knowledgeable about how your systems are going to react. So for the scope, we've all looked at how global oceans are all connected, and we look at what the region is about. We will also look at the ocean and human nexus, how the humanity is connected to the oceans. Then we will look out into how, what are the research drivers for the region, and what our organization is doing. Global oceans, there is a connection. I think Senator Sherry Rahman, she explained the conveyor belt very clearly to everyone. The conveyor belt takes about 1,000 years to take one round. So with the conveyor belt slowing down, obviously it's going to impact all the processes that are taking place and the environment in the oceans as well. So our own region, we are the Northwest Indian Ocean, the Arabian Sea. And you see that there are no boundaries within the oceans, and like all the speakers before me have stressed very clearly that we all need to work together as a community of ocean scientists. The oceans contribute food security, water security, employment creation, and when we're talking about blue economy, employment is a huge element there. Climate regulation, obviously the oceans contribute hugely to the climate regulations, and we've had many speakers dwell on that as well. Nutrient cycles, we've had Professor Wu Ying talk about the nutrient cycles, how important the nitrogen, phosphorus, and silicates and carbons are for the oceans, and how productivities are driven through these cycles. Habitats and biodiversity, we've been looking at that, and our colleague from Malaysia spoke about about the coral reefs this morning, then we had the mangroves. So there are many, many ecosystems that are extremely important to us for maintaining biodiversity and conserving them and habitats. Tourism, of course, is one of the other elements, but obviously, like the speaker talking about the coral reefs mentioned that the tourism has to be sustainable as well, so that the ecosystem that it is actually addressing has a carrying capacity, and we must know what is the carrying capacity of each of these habitats. How humans are pressurizing, overfishing, climate change, ocean acidification, pollution, unsustainable usage of some of the coastal areas, and of course resource extraction as well. So we had someone speak about, I think it was Engineer Faisal, who spoke about how the last stock assessment of Pakistan suggested that 80% of these stocks have depleted and 50% of the fishing fleets should be cut off. I think he's very clear on that, and the report is available for anyone to see. When we suggest that we have huge potential, we must look at how our resources and where our resources stand before we get into those kind of comments. The key challenges, of course, is to beat marine pollution, is to protect and restore ecosystems. Of course, we have to feed a large population. Pakistan has a large population and it keeps growing. So we have to make sure that the protein deficiency is addressed. Then, of course, we have climate change related issues as well. Now, the elements that are driving ocean research at the moment are that the United Nations declared the current decade as the decade of the oceans for sustainable development. And the elements that are very clear in that is that we are able to address and measure and keep working towards an integrated approach. So I think that's where we stand. The global community needs to work together in order to, and I think the Aman has been a huge inspiration. If the navies can work together, why can't the scientists work together? So I think that's a huge inspiration for us. Pakistan is obviously also part of the UN IOC, so therefore we also are focusing our research towards the UN decade of the oceans. We are also quite clearly focused towards the Sustainable Development Goal 14. Ocean acidification is one of the elements under this, and Pakistan is doing that. And let me also tell you, and I will of course show you some of the work that our organization has been involved in which in the earlier reports that were going out from Pakistan on ocean acidification, we would just leave those sections blank. Now, but we are measuring we're taking those observations from the last few years, and so we are quite proudly not leaving those sections blank anymore, and we are filling them with data that's collected at my organization. NIO's initiatives, of course, is to mobilize the scientists, synthesize the existing research that's taking place. We are also reaching out to all the other stakeholders. We are bridging science, policy, and societal dialogues. We think that this is our being here at the PIMEC should reflect that we are reaching out to all and everyone in society. We think also that science should be for a purpose and not just to serve curiosity. So there should be real solutions to problems also. So I think unless we do that and reach out to the industry, there's no way that the scientists can know what the problems are and how to solve them. Like I said, that the National Institute of Oceanography is working towards the ocean decade. We are trying to improve our research capacity by improving our human resource, by upgrading our facilities and improving and strengthening our technical and scientific manpower or human power. So the National Institute of Oceanography has been working towards getting a sea-going platform for many years since the beginning. We cannot go out to measure as regularly as Dr. Abid said. We need to establish time series stations. Unless we have our own platform, that is a dream that we are still hoping will materialize in the future. We also want to improve our national and international visibility, and as a scientist I feel that for the international visibility, our research will do that for us. For the national visibilities, we are here, part of the PIMEC, so that we as our organization and our work becomes more visible to the Pakistanis and to other visitors and international visitors who are coming to this exhibition and the conference. We are part of many international programs. One or two I'm going to show you. National collaborations, we have several projects that are going on, and we have international national partners in that. We work very closely with the hydrography department. Our founding director was a hydrographer, and he had a huge vision for the organization, and I think from the day one, we've been working very closely with Pakistan Navy. So Pakistan Navy is a huge support for us. MSA, we've signed a MOU with them. Hydrography, we have an MOU with them also. Other than that, we have PCRWR, which is the Water Resource Council. SUPARCO, we do remote sensing as well, and remote sensing applications that cater to the marine side. So we work very closely with them as well. Academia, of course, we get a lot of collaborative and joint research projects with them. We've signed several MOUs with many universities, and we support their students and their research staff. For the international, okay. I was told to use the left, okay. Okay, for the international collaborations, we have many international collaborations with China, with Germany, with the United States. We are part of the SCORE. We are part of the INOC, which is the Islamic Network of Oceanographic Committee. We are part of SCAR, which is the Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research. We are part of UNESCO IOC, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. We are part of the subcommittee, which is covering IOCINDIO, Central Indian Ocean. We are also part of the Mega Delta program, which is a collaboration that we have with the state key laboratories of estuarine and coastal research, East Channel Normal University. Many international collaborations. Okay, I'm going to skip this because I've already said some things about this. Okay, this is something that I would like to say. The National Institute of Oceanography has two sources of funding. One is the funds that the government provides through its non-development, and we do our in-house research through that, in which scientists submit their proposals, and we get money to do some of the works. The other source is the PSDP, the Public Sector Development Projects, which is project-driven money that's provided to us. Let's go back. We are quite interested right now, and we're looking at and monitoring the 𝐼𝐸𝐺 floats that are entering the Pakistani waters. And a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, we had 4 𝐼𝐸𝐺 floats from France in our waters. And we are now tracking these 𝐼𝐸𝐺 floats that are online in real time. I think Dr. Zafrullah spoke quite in detail about the MSP. We too are very interested in the MSP. We think this is the way to go forward, and the National Institute is also engaged in some of the work on MSP. We are looking at potential fishing zones through remote sensing and through some of the oceanographic observations that we're doing. Acquisition of the ship is also extremely important to us. The two PSDP projects that we are currently running is one on the sea level rise, seawater intrusion and land subsidence in the coast of Pakistan. This is a 5-year project. We are already in the 3rd year of it, acquiring data. This is a 730 million Pak rupee project. We have acquired some very sophisticated observatories that we have established at our 4 stations, our main head office, and the 3 substations that we have in 𝐷𝐲𝐻, Somyani, and 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄. So we have tidal observatories, weather stations, GNSS at 2 of the stations, and a tidal observatory at Fish Harbour of 𝐷𝐲𝐻. So we are doing quite a bit of this work as well. For the other project, which was the South of Balochistan Development Initiative project, this is to strengthen our 𝐷𝐲𝐻 substation, and NIO has been engaged with in research since 1987 in 𝐷𝐲𝐻. We have our substation on the East Bay, and we are trying to, under this project, strengthen this, expand the infrastructure, improve our capacity in terms of observatories, etc. This could also be a delegated Pak China Marine Research Center. So we have our colleagues from the Second Institute of Oceanography in China who are quite interested to be part of this program as well. This project is an international project in which NIO, there are 5 main labs all over the world in which we are looking at 5 of the mega deltas of the world. Indus was recognized amongst those 15 major deltas, and this program is under the Ocean Decade program, has recognition from that. And we are also, this is also an affiliated project of the Future Earth program. So NIO and Pakistan contributes to this as well. Like Dr. Abid mentioned, we too are part of an international group that is measuring eutrophication, ocean acidification, and primary production. This is an alumni project with 13 countries participating, in which Pakistan, since the last 2 years, has been contributing. We have 5 stations all along our coast, in where we are measuring nutrient levels, salinities, primary production, chlorophyll, ocean acidification, which is total alkalinity, and pH values, and also looking at primary production. So we are now part of this network that measures this for a global synthesis. Okay. All right. Okay. NIO has a plan. Let's go back. NIO has a plan. This year, very soon, I think in a couple of weeks' time, some of you may get invited for a consultative workshop on reactivation of the Antarctic program of Pakistan. We think that since there were 10 different institutions that were involved in the 2 Antarctic expeditions, the National Institute of Oceanography can be the lead but cannot be the only stakeholder in this program. So I think we need to get to a consensus where we decide on a collective forum whether Pakistan wants to reactivate. And if you reactivate, then you will have to go for a national policy, because then you will have to make a long-time commitment. Otherwise, you will end up with the 30-year gap that we are currently facing. So that's one thing. Our seawater intrusion project, very soon we will have our conference with more scientific papers published in and presented in that conference. We are also planning our research vessel project was submitted to the CPEC. 17 projects from the Ministry of Science and Technology were submitted. 3 were selected and shortlisted, and 2 of them were from NIO, and we decided that we would go with just 1 from NIO, which is the research vessel, because we cannot grow unless we have the vessel. There can be no oceanography if we don't have the platform. So I think that is something that we will take forward, inshallah ta'ala. And other than that, our remote sensing project, our Chinese colleagues are quite interested. Our ministry signed an MOU with them also to establish this remote sensing station, a receiving station, in Pakistan to carry out marine applications. So that's another thing in the pipeline. We are in December this year, inshallah ta'ala, if Allah ta'ala wills, we will be carrying out a winter school also for observational oceanography. For those of us who are interested, we'll go to. I am going to get. You don't need to give me that slip. Okay, and NIO has many plans, and this is something that I wanted to and needed to share with you. And with that, we will thank you very much for your attention and your patience. And I don't want to keep you and hold you anymore, because I think you've had a very long day. Thanks very much for your very kind hearing. For all my speakers, if I can just open the floor for a question and answer, just so that, because a session requires a question and answer, we can take not questions from us, because you can talk to us anytime, but the 2 speakers that are online, it's only fair that we allow them that little time. So 2 or 3 minutes, not long comments, question and answers for Josh and Abid. Okay, I don't see any questions coming. I think everyone's really tired. So no more questions, then we will conclude the session for today. Thanks so much for this opportunity, DG NEMA, Admiral Ahmed Said Saab, Director NEMA, Ali Abbas Saab, and all his wonderful team who've been really cooperative to us and have borne with us. So thanks a lot. With that, I will now request our guest of honor to give us some closing remarks and conclude the day. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. We come to the end of today's proceedings with the very, very highly technology-oriented presentations. I'm sure some of you must have understood. I haven't. So a lot of things that have to happen. The best thing I can do now is to shorten my speech or make no speech, so you're all very happy. Since you've been in the morning, I'd like to praise my compliments to all those who are present at so much of late hours of the day, having attended all the sessions here. All my applaud goes to all of you sitting here. I was wondering as to why I have been made a chief guest today, and what I found was that since I was attending all the sessions and sitting in the front row, the DG NEMA thought I am the most keen person to be on the stage. Thanks a lot. I'll finish it with the research work that all you are doing, and I reminded me of a share from Allama Iqbal, and no meeting or no presentation is complete without his share. So those who are doing research work, the Allama at that time said, कोई काबिल हो तो हम शान कई देते हैं, ढूंढने वालों को दुनिया भी नई देते हैं. So this all NIMA work is finding new resources, finding new knowledge, technology. I'd like to thank the DG and all the participants to have stayed back and listened to all of the presentations. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for the souvenir presentation ceremony. I would like to request the chief guest, Vice Admiral Retired Irfan Ahmed, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, 𝗘𝘅𝗽𝐾𝐈𝐿𝐵, to acknowledge the esteemed speakers by presenting them with conference souvenirs. Director General NIMA, Vice Admiral Retired Ahmed Saeed, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, is also requested to join him for souvenir presentation ceremony. I would like to request Dr. Samina Kidwai to receive her souvenir from the chief guest. Thank you, ma'am. May I now again request Dr. Samina Kidwai to receive her souvenir from the chief guest as a speaker. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. Ying Wu to receive her souvenir from the chief guest.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Director General NIMA, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, to present the conference souvenir to our Honorable Chief Guest, Vice Admiral Retired Irfan Ahmed, 𝐏𝐈𝐕𝐄 military, 𝗘𝘅𝗽𝐾𝐈𝐿𝐵. May I now again request Dr. Samina Kidwai. May I now again request Dr. Samina Kidwai to receive her souvenir from the chief guest as a speaker. The speakers of the session are requested to join the chief guest for the group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Dear guest, with this preceding of day 2 of the conference comes to an end. Tomorrow, the conference will commence at 8:40 hours. All guests are requested to proceed towards the refreshment area for tea. Thank you and Allah Hafiz.